Alright. Let's just get in here. Alright, fuck, I need to find this stupid old man. Really wish they would just tell me immediately. So I didn't have to find him, cause like... Fuck. Finding this stupid old man sometimes takes forever. Wait, is that the one that's faster? Nope, not there. Why is that Meister? Leave that open. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, hi Quark. Where is this stupid old man? Where the fuck is it? The chat widget is like broken, I don't know. But I wanna find the stupid old man, I'll fix it later, maybe. Oh, great, not there. Yeah. Alright, where the hell is it? The fuck? Why did it, like, look like it showed up for a sec? What? Where the fuck is the old man? I thought it was here. No, because sometimes it's like he spawns in a random area around the thing. Fuck, why isn't he there? I hate how we have to find him. It's so annoying when they make you have to find him. This stupid piece of shit. It's like super annoying. Fuck, did it not even send... God damn it. That's why. Now I need to get the stupid verification code for my ult. Really hate how, like, I have to keep doing it that way. Yeah, maintenance in 2 hours. Where the fuck is my stupid old man? Where the fuck is he? Where the actual fuck? I really get annoyed that they don't freaking just let us know, man. Oh crap, I still have to enter the stupid verification code too. Don't care. Let me log in there. This stupid freaking thing. It's so annoying to find him, like, every time he shows up. And they don't give you, like, a long enough period, man. They should just make it, like, so he just stays up there for the full 24 hours. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is that piece of shit? My ult also has the old man too. Fuck. Where the fuck is the piece of shit? He's not here. Where the fuck is this piece of shit, man? Where the fuck is he? I hate how they freaking do this shit with him. Just put him in like one spot always. Like, why can't they just put him there? I don't want to find him every fucking time. 'Cause it's so annoying. And like, he's not exactly always at that spot too. Like, he has a weird spawn radius where it could be literally anywhere in that range. Which makes it even worse. Yeah, well, like, where the fuck is he? He's not at the very corner, man. He's not in the other spot. I already looked there. It's so annoying, man. He's not there. Or here. He's not there. And then he's gonna fucking despawn now. You know, saying the direction instead of a landmark is kind of annoying. Just tell me a landmark, man. Because the direction ain't helping. It's too vague. Now he's gone. Fucking hate the old man thing. The old man thing is so fucking stupid, man. Like, just give him a fixed spawn location. And just have him always be there. I hate this stupid artificial island crap, man. Or like, just, like, why can't they just put him, like, just fix him there permanently? It's really annoying how they don't do that. I saved the whole catalog too. The problem is he spawns in a random radius within that center spot. So, like, you have to, like, go around the whole thing. Which is really stupid and annoying. He doesn't spawn exactly at that spot. Like, you can spawn around it. Which is very infuriating. Because it's like, you have to, like, really look. Nah, like, there's like a mark where he's on the ground, but sometimes he can randomly spawn on top of something. I've seen it a couple times. And it's really fucking annoying. But, like, yeah, they do that shit. It's really annoying. Like, it's just really, really annoying. No, there's like a couple of spots, man. Oh, like, where is this stupid thing? Oh, wait, where's the... You know how, like, sometimes there's, like, a spot, like, here, right? There's, like, a boss here. Frog boss is there on the map, but, like, that's where we get, Apophis, right? Over here, sometimes, like, his spawn location's here, right? On top of this thing. Sometimes he can be down there on the ground, as an example. Or the spot over here, sometimes he'll actually be underneath it. Or, like, over there, instead of up here. Like, it's like, they'll have him in, like, weird spots here. Same thing with, like, the spot over here. Sometimes he's actually on this upper part, or he's, like, down on the ground there. Right. And, like, sometimes he can even be, like, over here instead of down there. It's just really annoying that they don't give them fixed spawn spots. Instead of giving them fixed spawn spots, like making it completely fixed. It's just really annoying. Alright, is this thing working again? It's still broken. Fucking hell, man. Why is it still broken? But what else isn't fucked today? Let me check. Is it... Wait, no, that's not it. Nope, nothing is. It's broken, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to, like, get the thing to show up, but it's, like, not working. You get this. I have no idea why. I exit that out. I'll try opening it again. It is just not showing up. I don't know why. I don't know why. You just get that. Yeah, just give it that access. Yeah, like, I don't know why it's like that. But what else wasn't fucked today? What else wasn't fucked? Right, let me just check something. Maybe this'll work? Nope. Huh? One sec. Alright, let's see. No. Surely that'll maybe work. Nope. And that's not working either. It's not fucking working. I don't know why the thing is not working. The freaking widget is just refusing to work. It is refusing. It is completely fucked. Completely fucked. Wait, I wonder, can I switch it to offline mode? Wait. How do I switch it to offline mode? Alright, let me see. Let me try putting it in a thing. Huh? Nope, that's not working. I'm like trying to see what I can do. Because like, I'm trying to figure this shit out too. It's like completely broken. But that wasn't the only thing fucking broken today, man. Great. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on here. Like, I'm looking at the configuration thing. I'm trying to see if there's like anything I can do. Like, I'm trying to see. I already have the vendor map like marked. That's not the problem. I hate the stupid old man vendor thing though. It's so annoying that they made it the way it is. Oh, great. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can fix the chat thing. Like, yeah. Oh, great. Can I do it that way? Come on, surely that'll work. Nope. I'm trying to like see if there's like anything I can do to get the freaking widget to load properly. Out that one.
Your session will be terminated
Fuck.
due to inactivity in 2 minutes.
Still there. Oh, great. Maybe I click clear cache. Let me try restarting it and clearing the cache. I don't know if that'll do anything. Everything has just been a mess today, man. Yeah, I don't think force closing is gonna do anything. Alright, let's see. Will it fix it? Because, like, Sheepshed is, like, borked right now. Wait, fuck. The fuck? Why the hell is it doing that? Alright, let me just go spin my vitality first. What even is my stupid join up today? Oh, at least it's Sadness Valley. Oh, let me get that done real quick. No. Because that thing has, like, even more problems. We'll just turn it off. We won't have it today. We'll just not use it. Oh yeah, you guys know the anchor company thing? You guys know Anchor? I don't know if any of you guys have ever used their headphones before. But I also bought a pair that arrived in the mail this morning. I tried them out. Oh, and they sound like dog shit. They're garbage. So like, I already filed for like an Amazon return on them. And, like, they weren't even cheap either. But like, they're so bad. Yes. What's funny is like, I was like looking for like noise cancelling headphones and shit. To get. I spent like $100 on it, right? So like, they weren't cheap. But like, they sound atrocious. They're so bad. Like, they're really, really bad. Right, and like, that's before taxes. Like, I'll pull it up which ones I'm talking about. They are so bad. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were on when they designed it or whatever. But yeah. Why the fuck do I need to restart my PC to update the sheep chat thing? Where's the window? Yeah, it's still broken. Now, so here's the thing, right? Oh, let me just pull the things up. Oh, great. Where is it? There's the window. So these are the headphones, right? I got these things. Right, wireless, noise cancelling thing. Right, this thing has a 40mm drivers, Bluetooth shit, there's an aux port, whatever. So anyways, I buy the thing, I get it early in the morning, right? I check my mail, it's there, right? So I go and try them. I plug them into my mixer, And I go and try them, and they sound really bad. Right? Looks like paper. Here's like the thing though, right? My head is small, okay? Like on a lot of these headphones, I have to use them on the tightest setting, and they'll still be somewhat loose on my head. Anyways, I go and put them on. I go and play a specific thing that I was like, and then like, I hear what I'm listening to get like absolutely destroyed. Alright, this is Anchor. This is the Anchor's brand. Right, you go at the bottom of the website. Anchor. It's the freaking thing. So I'm like, okay, I hear about the battery stuff. Because their battery stuff is decent. And I go and try because I was looking for noise cancelling headphones. These things are garbage. They're really, really bad. Like, what they ended up doing is like, the way they are by default, like the way they are, right, is what happens is they basically have the bass boosted to like an absurd degree, but the mids and the highs are basically inaudible. And then like, then if you want to try to change the EQ, you can only do that if you're connected to it through Bluetooth on their app. So I installed their stupid app on my phone. Their app is like constantly crashing. But also when I like go and change the stuff in the EQ, even if I turn like the low end all the way down to the like a negative preset and then raise everything else up, it still sounds terrible. These things. Like what the fuck were they doing with this shit? And it's like, this thing is like not cheap either. This shit isn't even cheap. And it sounds so bad. I've listened to like random ass packing shit when like buying phones or whatever that are probably like $5 or whatever from some random Chinese factory that gets like bundled in with shit that sound better than these. These things sound so terrible. Yeah, the app is also just like, it's like 500 megabytes, and it's like absolutely trash. Their app. It's so bad. At least I got it on Amazon, so I'm returning it. Here's the thing. It still sounds like extremely bass boosted. And it like ruins the shit that I'm listening to. Like, I guess like here's a good example, because like I was like, okay, what's a track that I'm going to play, right? So like I go and like I use this as like the test track, right? I think this is like a good one I use when like testing because of how the thing goes. Just giving it a listen to. Especially because I've listened to this thing so many times. Like, yeah, of course there's bass in this track, obviously. But it's not, like, overpowering everything, right? Yeah, like what I was saying, they basically sounded worse than shit you'd probably get in the dollar store. That's how bad they were. Because it's like, I could basically only hear the bass and nothing else. But it's like, you listen to the track that I was using to test it. Right? And like, it's basically the only thing it can do is bass. Everything else it can't do. It sounded so horrible, man. But like, you listen to this track, like, it's not, you know, bass focused. Like, yeah, there's a bass track to it, right? But it's like, you know, Like, the main thing you're listening to is, of course, the high end here. With the track like this, the mids and the highs. Like, it was so bad, I couldn't even hear, like, the fucking, the cymbals in here. And, like, when they're hitting, like, the rim of the guitar, not the guitar, rim of the drum in this track, even though, like, you hear that the entire way through. And, like, nuking the low end doesn't fix it. Oh, and the worst part is I can't fix it from, like, my hardware mixer either. And do a custom EQ there. It has the same problem. They're so bad. I hate earbuds. I hate earbuds, man. They're extremely uncomfortable. And they sound like shit. But even dollar store earbuds sounded better than that thing. But yeah, I hate shoving things into my ear. Yeah, I know. It's just that the thing where I plug it into, the mixer I use, like my hardware interface, it's a bit of its own other mess. And I have it set for something else. They are extremely uncomfortable. I hate using those. That's why I'm like, I want to get, like, you know, new pair. I can't even wear them beyond, like, 5 minutes, man. 1 to 2 hours? How about 5 minutes? I can't even, like, go for 5 minutes, man. You're a lot more generous in that sense. Alright, you're talking about hours? I can't stand them for minutes. But, like, yeah. Yeah, I don't like shoving things in my ear. I hate shoving things in my ear, man. I hate shoving things in my ear. Also, when I shove things into my ear, it gives me a different kind of feeling. And not a good kind. It reminds me of, like, when I was a lot younger and when I was taking swimming lessons. I've like already told you guys before how when I swim, I have a hard time trying to go deep into the water because I will always just float to the top no matter what. For some reason. Even when I was like a lot younger, I was like always really buoyant. And it was like, anyways, when I would try to like force, cause like there were things like when I had to like, for like learning diving and shit and stuff like that, I would get this weird feeling in my head, especially on like the pressure on my ears, right? And I get that same sensation whenever I put earbuds in. Yeah, I just float. I always just float. Like in water, I just float. That just happens. I just float. Like trying to actually force myself down inside harder, I just float naturally. But like, that aside though, it's like the sensation when I'm trying to like actually force myself in. I get that same sensation when I put in earbuds as well. I just don't know the earbuds. And then what? Yep. And that, like, it's just that sensation, I hate it. That's one of the other things, but also the feeling of having something shoved into my ear. That's why I can't even, like, use them for, like, a couple minutes. Yeah, like basically, yeah, earbuds always a no-no. Like, fuck that. No thanks. Earbuds, always no thanks. Don't like them. But yeah, to deal with that. So yeah, I'm gonna like return them and look for something else. And the thing is, like, here's the other thing, right? I'd prefer also if I don't have to deal with an EQ, like touching an EQ either. Like, what I actually prefer is when everything is just super neutral and flat. Like, ideally, I want the thing to be like extremely flat. The soundstage. Especially because the shit I listen to. It's a lot better when everything's a lot more neutral and flat than any of the other BS. I should have put on the... But yeah. Yeah, I can't use earbuds, man. They suck. I hate earbuds. The problem is that you can hardly hear noise. And yeah. That's why I use AKG K371s. Pretty flat except for some of the really low bass. Yeah, it's like really annoying when they like to do that shit. So like here's what I actually just use normally. Right, but like the thing is the ones that I was let's see if I can find them. This is what like I'm normally using. I use this thing specifically this one. I just have the black one. They have other colors, I just have this one. This is what I've been using. Alright, they have Bluetooth and wireless mode on these, but there's no noise cancelling and stuff like that. Sound bleeds through this thing very easily. This one's like very flat, the sound stage, which is nice. So like I never had to like even touch an EQ on this shit. This thing though, like you need a bit more power to like plug to like actually drive them if you're not using them on Bluetooth. And then again, like you actually see they have like the actual jack in there, right? It's the bigger one. The other thing is for the charging. But yeah. Decently expensive by normal human standards, yeah. But yeah, like this is the shit that I've been using for a couple of years. These ones, I use these. The problem with these though, the build quality on this thing is like shit, but they sound really good for what they are. But like, the build quality on these, the plastic on this shit, like it's like not the greatest. I know, yeah, you can. I just want the thing to be like neutral enough and like not sound like shit. And like, I want to actually be able to like hear what's going on. Right, but like, yeah, there's like this stuff. This is what I've been using. Not that color though. But that thing. Right. But yeah, like this shit, obviously. You know, this thing is like a big fat lie because the shit doesn't even apply. They say extra bass sound. Maybe it's a newer version of this. Cause I've been using this for years. It didn't have that. I have the old box. It's like I can see it like up there on like my shelf. But yeah. M40X's. Wait. I think I might have used one of those back then. Wait. You're talking about, yeah. Wait, is this what I remember it being? Oh, these ones! Yeah, I remember using one of these a couple years back. And I remember, I remember why, like, I never bothered to buy a new one of these. I remember now. I remember these. Yeah, I know these. I had one of these like 10 years ago. I had one of these 10 years ago. After I like wore it out, I just never bothered to buy a new one of these. Cause like one of the things is like it's too big for my head. Even on the tightest setting, it was always extremely loose. It wasn't exactly the most comfortable in my the ear spot, like putting them on either. No, I had these before. This specific one. I know these ones. I had this before. Right? Like I had this before, the Audio-Technica stuff. I had one of these like 10 years ago. This is like wired only. But yeah. Yeah, I had one of these. I used them for a while and eventually I broke them. They were good for what they were. It's just that, like, yeah. I said they're too big. They're too big. I said my head's too small. I said my head is small. They're too big. These are too big. I remember having these back then. I've used them before. But also, this doesn't have wireless mode. Cause like I wanted like wireless stuff too. Alright, it also doesn't have noise cancelling. Yeah, brain.exe stopped working, yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I don't think the chat widget is ever gonna fix itself. God, how do I deal with that thing? One sec. Alright. Oh wait, that's PowerShell. I wanted to open command prompt. Oh, why isn't that doing anything? But yeah, no, a lot of them are quite expensive. Yeah. But also, like, again, like, it doesn't have what I'm looking for there. They ended up sounding similar to what I ended up, like, using for a while anyways. When I, like, replaced them. That's why it's, like, whatever. Because it fit a little bit better. But, like, yeah. Yeah, I know. Alright, let me try warping again here. Where the hell is the widget again? You still need to EQ because your ears are weird. Yeah, fair enough. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't think the chat widget's coming back. That is annoying. Oh, that guy takes it's taking forever to kill it. God, it's gonna be nice when we can get rid of Frost Nola for good. That's probably what I'm gonna like title my freaking Lince's video. Good riddance to Frost Nola. I'll probably shove that in the title. No more. Cause like who else like doesn't want to get rid of freaking Frost Nola, man? Been wanting to get rid of Frost Nola for a long time. Frost Nola is gone. Yeah, cause freaking Frost Nola is so ass. Using Frost Nola sucks. So like, yeah, wanting to be rid of her. It's a thing we all want. No more. I mean, we wouldn't feel that way if Frost Nola didn't have to use this stupid second skill. Alright, that's why we want to get rid of her. Yeah, we got a Samus cosplayer. A Zero Suit Samus cosplayer. Except I'm pretty sure they didn't make her tall enough. They probably don't have her tall enough. Is the Samus is like 2 meters tall or something. Why even use A1 Grey Fox? She doesn't do shit in Frost until like A3. A1 doesn't like do anything. Oh yeah, getting rid of her for good will be nice. Oof. Surely that's not the case. Surely you have something. Flame is Yano is like Garbo. You just get her matrices aren't though. Yano is just her matrices. That's like the only good thing on Yano, her matrices. They're still good. Yano is like only good thing are her matrices. It's always been that way. Like, Zero Star, like, Yano Foresight has, like, similar output, but background to, like, 3-star 2-piece Samir and Cobalt. Except fully background always active. And that's on the 0-star, Yano thing. And of course it gets better if you were to you know, get more of it, but that's its own other thing. Your flame team needs help more? Really now? Oh, I cleared like all of even the latest flame sequential using thing. Using old shit. Like even when the next sequential thing drops, I'll still be able to clear it using Liho. Wait, have we done 5? But yeah, don't even have Liho. I say. Plotting is just garbage either way. Plotting is just bad regardless. Plotting is like her own other problems. Especially when like her matrices are required, so you don't have to use her discharge every single time. And you still have to use her discharge at least once. Oh yeah, like here's the thing, right? Liu is more useful than Plotty. Because of like the weird freaking design shit on her. But like that whole batch there is just a really weird scuffed batch. The test server doesn't have event shit, so I have no idea. Test server is closed now. Test server don't have event shit, so no clue. They don't put that stuff on test. Rift drone appearance, vending machine. Oh fuck. Alright, let me just quickly do the shit done. I'll just go here. Oh cool, now I can get Fesa then. Fesa useless though, but hey. Free thing is free thing. Right. Free is free. So we take those. Oh, fucking hell. Can I just keep it on that page, please? It's when they do like really stupid, weird Pepeka gimmicks that like screw them over. Basically, the entirety of Flame's existence. They like to make stupid shit on them, and then they always get fucked over because of it. Because of like really stupid design decisions. But like that's just Flame in a nutshell. Constantly getting fucked by really, really dumb design decisions. But like, since when weren't they fucked? Right, like you have shit like what? For example, like even like what? GU can't even use her with 0 summons. Like unusable without any summons at all. Otherwise, what happened? What happens when you use GU with 0 summons, right? Her shit will just do nothing, cause anything times 0 it's still 0. Oh, your buff needs summon count to work? Don't worry, if you have 0 of them, you're going to get 0 buff. 0, exactly 0. Because, you know, you could have 1,000, but if you multiply that 1,000 by 0, you're still left with 0. Right, you got Flame Nola. To get the buff from Flame Nola, it's based off of how many summons you have. What happens when you have 0 summons? Oof. You get nothing from it. Well, no, at the start of the battle, at least you get the buff initially. And then after that, after a couple of seconds, you no longer have buff anymore. Because you can't get the stacks there, because you have 0 summons. Because of that Pepega design. Flame in a nutshell, man. Always getting shafted and fucked over. Here's the thing, right? No matter what happens, Face is gonna be useless. No matter what. She's still going to be really Pepega. Because they designed her around summons and the burn stuff. Right. Which, yeah, you're probably not gonna be able to use. Because of the really stupid design decisions they had with her. Right. Like, you're probably never gonna be able to make use of that. It's like so dumb. They've just always been just completely dysfunctional. Leho at least will get you the stacks. Yeah. Leho summons do count for that. So you can get a little bit of buff there from that stuff. Like, yeah, you can go clear shit with it. It's because your gear is shit, that's why. It's not a low advancement thing. It's your gear is dog shit thing. It's because your gear is dog shit. Do you know what Faceless does? If you know and understand what Faceless does, it should make sense. Having really low base attack. Is your base attack really low? Because if your base attack is really low, that's why. Because Faceless has a higher base attack buff up front. So if you have really low stats, and that's why. If it wasn't that, like, what is it? What's the number? Yeah, that's insanely low, and that's why. That's exactly why. If you had like 40k, it would be a big difference in the other direction. It's again because your stat is so low. If your stat is really that low, that's why. That's exactly why. Oh, but you will. I don't see why you wouldn't, man. It's not that hard to get that much stats. 30k? I mean, you can hit that in 6 to 9 months. You can easily hit that. You can. Yes, paintbrush stronger. We're talking 6 to 9 months. You'll get there. Oh yeah, basically what you're dealing with is just a gear issue. That's the thing you're dealing with right now. There's a lot of other stuff too. There's also the new gear stuff. What, plus 750 attack? Like plus permanent 750 attack or something? Is like a base attack? Is like another thing you'll get. We're gonna get double the modules coming in as well from reset. They're doubling the amount we get. Gear rolling is gonna be boosted. They're also going to give us what? You can buy 2 of those suppressor mod things every week instead of just 1 as well. Like, they're doing a bunch of stuff. 6 to 9 months, you'll get there. Yeah, you'll get there. Yeah, and guess what the actual minimum on your gear now will be when rolling it as the base? Oh, what was the thing again? Oh, let me just double check. I had like an old chart somewhere. Let me find it. Thanks for the cheer. Yeah, chat widget's broken. What was it? So, like the gear roll 312, 312 times 5 times 0.58, and then plus base roll of, what was it, 69? That is gonna be the new lowest possible attack you can get. If you 5 roll attack, that will be the lowest possible attack roll you can get per gear piece once the gear changes get applied. That is the lowest possible. Right? Highest possible, that's pre-Titan by the way. Highest possible, obviously that's this plus 69. And then obviously you can add 52 for the generic attack. Yeah. Lowest possible though will become 973. It's gonna get boosted a lot. Because it's a 58% effectiveness instead of 40%, which is what we have now. Right? Permanent gear boosted gear rolls boosted event. That's coming too. Not really. Don't forget the condom stuff too. Each simulacra condom thing. You know, each one of those more stats. You know, more stats, man. You'll get there. You will definitely get there. Woohoo, did. Uh-huh. But like, yeah. You'll get there. Again, 6 to 9 months. I think you can get there in 6 to 9 months. Get to like 40k base attack. You'll have other people be at like 50k, you'll be at 40k. Yeah, but you'll get more attack too, man. Not actually, not necessarily. The new gear stuff is a separate thing. The new gear stuff is completely separated though. It's the new things that's separated from the other stuff. Like this right here, this is only one. That's 20. This is 10. This is 200. This is 30. All of these are getting doubled in the next patch. All of this is getting doubled. You can also buy Titan stuff in the SSS store as well. They aren't increasing the cap on supercomputing for global. They're not increasing it. You can catch up eventually. They're literally doubling the amount you can get. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. You know what I'm bottlenecked by? I don't even need those things. I'm bottlenecked by these. I don't have enough booster module 3s. I can't upgrade shit because I can't get booster module 3s. Those things being doubled don't do anything, man. I even like have boxes from Battle Pass that they give to like select unused. Where are they? I don't even remember what page they're on. Look, I have this. I have 78 of those. I have 520 of these. They're never gonna get used. Because like I can't use them. And not like I need them. But like, yeah, that's the reality. You'll catch up eventually on that. They're not raising the cap on the old stuff. Well, it's gonna be a thing there. Oh, fucking hell. It didn't give me the thingy. I need to open some random chests on my alt. Give me a sec. But yeah, max out the gloves first and then slowly enhance the rest. Yeah, pretty much. Eventually you'll get caught up. Eventually you will. The cap isn't being raised, so the goalpost on the old stuff isn't moving. You get to go use the new stuff at the same speed people are dealing with the new stuff. So in that sense, like, you don't have to worry. There's like nothing to worry about that side. You'll get caught up. But yeah, like, you will get caught up. Boots to 70, okay. What do you mean? You will. People are already at the cap, and they can't get more. And the cap isn't increasing. They're adding a new thing. Nobody has progress on the new thing. You're making progress faster than they're adding shit. So in that sense, yeah, you can catch up. It's just not gonna be immediate. Well, it hasn't raised in the beta. This shit isn't raised. This is staying where it is. Yeah, the cap was not increasing. We had a new gear thing, but everyone else is gonna get that too. And that's a separate material that no one has yet. Yeah, they're not raising it. Also, you know how small the increases are? You get more from just from putting condoms in simulacras. You get like triple from upgrading a simulacra than enhancing a gear by +1. You get at least 3 times the amount. 3 to 4 times the amount. Depending on the slot. And like, even if they raise the cap, I just have materials I can't use. I can't use any of the materials. Like, I straight up can't use them. The thing is, like, they straight up won't let me. Even if they do raise it, I can't use it. Because they're like, nah. Like, you're fine, man. Alright, what do we have here? Oh, now there's Mia's kitchen, but... 270. Mia's kitchen faster. But yeah, you'll get caught up. They're giving us shit faster than we can get the things for them anyways. Alright, we'll go grab these. Still need to grab 2 more of those. It's still good to buy them because we can like sell them for the new currency in the next patch. They're gonna put a thing to let us get rid of them for the new currency. Let me check indoor zone. Surely I can get some Norns there. Oh, I got Dream Blossom. Cool. Yeah, they're increasing it. Everyone gets new shit to work on. New shit gonna take a while to deal with. You don't really have to worry that much, man. Everyone is affected by it the same. The difference is, though, they're not increasing the old stuff. They're increasing the amount of materials you can get for the old stuff, but that's it. You'll get caught up. Eventually. The difference is not zero. Everyone's bottlenecked by them, man. We all get the same amount of them. Wait, I ran out of the thing there? God fucking damn it, man. I thought I had more of those. That is annoying. Alright, let me go get the thing there then. Oh, it is what it is, man. Yes, I have way more. My alt also has way more. I can't use them. Because I don't have any yellow modules. So I can't use them. Like, I can't do shit with them. I have them, but like, I can't do anything with them. It already was overflowing, man. My inventory already was overflowing. As if that changes anything. I already have an overflowing inventory. It's like, yeah, what else is new? Inventory's always been overflowing. I am broke on Norns again. But yeah, it's like, yeah, what else is new? Inventory overflowing. When wasn't it overflowing? Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. But like again, like I said, you'll eventually get caught up. you will get caught up eventually. Alright, let me just get the thing here on my old. Yeah, I get it. It is vague, but it's not like it's a 0 chance. It's it's definitely not 0. Oh shit, I meant to go the other thing. Right, like I didn't say you weren't gonna get caught up. I just said eventually you'll get caught up. Yeah, you see, it's not 0. Right? You said it yourself, it's not 0. It's not great, but it's also not 0. Right? So it's still not 0. Hi, Grimjaw. Alright, where's that thingy? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to check what the files here. Hey, it's something, man. Oh, I should have been buying these the whole time. These data files. I don't know why I've been missing these. Too bad, like, it doesn't make that much progress. I've been, like, I should have been buying those every week. Yeah, I mean, hey. It could be worse, man. You know what? For better or for worse, you're still, like, 10 times more likely to win that lottery than you are to get a perfectly rolled max value of a very specific Echo and Woowa. You're still like 10 times more likely to win the lottery. If that helps you feel better. You're still like 10 times more likely to win the lottery over that. Because of how absurd the variance is there. That's its whole other thing. The range depends. I wouldn't say that. But like, hey. It's definitely a lot better the chances than winning the lottery. I'll give it that. Yeah, the distribution changed a bit. Yeah, I know. I know it hard tapers off. But the distribution's a bit changed a bit with the gear stuff. With some of the gear adjustments upcoming. It's not quite the same. Alright, let's just do raid final trial stuff. Let's see, anyone doing this shit? Well, a decent chunk of the low end has been removed. You're forgetting the fact that, like, the low end, the bottom 20% is going to be removed. So all the stuff has to be, like, readjusted. That said, I was, like, testing on the test server to check the gear rolling stuff. I've gotten max rolls. I was doing the clicks. I think I did, like, around, I did around, like, 150 clicks when I was, like, just testing rolling gear on the test server earlier off stream. I think I got like 10 or so of the clicks to be the max possible roll. I was like just testing on like random junk I had. But yeah, it's the actual max roll is probably a lot higher now. I was rolling boots. I was rolling crit. I got the max crit roll like 10 times. I had one that had like I rolled a pair of boots that rolled like 3 max crit rolls. and then it rolled some like other random crap. I was just testing to see where like the minimum stat roll was. To see if it was boosted or not. Yes, the maximum. I got 3 I got 3 max crit rolls on like one piece. When I was like rolling it, I'm like, what the fuck? But like, it's definitely not 1% for max roll. It's definitely higher. I've gotten a couple max rolls, just not all in the same piece. And it's definitely higher. The lowest roll I got was actually like, I got like 2 rolls at the minimum value of like, not even minimum, it's like slightly above minimum. It was 60% value, which wasn't minimum. Slightly higher than minimum, because minimum is 58. Because like I do have a table of all the possible ranges. That hasn't changed. Okay. But like, yeah, they definitely adjusted the stuff because they got rid of the entire low end. They boosted the distribution across the board, yeah. They boosted up on the upper end. It is boosted. For better, for worse. Alright, we got Xingqiang. Wait, one sec. Am I on the right page? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I hit the max value a couple times. I did get a couple 312 attacks. I also got the max HP roll on one of them when I was testing, and the max resistance roll. I was like checking through things because I was just constantly clicking. But I got a decent amount of max rolls, just not just not that many back to back. I got 3 back to back crit rolls on a pair of boots though. But like that was like the most I got back to back. But the distribution has changed a bit. Yeah, 5.0 test server. I was doing that off stream. I was checking other stuff and like re-getting other data for things. I still have to edit the stuff I was like recording into a thing later. But yeah. Yeah, like, just horde gear. Distribution is gonna be better. I don't know how it is on CM, but distribution's changed. I mean, they have to change the distribution if they got rid of the bottom 20% gear. Like, the entire, like, bottom 20% minimum values is completely gone. Right, because they shifted things up. I never got the minimum roll, though. Which is kind of crazy. I couldn't get the minimum. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on. Yeah, they nixed the bottom, yeah. I don't know. But I got a couple max rolls. I was like surprised because I was like, what the fuck? Why am I getting a bunch of max rolls? But yeah, I was like just sitting there for like an hour just clicking through gear. Do I get minimum roll? Do I get max roll? Do I get whatever? What's the new minimum roll just in case? Because it's like, no one bothered to data mine that thing. I was checking because CN got it. Then maybe that's why. What the? Why isn't it marking pursuit? The fuck? Okay, I hate fighting Colton. He has like so many iframes. Oh great, now I'm slowed. Oh fucking hell. Yeah, they give like Colton way too many iframes, man. It makes no sense why he has so many iframes. Like, come over here. Ah. Colton, like Merble, like the most annoying ones to fight. He likes the iframes. And of course I'm hard carrying everyone here. And I'm stuck taking aggro. Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice when we can get rid of the stupid fucking cross-solar for good. My free-to-play ult can do more damage than all the people here, man. My ult out damages them. These freaking Pepegas, man. It'd be nice if they would cleanse Graying Bite. Especially if I'm stuck tanking everything. A long while. Since 2.0. Since 2.0 released. But I also used it to return E-point farm for a bit. I then started actually using it regularly after 3.0. I used it for return E-point farming, and then I used it for something else afterwards. It does though have like A6 altered for all of them, except for Fiona at A6. Only altered it doesn't have A6 is Fiona. It was summer. 3.0 was summer. What? 3.1 was on the anniversary. 3.1 released on the anniversary. It was like June. End of June. But yeah. I'm still too lazy to like fully like roll gear properly on it though. Cause like yeah, at the start I would just use it. I would park it in the pyramid out of bounds for the lulls, and then use it for returning point farming before. It wasn't until 3.0 where I started doing stuff on it. Yeah. Because like it's annoying to like break out of bounds in there. And I didn't want to keep doing it manually. So like I would do that. But I haven't been in the pyramid in a while. You need to use 0 to break in there. Cause you have to like find a glitch spot and then climb on Zero's blocks thing from his plunge or whatever it was. Whatever the attack thing was called. Look at how many of these I have, man. I don't need this many of this shit, but hey. Be nice if you can convert them to something else. Yeah, you don't have to use the other weird grapple technique. The grapple other shit technique. Don't have to use that anymore. But you still need to get inside. Yeah, it was painful back in the day. It was very painful back in the day. Because I did it back in the day the old way. And yeah, it was really painful. You don't know the half of it. Rip. Alright, let's go. Yeah, please reset weeklies by accident. Damn. That'd be nice, I guess, but whatever. They're not gonna reset weeklies. That is some weird copium. Let's go grab a controller. There's no sugar inside the milk, so it tastes even worse. Yeah, I guess. You can be thankful for that. Yeah, then soon Linghan will be on standard and I won't use her. Yeah, 5.0 booster event is nice because you're chronically lacking in them, yeah. Yeah, might as well kill these. God damn it, freaking dodge the thing. Yeah. The condom stuff though, like... Here's the thing with the condoms though, right? To max the simulacra, it takes 20 days, assuming there's no event stuff or whatever going on. No double drops, no nothing, right? Just at normal regular pacing, speed, whatever. What, and like the rate they release characters at is like what? You basically have, even if we exclude events, per patch you can basically get enough to do 2 characters per patch. Right? But they only release 1 character per patch. Yeah, like even if you were to assume you were like pulling everything. So like regardless of whatever happens, that one at least, the condom part, anyone can get caught up on that one. Because, well, the rate they're releasing them at, right? It's, slower than, it's a lot slower than you can get them at. Not every single one of them actually can get upgraded though. For some reason, there's still a decent amount that can't. Oscar and Ray cannot be upgraded. But then if we go to the Awaken thing, look. So you can do Tion, right? You can do Umi, you can do all that stuff, but you can't do Coco. You cannot do Samir. You cannot do Zero. You cannot do Huma. You can do King. You cannot do Frigg. You cannot do Tsubasa. Right? Like a decent amount of them you just cannot upgrade at all. Yeah. Eventually, again, this is excluding events. This is excluding Domain Guard. Because Domain Guard gives you a bunch of the things too. When they have double drop join up event, again, you get more. The ground controller uses frost damage, it does more. It's really weak to frost. This thing is allergic to frost damage. And I can see them giving us another one. If CN gets one, we'll get one. And the thing is with like the main guard, it's not like they're like, they actually reward people hoarding, right? They don't really, it's not like they're really rewarded for that. There was like a flag for domain guard on the test server. We'll probably get it in 5.0 actually. We might get it on 5.0 actually for global. We might. Because there was a flag for it in on the test server. I don't know why, but like when you were like looking at it the other day, there was like a flag here and it just showed domain guard. But like the requirements to trigger weren't met. I mean, I guess you can get the keys at a time. But like, here's the thing, right? The people who are hoarding, all they get from it is the fucking, the condoms. That's all they get. Because the other shit, they're not getting anything out of it anymore. The other shit, they're not getting shit from it. Because, the other thing it drops. It doesn't drop the Vera 2.0 gear. It doesn't. It drops the parts of it. And the parts of it have no use because research task doesn't take them anymore. It just gives you stuff for research. Except the research stuff doesn't use it. So like you're only really getting condoms from it. And technically some booster modules. The purple one. But again, you get like unlimited of those. Well, in the case of the people hoarding, they have no use for them. Outside of the condoms. And it's not like you're gonna have every single character anyways. That you can use condoms on. My ult has like condoms it can't use. It has hundreds of condoms it can't use. Because in order to actually use the condoms I have, I would have to pull stuff. Just so I can use the condoms. You're eventually gonna get to a point where like you can't really do anything with them. Yeah, like I have how many in my inventory for condoms? I have 644 condom free pick things. And then I have a bunch of other like random ones from the event shop as well. Because the event ones are random. Like I can't do anything with those condoms. And then like those are just the selector condoms. But what I can say though, it feels bad picking Yan Meow for when they gave us the boxer before. Because like Yan Meow's so useless. And especially when we're gonna get like another for Yan Meow. So it's like a -1 possible condom thingy. I should have picked Plotty or something. From that box. I should have, but oh well. You know that's not what we mean, Tara, by the condoms. You know that's not what we're talking about. Alright, let's get to the next ground controller. And like at this point, there's no, like, if you've been getting this shit regularly, there's no point in hoarding anymore. Because like, for me, like once I finish all this shit at 5.0, I'll already be at 10, 10, 10, 10. So like, there's like no point in even hoarding anymore. I might as well get the shit done now. Because I'll be at just 10, 10, 10, 10. So I'm like, yeah, I'm done hoarding. Especially because the exploration shit in 5.0 also gives the thing. And they're not raising the cap for us. So like, there's no point. We're not getting the cap raised. Yeah, it was 10-cent exclusive. And because they're not raising the cap, it's like, okay, I might as well just get it maxed out. I might as well fully max it. I'm better off fully maxing it now. As much as I can. But yeah, it's like, it might as well. Wow. I got cooked last second there. Yeah. Global is just not even dealing with that. Global's like, nah. It's not double the pain, it's 1.8x the pain. It's not exactly double, but 1.8x. At least for global, it's 1.8x, not double. Either way, it's still pain. 1.8 is not 2. Depends on what math we're talking about. Fun fact, if we're talking about how like damage stuff is calculated in games like Pokemon, 1.8 is actually 1. Pokemon damage calc is funny. They always round down. Like, for some reason, the way like the rounding shit is for like stuff being calculated in Pokemon, every single multiplier is when the thing is calculated at every step, and they always round down.
看好了，
It's always rounded down. No, so like you could have 1.99 and it will like in Game Freak they have like the Pokemon damage count, it'll round it down to 1. Even if you have 1.99, it will read it as 1. It's kind of why like if you ever seen like how shit works in Little Cup, it's weird. There's like really weird shit that goes on in like in Pokemon Little Cup because of how like bonkers the damage formula is when you have like no stats on both ends. Like you'll have things like Abra being used as a physical attacker. Fucking Abra viable as a physical attacker instead of using special moves in like Little Cup because of how weird the damage calculating formula is for Pokemon and rounding down. Yeah, everything is just lazily truncated like that, and that's why you have shit like you'll have shit like sometimes crits not even doing anything because you don't get the boost because your damage is not high enough to overcome the next HP threshold and shit. Things are a lot tankier in there too because of that stuff. Those weird quirks. It's just a really bizarre type of thing. Because like everything is level 5. You still get to max your EVs and IVs. But like, yeah. And it's because of that, like the stats you gain from EVs and IVs are a lot more impactful. Because of that as well. Than base stats. Though of course like, you know, shit like you can imagine shit like a Duraludon with its like really high base stats obviously still being too much for that type of tier because it has like 525 stat total or something. I don't know. I think it's 525. It might be higher, it might be lower. All I know is it's in the 500s range. It's why it's like Scyther is not good either. Is not allowed either because it's like 500. Yeah, Duraludon is 535. Oh. It has like stats of a starter. And then it evolves into Archaludon, which has 600. But like, in a way, it's kind of funny. Like, Duraludon's a baby Pokemon. You just look it up. It's like, what the fuck? That's technically a baby Pokemon. Yeah, we ran out of ground controllers because I killed them all. Might as well kill a Yingzao for the lulz. 535! Look at its defense stat too. You should see what it evolves into. You should see what it evolves into because it's like absolutely disgusting. The thing it evolves into is like really disgusting. it gets the ability stamina. Right, the thing it evolves into, which means every time it gets hit, its defense gets +1. It learns body press. So like, you know, it can do fighting type damage based off of its physical defense stat. And it's like actually a decently hard hitting attack. It's min-maxed like crazy for special attack. And it has a signature move. That's a solar beam. It's an electric type solar beam. Except it boosts its special attack when it's charging. And if it's in the rain, it automatically fires it off. DV Onyx. Buddy press on that. True. Onyx has like a stupid high defense stat. But then it has like an attack stat lower than Pidgey. Or something. It has like the attack stat of a Pidgey. It's so stupid. Like some of the freaking weird balancing on there. It's like, it has like what, 200 defense or something. But then it has like no attack. For a giant rock snake. Well, server down. Game EOS, guys. Right, game EOS, but like, yeah. This thing, right? Duraludon, right? Baby Pokemon. This is why it's not, people don't want it Little Cup. It's like, what the fuck is this? 120 special attack, 115 defense. It has 7 HP, right? Like, this is a fucking baby Pokemon. Yeah, it's 2-stage line. It's technically baby Pokemon. Oh no, this is what it evolves into. Well, here it evolves into this thing. It gets the ability stamina. When hit by an attack, gets a +1 defense, and like multi-hit moves will just stack it up. 130 defense, right? It has these stats. Speed don't change, but like it gets, you know, more HP and stuff, right? A little bit more special defense, but then it learns this move. Like, what the fuck is this? Right, it's electric type, so at least it's not stab, but like... Its fucking evolution is broken too. They ban it from standard play because it's like so broken. And it doesn't even get stab on it. Like, what it does, it's a 2-turn move, right? First turn, gathers electricity on the first turn, boosting special attack. Then fires a high voltage shot on the next turn. The shot will be immediately fired in the rain. So it's like, imagine Solar Beam, except it was electric type and it gets the 1-turn charge in the rain. But then on top, you get a +1 special attack before you fire it off. And you get it all on the same turn if it's raining. Right? And then you put it on something incredibly bulky. And then it's like, oh, if you get hit because you're very tanky, you then just go use body press and hit on the physical side too. You know, you can use body press because it gets body press. It gets it somewhere. But like, yeah, it gets body press. Yeah, from TM, this thing. 80 power fizz move, physical fighting type move. But it's like the user attacks using the defense stat. Yeah, for the last batch of transferees. So it's like you can't even use like a special wall against it. It's like it'll just hit you on the physical side. Because it also gets the move. Because why not? But then again, they're also in a game where fucking... You like Delibird, right? they got mechanized Iron Bun, the mechanized Delibird. You know, it was released at the same time, like, not the same time, the same generation as this fucking thing. This fucking Mecha Delibird. It's like Delibird got mad about people, like, you know, saying it was shit, so it came back for revenge. Look at its stats. Look at the stats on it. Look at the stats on it. Like, look at the stats. Oh, it gets better. Oh, look at its ability too. You should see its ability. It's like stupid fast, but it gets even faster. Don't worry, it gets even faster. You give it the booster energy, it gets another plus 50% to its speed. Right, high tall hour. Yeah, this thing. Boost the Pokemon's most proficient stat on electric terrain. Or if the Pokemon is holding booster energy. It's 30% boost on any other stat, but if it's speed, it gets a 50% boost. It's broken right now. Here's where it went. It's broken. So no chat today. It's broken. But yeah, they were like, hey, why not? Right, it lost the flying typing, but it gained the water typing. They're like, yeah, we'll make a Delibird like this. They'll just do this to Delibird. But yeah. Because why not? Oh, you thought that was funny, right? Look what they did to the fucking Mischievous. Alright, we got Mischievous over here. They gave it the fairy typing on top, because why not? Give it the best type in the game. And then its stats. It's slower than Delibird though. At least it's slower than Delibird. It's only 135. Look at its stats. 135. They gave it crack. Yeah, they gave it crack. Oh yeah, it gets the same type of ability, except that instead it's in the sun. Its ability gets boosted in the sun. Because why not boost it in the sun? It gets the boost in the sun instead. 30% to whatever its highest stat is, or 50% for speed. Because why not? Right, because why not? You know? Why not? That's the world we live in. I mean, you like speed, right? You know the move Trick Room, right? How it makes slow Pokemon go first? I dare it call. Look at the stats on this one. Look at the stats on this one. The stats on this one is funny. 200 speed. Why? Because just give it 200 speed. They're like, yep, we'll give it 200 speed. That's the stats they went with. I mean, the catch on this one though, it gets like no coverage. It gets like no coverage moves. Yeah. They're like, we'll give it 200 speed. Because why not? You know? It's the fastest thing. It's so fast, if you use agility 3 times, you break Trick Room. Right? It's so fast that you can actually outrun Trick Room. Because Trick Room works by triggering a stat overflow. But because you're so fast, you actually won't trigger the stat overflow. Because for some reason Trick Room works by doing this. It changes your speed stat to 10,000 and then subtracts your original speed stat. But the value overflows at 8192. No, you're actually gonna underflow and you won't overflow. So basically, the way it works is in Trick Room. The way it works, the calc. I think it's mentioned here. Or not. But basically, you can get so fast that you're too slow. Yeah, here we go, here. Basically, due to the way Trick Room works, by affecting speed calculations, if your Pokemon hits 18 or 09 speed or more, it will still act before slower Pokemon. Even in Trick Room. Because the way it works is this. Trick Room does 10,000 minus actual speed stat. And then you have the 8192 there. And basically you're supposed to overflow your speed stat. But if you have if you're slower, your speed will be higher because you're subtracting a lesser value. Right? So you would have a higher value. The thing is, if your speed stat is 1809 or higher, you will instead have exactly 8,191 speed, or a bit less than that. So you won't overflow. So you'll be the fastest. But yeah. It's so dumb. Yep. It'll still be 8191. So you just end up being too fast. You can't they can't contain it. It can actually do that. But you need to use agility 3 times. For it to actually get that fast. You need to use 3 agilities. Or you can use 2 agilities and a tailwind. But that's its own other thing. It's because they're weird numbers thing. It's because of the actual data size that it stores for the speed. That's why. They don't store that many. They don't store that much. That's why it's like that. It's because of the actual thing that's storing the value for your speed stat has a cap. And that's why you're overflowing it. Because they never changed it. Since Gen 3, I think it was. It was different in Gen 1 because in Gen 1 and 2, if you hit 999 and you got a +1 or anything to push you over 999, you start back from 0. And you count up from 0 again. But they changed it in Gen 3 onwards to cap your stat at 8191. Anything higher than that will overflow back to 0. They changed how the actual thing was stored. And they never changed it since. It's just always been that way. It's dumb. And that's how you can get too fast for Trick Room. You know? Oh yeah. Yeah, because your speed is tied to your crit rate in Gen 1. Or like how focus energy would actually make it so you never crit. If you use focus energy, instead of boosting your crit chance, you never crit. But the thing is also with crits in Gen 1, it ignores all stat changes, including your positive ones. Yeah, the missing 100% accuracy move? Yes. Yeah, that's its own other thing. That's its own other thing. But yeah. Like, it's just dumb, like, where things have gone. But then again, it's like, imagine Gen 10's box art. Right, because, like, we're in a world where this is the fucking box art things now. You know, this shit. Or it's just like, yeah. I mean, like, okay, special attack not that high. It's only 135. You know, you have, like, Groudon and stuff at, like, hitting, like, 150 or something. Right, it's like, okay, only 135. But then it's just like, nah. We heard you like multipliers. So we'll give you a multiplier on your multiplier on your multiplier. They're like, okay, you're electric type. You summon electric terrain when you come in. And then you get a 33% special attack boost because you're in electric terrain. Because why not? Because you already set it up. Oh, and electric type moves get a 30% damage boost in electric terrain. Instead of multiplying your crit rate by 4, it divides it by 4. Gen 1 had its own set of really stupid things, man. Or like how Psychic type was immune to Ghost type. In Gen 1. Not like it mattered, you only had like Lick. Gen 1 only had like Lick as the Ghost type move or something else. They had like no Ghost type moves in Gen 1. Right, and it wasn't until Gen 5 where like Curse was still like question mark type until Gen 5. The question mark type. And they're like, nah, okay, now it's Ghost type. But yeah. It's just funny and dumb in its own ways. But yeah, like, we live in a world where, like, this is the shit that they're putting on box arts. You know, just make it stupid fast. Give it stupid stats. And then give it like, an ability to summon something to make its stats even more ridiculous. While still being under the stat total. You got Pokemon power creep, it's dumb. Like, it's so dumb that, like, what people do is they just put a freaking choice specs on it, and then they just use a Volt Switch. Because it's like, well, you know, you get a 30% boost from the terrain, 33% boost on top of that, a separate multiplier for being electric type. No, not for being electric type, for the ability, the Hadron Engine. And then it's like, give it another 50% multiplier for a choice specs. And it's like, hey, if you're gonna get locked into a move, why not a move that lets you unlock yourself by switching you out? Yeah, if Pokemon moves are actually realistic. Yep. Oh, that's true. Urshifu just ignores Protect. Yeah, Urshifu just has ability that's like, yeah, so, if Pokemon uses move that makes direct contact, it can attack the target, even if the target protects itself. Oh, and don't think you can intimidate it or, like, lower its attack stat. Don't think you can set up screens and stuff either, because for some reason they're like, nah. We'll give it a signature move. Multi-hit signature move, right? it will always crit too, right? You can't use Focus Sash because it hits 3 times. It always crits, and you can't protect against it. Why? Because. Just because, you know? Just because. Just because. The fucking world we live in. They're like, yeah, nah, this shit, we put this. Oh, and you know, this is just, you know, like normal tier Pokemon, the group it under, you know? Like, it's not even like box art tier stats. They're just like, yeah, here you go. But we're still gonna min-max it to Kingdom Come. Because why not? But yeah, like that's what we live in, man. Oh yeah, here's something funny. I tweeted it earlier. So I saw this video in my recommendation. It's called How to Kill a Nation. Right? If I refresh this page, it's about Canada, and they're like, here you go, you're not alone, and they give you a fucking suicide helpline is what's recommended. Fucking Google is like, yep. Because reasons. You know, that's the world we live in here. Alright, let's do Snowbreak dailies first. And then we'll do reacts after. How long is the maintenance for? Oh. Fucking the Snowbreak. What the hell is Snowbreak? I swear, like when you drag the Snowbreak window, it just like borks itself. It's annoying. Alright, let's just it doesn't fix itself properly until like your thing. Alright, cool. Neural sim stuff. We'll probably like bank all the stuff for Infinity Nikki for later. We'll probably like do it sometime next week or something. I don't know. It was annoying though, like when I went to try and do my dailies off stream. They forced me into looking at like a bunch of new shit. And held me hostage for a bit. Yeah, he kidnaps you. It's really fucking annoying. Why'd they have to do that, man? It's really fucking annoying that they kidnap you. Like, there's no reason to do it. But they fucking kidnap you. Wait, what was I missing here? Wait. Oh yeah, personal file. But yeah, like the Snowbreak thing kind of put Pega that we gotta do quotas. I've only have like, what, 8 days so far out of 20? But yeah. Okay. Right, event thingy. Yeah, we just do a round of hide and seek. And then we'll do the other event thing. It's just kind of dumb how we have to, like, do this drip feeding, though. We gotta just drip feed doing shit in here. Right, we're just drip feeding it. Because they want quantity instead. But you know, it is what it is. Alright. Okay, we gotta find the people. Wait. Okay, wait. I got a double. Man, that's annoying that it's like if you use it right away, you just lose it. Fuck, wait, I have to like wait. Cause it just picks up the guy instead of like, and like it keeps him there. Oh, and if you're here, it just won't show them. Fucking hell, man. What the hell? The hider moved? Oh, I saw a guy moving. Alright, they're over here somewhere. God damn it. But I caught like more of the hiders, man. Oh wait, wait, it says funny that the description from the leakers about Pokemon Gen 10 is pretty much Alola again, but the Greek Islands. Platinum is still your favorite game of the bunch. Platinum fixed the garbage shit that was going on in the other stuff. Oh yeah, here Cork. Something I forgot to mention. So they're going to be giving us free gear soon. For people to start off, 900 elemental attack, 100 elemental attack, with a bit of HP and resistance is gonna be the thing there. Or there's gonna be the 3250 crit plus 70 elemental attack plus 50 universal attack plus and a bunch of HP will be on there. A 1000 attack actually. That's better than what you're having. You were talking about that you had. It's meh. But like, hey. That's basically like if you had mineral gear. With the changes. That'll be like the new mineral. Apparently $5 box is refreshing and it's gonna have Fesa in it. Oh neat, I can finally get Fesa then. I'll just get the $5 box for Fesa. CN had different stats on theirs though. No Flinghan, I already have Linghan though. Alright, on to the next one of these. Oh, the Guardian 2, got it. We'll do this one. Alright, because we gotta like drip feed this shit. Of course. Alright, let's see. Whatever. I see. Now it doubles up. Triples up now. Let's go. Bigger AoE. Easy. On to the next one. Alright, we got Infernal Blaze. We still don't have the things to buy for them, though. Okay. Yeah, CN got a different stat there. Because CN stat ranges are different. Okay, let's see. God damn it. I want the other, like, buff thing here. There we go. Sure. They explode now. Okay. I shoot a bit slower, but then explode. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And that one gives kinetic damage boost. Alright, let's see. I know I've never played Kerbal Space Program. I've heard of it, I've never played it though. I've heard of it though. I could charge thing. No, I'll take that. Alright, we get another drill. Oh, we get even more light drills. We can make them vulnerable on the light with the light drill. Light drill just does a lot of damage, goddamn. Light drill good. Like, actually. Alright, we can go duty units. And then we have the other thing there. Oh, that's Frost unit. Oh yeah, and how do we get the currency here? That's the unyielding defense thing to get those other skills. Alright, put that guy on duty. I clutched Jean. Yeah, I did get her. We got her on release a week ago, a week and a bit ago. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I want the drill. Reduces enemy movement speed. Yes, please. Inflict vulnerable, yes please. Take that. We'll have him toss more ice blades then. Increase special light drills inflicted vulnerability to 60%, and its duration by 4 seconds. Sure. What else do we get? Damn, no more drill boosts. Okay, let's see. They explode. Hey, at least like you can get like exploding bullets on the turret. I didn't go to pity. It was like almost all. I think I was at like 70 like 1 or something. I don't remember. I re-uploaded it as a video on my YouTube channel. It's on my YouTube channel. But yeah. Okay. What we got here? There's the cryo laser. Alright, let's see. They get the slow. Alright. Drill inflicts the vulnerability. Yep. Sure, more ice blades. More drills. And then we just clear this thing. The drill upgrade seems like it'd be really strong long term probably. Drill seems good. And then chaos damage with the stuff here. Right, what else we got? Does the duty units increase? Or do we only get one this time? Because like before, I thought we could get like 2 of them. Or something. before. What are the upgrades here? Increases the range by 5 meters, gives it more damage. That one gives it a bigger size. Yeah, because this thing just like spams the speed reduction and like the vulnerability stuff. So like having the drill seems like it'd be good. We'll give it another black hole then. Give it another black hole on top. Right. Sure, give it a reduced cooldown. Reduce the cooldown further, why not? Let's see. Now that the shit explodes when they get hit. Increases black hole's attraction range and attraction distance. Okay. Cool. Bigger black hole now. More vulnerability. More good. Even more attraction range. Sure, everything can be burning. Sure, bigger explosion range. Sure, more of that stuff. Take more light drills. Are the light drills even being fired? They are. Okay. But yeah, more freedom. Sure, more freedom. What's the next one we unlocked? The Sapper. What the hell does a Sapper do? Between Chaos Energy Orbs, increase the interval, okay. And then Thermal is last. It's interesting how we get Thermal last now. Before Thermal was like first. Now it's the last one we get. Alright, let's see. Decreases the interval, sure. Throw two of them now. Okay, so like the Sapper could be good for like grouped up AoE shit. But like the orbs don't go very far though. That's like the thing. Alright, let's see. More light drills. Alright, come on. Alright, that one's dead. No, we don't get the actual nice one until the very end. Because of course we don't. Alright, what do we got here? Fine, I'll get another drill. Give me a bigger explosion AoE. Number explosions, but reduce the thing. Big bullet explosion there. Why am I not getting the fire trap though? They think can apply. Alright, come on. Sure, I'll just double the turret damage now. Alright, let's see. We just gotta kill the ones here. And then we can unlock the last one. What do we get as the last one? That guy. Right, he gets more range, more damage, all the other shit. Alright, let's see. Take that one. Oh, they changed what the cocktails look like. Interesting. Alright, let's go with the vulnerability on the drills. The frequency of fire drop by 20%. Okay. More vulnerability increase. I'll take those. Right, just need a couple more levels. At least the drill like slows them down a bit. Alright, that's cleared. Alright, we got all of that done. Now we have this thing. That gives electric damage boost, I guess, today. Oh, we get to have 2 duty units now. So we can do these 2. Alright, and start with that. Okay. Let's start with this. Take that one. Take that one. And then take that. Oh, it's been a mess, man. You missed the shit that I was like ranting about earlier. Oh well. Ooh, drill boost. Let's go. Alright, we'll take that one then. Take that. Yeah, I'll take those buffs. Alright, what can we get? What else can we get here? Oh, we got a boss here. Shit, this thing is stupid tanky. Alright, cool. 2 drill boosts and then the thunder strike. Yeah, zombie apocalypse, man. Yeah, I'm gonna lose. Cause like my shit's not upgraded yet. My shit's not upgraded yet. So we lose. Alright, let's see. We can buy stuff here. Give it more range as well. Oh, you can like keep buying upgrades for some of them. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll get Molotov cocktail. Another drill. Bigger AoE, sure. More cannons fired. Alright, we'll take extra cannon fired. More AoE. Then we'll take that. Alright, what'll I get? Increase damage by 60%. Okay. Would have preferred if we got something for the drill though. I'm sure we'll give it that one. More drills. And then we'll give it that. Right, cause like the drills will just like screen wide, like hit everything and make them vulnerable. Which is good. Sure. Increased drills, special damage. Get the vulnerability, get another cocktail. Odin Valhalla. What the hell is that? Is it another, like, Pepega Gotcha, I guess? Just another one of the slop? Alright, what do we got? More fuel for the thingy. Alright, let's see. Wait, how do I get... What's the HP recovery? How the hell does the HP recovery work? It didn't even work. Korean Infinite Grind MMO? Yeah, no thanks. Don't want no Pepega Korean Grind MMO. Oh, and then you can like buy the upgrade things here. Yeah, so drill is now fully upgraded. Wait, how did like the thing go again? To unlock this stuff? Oh, you actually have to put them under duty logs for it to count for that stuff. Interesting. If you don't use them under duty logs, it doesn't count them. Okay. Let's go upgrade this thing. Wait, what's cryo raise? Yeah, I'll just put... Sure, we'll do those next. Because why not? Alright, let's give this a shot. Let's go upgrade the thing here. Yeah, toss an extra Molotov. Get the drill one. Ooh, we can make it stun. Extra stun. Yeah, drill putting in work. Early on. Right, can give it vulnerable. You can give it that. Give it this thing. Give it that. I need more drill. Sure, more vulnerability for them. Alright, let's see. Take that one. And we'll take more drills. And then we just wait. Yeah, the drill upgrades looked like they were like really, the really smart choice. Getting that stuff like, really upgraded. Oh, I didn't get another one. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ooh, more drills. Alright, just more drills to really slow them down. Yeah, this works really well on these. And then we can take that one. Yeah, auto grind. Yeah, this is working really well because we got the drill upgrades. The drill is really good. Cause like it hits everything and it keeps going. And it stuns everything briefly. And applies a slow. It just actually cleared it. Yeah, like it actually cleared it. The drill is way too OP, man. Like it just straight up like actually clears the thing. Yeah, like it's new stuff. I didn't even refresh the thing. Oh yeah, let's go again. Drill is like hard carrying, man. The drill is hard carrying. Because it has a stun. Yeah, we know the drill by now. Because the thing even works on the boss. But yeah, now we need to try to get more drills to get like fired off. It especially helps that the drill will just like pass through everything. Oh, we'll just let it hit harder now. I still would like to have more drills instead of just the 2. But yeah, like, we have the AoE shit here though, at least. Good AoE coverage. Increase all units damage by 20%, that's at least nice. Yeah, we're still at 100% HP. God damn. Get another drill. Well, we have 4 drills now, but still not at the cap of drills. But more drills, more better. But like, yeah, it's just really good at clearing them. Alright, like, the crazy part was we're at 100% HP. Still. The drill is just way too OP. But yeah. Wow, that's like so useless. Restores 20% HP, of the defense line's HP. I'm still at full HP. So there's like nothing to restore. I'm sure turret gonna do more damage. Not like I'm using it. I don't even have to shoot. Why dare you sweep that stuns, slows, and make things take more damage? Yeah, it's stupid, man. It stuns, it slows, everything takes more damage. It even stuns the boss. Right, like I don't even have to shoot. let's see. We gotta get that one upgraded anyways. Alright, we'll use that one. We'll pair it with that. Why not? Might as well get like everything slowly upgraded. Where's the drill? Come on, give me drill. There we go, there's the drill. But yeah, like, shit just getting hard carried by the drill. Alright, let's see. More drill. I don't have the stunning boost for the drill yet, though. Oh, we took 1% hit of damage. Bigger black hole AoE, I guess. Alright, we can slow them down, give drill more damage, give me another drill. I'll take the laser then. Still no stun yet. That's unfortunate. But now we got 3 lasers that can come down. Triple laser. Anyways, the drills will just chunk everything. Alright, we just sit here and chill as it does its thing. There's the stun. Another one of those. More drills. Extra stun now. No, like, yeah, this is even more fucked because it's like the things can't even do anything because the drill is just stopping it. Stopping everything. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this is these ones suck. The laser and the black hole thingy sucks. So we're not getting that many things there. Wow, useless turret damage. Oh, useless. I guess we're back to full health again. Right, we get to go back to full health again. Alright, let's see. Take the drill there. I'm sure we'll get another laser. We start with 3 drills, 3 lasers, 2 black holes. Alright, let's see. Movement speed reduction. need the stunning one. Not that one, but whatever. Alright, more drills. Take that one, take that one. Get the stun from the drill. And then I'll take that. Ooh, another drill boost. Even bigger stun. We already get the drill cleaning. Entire screen wiping again. I don't know what they were thinking when they designed this one. It's way too OP compared to all the other ones. Having the drill like this. Yeah, boss already dead. And we can go get another buff. Right, cooldown reduction and then more black hole range distance stuff. Right, another black hole boost. Rip, useless turret damage boost. Oh yeah. They updated the game mode and the fucking new drill is broken here. The new thing is broken here. Drill with anything just works. It's just way too good. The drill is just way too good. Alright, let's see. Oh, do we need to get now? We need those ones. We got those ones. Oh yeah, the cryo one needs to get done. And then this thing too. I'll put that one with... This is the laser one. Yeah, I'll just do it, those two together. Again, like, the drill will just hard carry them. Get the stun. The laser one's so bad because it's like all the way over there. You can't really make use of it. Alright, let's see. Take that one. Get the drill one. Another drill one. And then another drill. Alright, we gotta do this enough to get everything unlocked on them. Alright, we'll add another drill, add another one. Get the vulnerability thing here. Get the extra stun. Get the extra explosion there. Oh cool, they all get the damage boost. That's nice. Especially because the drill can make use of that too. But yeah, like, it's just so dumb. No. This is just to, like, upgrade the stuff for later. Yeah, because you can move at a 3 times speed, it helps. I mean, there is, but fucking Tower of Adversity's Pepega, man. You what? You really like your stupid circle with a timer? It's so dumb too, because it's like they make open world game, but the entirety of your content confines you to a stupid circle with a timer. Like, what the fuck? Why? They can't figure out how to design, like, actual shit? So they confine you all into a stupid circle with a timer? You know what's funny? Like, this is not an open world game. But the fucking equivalent for a Snowbreak to that, you actually move around. And you go between rooms. And you have shit to hide behind. It's so dumb. I mean, that exists in Snowbreak. I'll show it what it is after. They have a thing like that. It's a joke. Right, it resets twice a month. You actually move around in there. The fucking endgame in a lot of these gachas is stupid anyways, man. It's like really stupid anyways. Alright, let's see. Get more drill damage. Does the vulnerability stuff even really stack properly? Well, lasers at the very back. Not like it matter. We just wait here and it'll clear it. Yeah, they're not hitting the front. So the drill has to do all the work. For this one. Drill actually just doing all the work here. Right, because laser's not gonna hit anything. Alright, we go over here. Alright, we got more point stuff there. But yeah, so like... What? Neural Sim is like your boss thing. You clear this shit, you get gems and stuff every week. Right, you get your stuff here. You can always clear the other part, but like... You get 300 per boss, so 600 there. Then you get... Oh, not that thing. Your underground purge. This thing. Jodan Tunnel. It's this thing. I forgot what the rest of the rewards of this shit in here is because I already claimed it. But like, yeah, you got your two teams, you know, first, second. You go through all that. You just go, you do your setup here. You know, here's the funny part though. Like, you're in here. You actually move around between rooms. The rooms are different for the things. And this is not an open world game. You know, it's kind of funny. The irony here, man. A giant letter E made of metal in the game. Then we truly would have iron E, yeah.
Not enough to change anything.
Alright, then you go to the other side. The bosses are put in the other thing, in Neural Sim. You got your mobbing here. They separate them. But yeah, it's funny, right? This not open world game, but we're moving a lot more here than in like actual open world game. It's stupid. What do you think about it?
My turn?
Right, like it's really, really stupid. Why the hell this one? We actually move around. We have shit in the thing, in the rooms. But then actual open world games like, nah. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, like, that's like the other thing too with the stupid open world gacha combat. You literally, like, once you're locked onto a target, you can let go of WSAD and have 0 directional input. And then all you gotta do is press your attack buttons, whatever your rotation is, in order, and that's it. That's all you gotta do. You don't even need any directional input. Right? Like the dodge will just, you know, perfect dodge will deal with the avoiding shit for you. So you just press right click or shift or whatever to do that at the right time. Otherwise, you just spam your left click and use your skills when they're available, in order, whatever the order your rotation is. And like it's just so dumb and pathetic when you think about it, right? It's just like it makes you think, like what the fuck.
ほう、さすが分析員だな。強者の選択だぞ。
Alright, we were gonna like upgrade the thing here. The other one, but yeah. Alright, let's see. We need the drill. I'll take that. But yeah, like, it's just really dumb, but, you know, that's just the reality of it all. But hey, you know, all people need is just, you know, a very flashy cutscene. And the character simping for your main character. And people go crazy over that. Everything else don't matter. Alright, we get the speed reduction. Vulnerability. And then another drill. Could have been great if we could get the stun, but that's unfortunate. No stun. Alright, I'll stretch. Oh yeah, thanks for this stretch request. Alright. There we go, there's the stun. Another set of drills. The other stun. Get that thing. Now we get more explosions. But yeah, the drill is just hard carrying. Really, really hard carrying here. Alright, let's see. Yeah. If the game earns well, it's popular with more views. Yeah. The actual quality of, like, actually having the game doesn't matter. The game part doesn't matter. Well, welcome, Raiders. Welcome. 1 million viewers. Welcome.
Yeah, right here we good.
Oh, we got,
You know what? Actually,
Scarlet Violet stuff?
Oh no.
that is actually slightly somewhat
Okay.
Oh.
Fire Rage, Shadow Legends. Okay, then. Okay, here's a fun challenge if you ever feel like hating yourself in playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Play through the entire game and beat it without using a single attacking move. It's possible. You just have to get creative. Also, you'll have to lose the tutorial first battle on purpose. And then you're gonna have to, like, if you were to do it, catch a wild Hoppip at the start, because that will be your starter. If you were to like actually do that, go through the process of like playing through all of that without using a single attacking move. Oh, it's doable. A while back, actually, I beat Scarlet and Violet without a single attacking move, including the DLC. Alright, the Terrapagos fight, probably the hardest one, because you have to like figure out how you're gonna stall it and get around the fact that it blocks you from using status moves. You have to get creative. Oh, and you're gonna need you would need to stock up on a lot of PP restoring moves, items, because you're just basically gonna be sitting there spamming protect and shit. You're doing Minecraft. I see. Technical difficulties? Yeah, I've been having some myself too. My chat widget is like borked. Sheep chat has just been borked. It's been looking like that, so I just turned it off. Normally I'd have my chat above me. Yeah, neutralizing gas, deadly, with deadly poison. With badly poison, that doesn't work on a lot of things, actually. You can't use that as well. The Starmobile fights are interesting because they're scripted to be immune to status moves as well. You can pain split them, but like, a lot of things just don't work. You had to get creative on that. You have to rebuild OBS and VTube Studio. Yeah, it's pain when like OBS like gets boring and you have to reset up everything in your panels and everything. It sucks when that happens. Focus Sash Whimsicott. I mean, here's the thing though. You use Pain Split, you drop it down, and then like you still need to kill the thing. Right? So you would have to figure out another way to deal with it. It's a funny little challenge there. Oh yeah, and also there's the other thing that's funny too, right? The Miraidon or Koraidon fight at the end of the main thing. Oh, that's entirely scripted. If you somehow figure out a way to just stall with item use, I think it was after like 7 or 8 turns, it will automatically force you to attack it. Even if you stall it, it will just automatically do it for you. It'll just play the animation. It won't even pop up like the thing with the option to fight. It'll just be like, oh, you took too long. And then it just goes and kills the thing for you if you try to stall it out. But for like all the other things in there, it's completely possible to beat it without any attacking move. But it's extremely painful to go through. But it's funny in its own way as like an interesting puzzle there. And like you can use like at least the auto battle thing as a way to like grind EXP at least, because you don't actually have to go into a battle. At least that part, it's like fine. Salt Cure does damage. Salt Cure is a 40 base power move, I think. You can't use Salt Cure because it's a damaging move. The whole idea is like no damaging moves. But like, yeah, if you get hit and like you can get Baneful Bunker to trigger, that could work for some things. Not all things. Same thing with Spiky Shield. Spiky Shield's like another option too. Right? Spiky Shield. Get hit with Contact 1, they take damage. Sandstorm is another thing you could use as well. Setting up with Sandstream and stuff. Like, that's another thing. Right. But yeah, like, Soul Cure wouldn't work, because, yeah, it has a base power. It is a physical contact damaging move as well. Right, because like the whole idea is to do without using like damaging moves. Alright, I'll see you around then. We're just waiting through this thing. Doing this stuff in Snowbreak here. It's not gonna give us the last two drill buffs. Oh, another laser one. Oh, it's about to be finished. And then we can switch it to another thing. Alright. Right, so that thing has all its buffs there. Let's go upgrade this thing. Right, and then we got this one we gotta deal with. Right, we can use that one with the ice slash one. Wait, why does this thing even have like a cooldown thing? Weird. Alright, we'll do it with this setup. Hopefully we can get another drill at the start. Come on, give me drill. There we go, drill. Alright. Let's see. Well, let's watch it AFK this. We'll watch it go through. Right, ice blades. Okay, I can get another thunder strike. Drill vulnerability. Get the stun. Too bad I don't have the extra drills. It's dying down there. It's just like letting it stay there. Alright, let's see. More drills. Another thing tossed. Oh, that one's useless. Yeah, I need more drills. This set up even more Pepega. God damn it. I want more of the drill stuff. There we go. Now we can slow everything down with the drills. Alright. Come on. Oh, that's not drill. But yeah, at least this is... Well, it's doing what it's doing. Alright, that one has knockback now. Alright, we got another drill. But yeah, like, the drill just does all the work here. It's all on the drill. Yeah, thanks for the follow as well. The drill just does everything. They, like, really didn't balance the things in this mode that well. Yeah, I'm still here. Sometimes. Okay, well, we need the other thing, right? We need one more of those. And then all the things will be upgraded. Alright, we gotta focus on the drill. Upgrading the drill one. Oh, that's the different thing. This is not like my normal luck anyways. This one was just done as a joke for something else. Normally, I haven't used it in like a week. Let me reopen it. Let me pull it up. I have like so many different variations. This one was like a joke of like if I fuse the two different versions together, I was like, sure, what happens? Cause let me pull it up again. The window board. I have a... Normally it's this. But then... I have a different one. Where I swap the whole palette around. Where we have that. And then I have different like outfits for all of the thing. And then I was like experimenting. And then I just, what happened if I combine the hair? And that's how we end up with this. But yeah. Because normally, they're not mixed. But like for the lulz, I mixed them. Because I was like messing around with something. Alright. But yeah. Alright, this thing almost... cleared this wave. Alright, here we go. You're 3 days in, I see. I believe we're getting they're giving us directly the free Nita soon. Without having to do the crazy puzzle. To get her. Eh. I named it for what, like after what it's being used for. The relay bot. Yeah, 2 more days, yeah. Right, it's the 29th already. Come on, give me more drill. Nope. Just thunderstrike damage. It felt like a fetch quest. I guess that's one way to think about it. Because you do move. You know, it's funny though, right? Like, you look at these gacha games for what they are. It is funny how, like, this one has you moving around more than an actual open world game. It's dumb. Really dumb. Okay, let's see. More drills, yes. Yeah, the ice blade launching thing is like really Papega. I'm gonna guess like the mode that's just gonna open in a few days though. Oh, the other one is just gonna be an endless mode. That's my guess. I just wait for this thing to die. Alright, and then we get this one. Get the electrical grid now. Finicord with Anya Exuvia. Wait, does Anya Exuvia even work? Wait, no, that doesn't work. Anya Exuvia, yeah, because Fanny Cornet does not do skill damage. It doesn't count for like skill use when she shoots. That I like Anya Exuvia wouldn't do anything. Like she's like a weirdly scuffed support with how they designed her. Cause like in practice she's only like really used with like Cherno 5-star or like what else? Like technically the old Chenxing also works in a scuffed way, but like it's kind of weird. Yeah, cause like Fanny Cornet does ballistic damage. Using Fanny Cornet with Fanny Starshine though works for the ammo. Yeah. Like the other thing too is like Anya Exuvia doesn't even work with the newer Anya from the previous patch. With the one that turns into the tornado thingy. She doesn't even work with that. Because like you don't shoot at all. And like you need to fill up the you need to like charge up Exuvia by shooting. Alright, let's see. Yeah, she's still a good skill damage support, but like, it's just the thing you're using it with is a lot more limited. That's like the problem there. What you can actually use it for is like use it with. Alright, let's see. Grab that one. Alright, that one's maxed out now. Yeah, that's the thing with tier lists, man. Tier lists are kind of stupid when you have no context. That's the problem with tier lists. As like nice as they are, they're completely useless when you're not given context for them. Because, like, a lot of the meaning is, like, lost when you don't have the context. Like, that's the problem with tier lists. Yeah. Like, when you don't have, like, all the information and proper context, stuff gets lost. And you end up saying shit that, like, probably isn't a thing. Yeah, like, unfortunately, things don't work out that way. Just because they're the same, like, element damage type, it doesn't mean you would use them like that. If you want universal support, though, there's Etchel. Etchel is, like, universal. She just, buffs the attack stat, and she gives, like, broken healing. Like, really, really broken healing. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, the type of damage is more important. Are they doing ballistic damage or skill damage? And what you want for those is different. Right? Like, what you wanted for Fanny Cornet is something for, like, ballistic damage. Which, like, Starshine gives you a bunch of, buffs for that, for shooting. And also gives you extra magazines, so you don't have to, like, reload. By using her support skill. Starshine, for example. Right, that would be like a good like ballistic damage support there. Like other stuff as well that is nice. Like Acacia Kaguya, I mean you got shred stuff I guess. Not the most amazing now. Right, that was like the first limited character though, but like what else can we do? Right. Some cases for speedrunning like Mosher can work with like anything. Tess, again. Right? Because like, but yeah, like with like ballistic damage. What else is there like thing? But like yeah, Etchel is just everyone. Everyone can use Etchel. Because Etchel just gives a very generic buff. But a very strong one. Yeah, and then like Jade Arc. No, here's the thing with Jade Arc. Jade Arc is like a mess because here's the thing. She uses ballistic. She can use ballistic damage to deal skill damage. But the thing is, the skill hits don't count as ballistic damage hits. So like the problem with Jade Arc as well, like why you can't really use Jade Arc with Exuvia is that you're not going to be shooting enough to charge up Exuvia. You won't actually be able to like actually charge up her sub skill here because with Jade Arc. But what's funny though is like the actual skill hits from her Jade Arc skill, despite scaling from ballistic damage, it also does make use of skill damage boost. So like Riptide, the skill boost you get from Riptide, right? Like the logistics set, just by having her deployed, useful. And then there's like also her weapon and everything. But yeah. Honestly, some of it just doesn't make much sense. But like the thing is too, because you're not shooting from the mag when you're using what's it called again? Jade Arc skill, you cannot make use of Starshine's buff. Like the main thing. Like the main buff from Starshine. Because it's not ammo related. It needs to consume ammo to use the Starshine buff. But yeah. But like the thing is, like they're giving us a bunch of skill damage units again, but it's like they haven't really given us a good support for it. So it's like the best support you can have for just skill damage without shooting is the Marion Riptide. Yeah, we got back to back to back. It's like back to back to back, right? Because even then, like, yeah, she can scale off of ballistic damage, but Jade Arc is still a skill damage unit. It can scale off of crit damage, it can scale off of skill damage, and it can scale off ballistic damage. but the actual game treats it internally the hits as skill damage, not as ballistic damage. Which is its own mess. But like, yeah, like that's the problem with tier lists. They don't give you context. And when you don't have context, you know, you don't know what the hell is going on. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Yeah. Hold off pulling, yeah. Right. Because, like, not everything is always that simple. Unfortunately. It'd be nice if things were, but, you know, reality at times can be disappointing. Yeah, like, you like the shooting focus one? I mean, 5-star Haru was like, you still had to aim for skill spam for 5-star Haru. I mean, like, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, the game itself is very easy. Once you got, like, enough stuff set up, the game itself is very easy if you don't care about, like, neural sim ranking. And you don't even get to see the leaderboard anyways, right? So, at the end of the day, play what you like. And, cause, like, at the end of the day, right? If you don't like what you're playing, you're not gonna like it anyways. The game itself is very easy. You can slowly farm dupes anyways as well. From personal file, make sure you do those every day. Right, you can slowly farm shards for that. But yeah, like, you just find things that can work together for what you're trying to do. Because, like, again, it's like, if you don't like what you're playing, well, then why are you even playing it? Right? And, like, here's the thing, too. If you're thinking about pulling things just because of meta, the reality is, if that was the case, the amount of shit you would have to use the thing in to break even versus the amount of resources you put in versus the rate you're gonna get stuff back from doing that, like, it's not gonna pay for itself, you know, like, just by you doing it actively for years. And that's, like, the case for, like, every gacha game, right? Keep that in mind, right? Like, you think of it this way, right? Let's say it takes you 90 pulls, for example, 90 pulls, you know, we'll just say 80 pulls, to pull a 5-star character, right? It takes you, as well, you need 160 premium currency per pull. That is, 12,800. Realistically, by playing the meta to go clear specific content in this case, in other games it's actually far worse. When you consider the rewards you get back, how long will it take for you to get back this initial resource that you dumped in? Right? And when you start thinking about it that way, the shit stops making sense. And, like, there's no point. You can apply this to literally any other gacha game. It's all the same. You just change the numbers to match what's the reality there. You're never going to break even. You know, let's say, you know, like, every month, if you get the maximum reward, you get, let's say, what was it for that stuff? Well, let's say it's like 1,400 premium currency, right? You know, 12,800, divide that by 1,400. Well, that's gonna take 9 months. But, and let's say you use 6 characters in there. You then multiply that amount by how many things you used, right? And then you'll get the real amount to actually break even. So let's say you use 6 characters. Well, that's actually going to take you 54 months. There's 12 months in a year, and now we're at 4.5 years. Right? And this is, like, that's the reality. It can get a lot worse. You know, like, in some games, let's say it's 160 premium currency. and guarantee pities 160 pulls. Now you're looking at 25,600. And let's say you get, from doing the thing, you get like 700 back per monthly reset, right? Except, on top of that, you're using like 9 characters or whatever, right? Now we're looking at 330 months. You know, you go divide that by 12 months in a year. Now you're looking at a 27-year investment of using them every single time for 27 years of resets straight. And that's your break-even point. That's why, like, looking at it from a reward perspective is really stupid in these games. Because if you're chasing after it for the sake of getting the reward, you're never going to break even. You're just never going to. And like, again, like with Snowbreak, the game is very easy. It's very, very easy. Like, you just put stuff together and eventually you'll clear it. You don't need to deal with the harder difficulty modes if you're not ready for it. Right? It is what it is. But yeah, like, easy mode still get the same amount of gems as the harder difficulty. Yeah. Even less reasons then to do harder difficulty. Yep, pretty much that. And like the thing is, like with a lot of these games anyways, they don't balance it around max potential. They're not balanced around that. But yeah, like, either way, end of the day, game very easy anyways. Right, and you just started, so it's gonna take you a while anyways. It's not like you're gonna thing, yeah. Day 1 player has advantage with rankings, but like in this case, it doesn't even matter, man. Like, you're not really getting anything from rankings anyways. Yeah. That's why instead it's like, why are you doing it? You gotta think to yourself why you're doing it. And what you actually want. And what you want from it. Like, yeah, if you're wondering if things will work together or not, I can answer that question for you, but... Again, like, the reality is, at the end of the day, if you don't like what you're playing, why are you even playing it? Right? You gotta ask yourself that. And of course, for some people, they just like to collect the skins and go mess around with the interactive scenes. If that's what they like to do, more power to them. Exactly. Like, exactly. Because, like, at the end of the day, you know, if they don't like what they're playing, they're not gonna like what they're playing. But also, it's like they don't really need all the shit there. In ToF's case, and even then, right? A bygone doesn't reset. They just add more floors. If you can't clear it today, come back tomorrow. Come back next month. Come back next year. Or whenever you're strong enough. It's not like they're like taking the shit away from you. Like, yeah, in that case, in that thing, it's like, it's mostly gear that's gating you. You're mostly gated by gear. Let's see. Yeah, we take the drill thing. Oh, we got buff here. Oh, that one's useless. Doesn't really matter though, this thing is easy anyways. We don't need to do anything. We just sit and wait. Wow, useless turret buff. They're almost dead. Yeah, he just keeps wasting the buff stall on the healing the defense line, but like, there's no damage. There hasn't been any damage the entire time. Well, anyways, we can get the last bit of buffs here. Wait, what? I thought I... Wait, why do I have an extra 150? Why the hell is there an extra 150? Alright, they're all 5 out of 5. Oh wait, there we go, now they're all 5 out of 5. There was no extra. And then now it's just wait for these trials. Those are in 5 days. We're done with those. That one's in 2 days. And there's this shit for later. Okay. Right, we're done with all that stuff. Alright, the shop here. Let me go grab these.
さすが分析員だな。強者の選択だぞ。
Wait, what the hell did I miss out on? Oh, I missed that, getting that one. Alright, cool, I get +1 badge. And Boo Boo and the other outfit thing not available yet. So we can't do anything with that anyways. Right, we just chill with what we have right now. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, you need to know what you want first, and then from there, figure out how to build around it. Right? Because the reality is, again, like, when you start looking at it from a mathematical perspective, the meta is stupid because you're never going to get it back if that's the only reason why you're doing it. Right? Because you're not going to get enough back. They drip feed you very little amounts of resources, and it's never enough to compensate for what you put to get in there, to go and do the thing. And it applies to every gacha game. You can go change the numbers around to match with whatever gacha game you're thinking of. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're never going to make it back, realistically. And even then, let's say you were able to, right? Let's say the game would last, some of these games would last 30 years, right? Can you imagine, like, using the same thing for 30 years straight, every reset to go clear the same thing over and over again for 30 years? Just so you can break even on that one thing you pulled? And then you have to multiply that for, like, every single thing you pull, if that was the only thing you were chasing after. Right? Like, if you can't clear it, you can't clear it. Come back later when you can. But, like, yeah. Something else to note, though. At least for every character, if you click on the View Details tab, they'll give you a recommended, of which logistics set to get them, and, like, what weapon to use. Obviously, they're gonna, like, recommend their signature weapon, but then they'll recommend, there's like, a Copium 4-star option as well, that they mentioned for, like, all of them. You can also always just, farm old event, 4-star weapons, too. That's under Operations tab. This thing over here, you can just, like, spend your stamina here. You get the weapon components. And then when you have enough, where was it? It was like one of these where you can just buy it. I don't remember which one. Oh, here. Yeah, you can, like, get the thing here. You can get the, wait, no, these are the scope things. Weapon exchange, no, that's the item destruction one. Where was it? Which tab was it where you could exchange for older event weapons? Because they had the thing here that you could farm. Where the hell was it? I'm just gonna grab my neural sim stuff. I don't remember where it was. I just don't remember that, like, we had something somewhere. For people who missed it. For people who missed things. That's the old weapon parts. Cause, like, I don't do the things in there. Was it that? Yeah, general weapon component for limited purple tier weapons, yeah. You can use that to exchange for the thing there. I just don't know where the shop for that is. Maybe it doesn't give me the option because I already have all of them. Yeah, because those are the 5-star weapons. The one where you exchange to get the older purple weapons. The older 4-star weapon shop. Because, like, I can't find it. Apparently you can buy older event 4-star weapons permanently. From the thingy. I just don't know where it is. Oh wait, is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Never mind. I thought I didn't pay attention to this thing properly. Here it is. Yeah, these are all the old event 4-star weapons. I forgot the name of them because I don't use these. I never use these because like I get the other shit. But like yeah, you can farm all the old event 4-star weapons here too. It's on their circulation thing, weapon exchange. Right, because like with every like character they release, they also make like a free 4-star weapon. They have a signature 4-star and a 5-star weapon. For like every limited character. Pretty much. And the 4-star weapon, it's only a little bit weaker than the 5-star. But it's also free. So like, you don't have to worry about like looking at the limited weapons. The limited weapons are a little bit stronger. It's only a tiny bit between them. But like yeah, 4-star weapon free. Of course it's gonna cost you the presence, stamina, whatever you wanna call it. Some of those. Right? But it is what it is. And besides, free is free. And I need to be right back. I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back. There we go. And... oh. I really wasn't expecting that. Actually, this is really good. Well, now now, you know what this means? My Song of Broken Pine Sayu is completely worthless. Because I just got sick. Yeah, and now I have C2 Gene, and right, what I can do is give... well, it would,
波
but...
一つない水面に投げ込まれた小石
yeah, but you...
それがお前の分析員
I legit wasn't expecting this.
Oh.
Okay.
You got them both in the same temple.
Yeah? Oh wait, I can do one more temple for Goro. You can kill him? Search for the new computer. I didn't even start looking yet. I'm not gonna start to look until after the next generation comes. I've said it before, I didn't start looking yet. I'm waiting. So there is no search right now. There is no search. The search is I'm waiting for the new generation. Like it's coming out soon. Just when it's coming out is the question. So like it's just a
作戦の情報収集
yeah.
それくらい
But yeah, it still just registers me holding the cube. The fact that it'll do the idle animations too. This is just ridiculous. Yeah, can you say what?
ええ、もともとネメシスが開発した対異界魔術だしね。ライセンス料を払う形でゾディアックで
Yeah, a generous licensing fee to access it, okay.
裏の世界の沙汰も
Yeah, and yeah, of course, it's the underground. Money's gonna talk. Always.
これで元凶の尻尾はつかめたわけだな。
Mm-hmm.
はい。
Late at night. Like, it's same thing with, like, Futurama. And, like, I remember at one point as well, she didn't like it when I would watch The Simpsons. Like, but the thing is, sometimes I would hear The Simpsons, like, at noon on, like, a weekend. So I would sometimes watch it on the weekends as well. Same thing with Futurama. Right? But, like, you know, like, my mom would just, like, not let me watch it. Look at these hardworking endermen with these blocks. They're moving around. Yeah, this is the one with the flower. This one has the flower. Look at that. You got the flower. The cog. But there's a first time for everything, right? Shiny Macaque wants to fight. What's your choice? Nice. Right, he says nice. He just said nice.
戦術装備
Right, because he wants to fight with Macaque.
なるほどいい考
Up on the next room. Come on. Macaque.
There's been a change in the atmosphere.
Okay, we're fighting Macaque. What kind of name is that?
I'll cut you in an instant.
Wait.
What the hell is going on? Everyone down!
And then this guy pops in and says nice. End the game! Did a thing, guys! I did a thing! I did a thing! Right, let's go switch the thing. Where are you? Hologram. There we go. Alright. Is it on cooldown? Okay. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Oh.
私の限界を確かめ
Right, where were we? I needed to take a quick dump. Basically. Alright, we were... One sec. But yeah, it's like... Again, it's like... Just play what you like, right? And build around it. I guess for supports again, right? Generic support, everyone can make use of Etchel. If you wanted a healer, other healers, right? Etchel is the best healer. But like other things that can heal, right? You have Chenxing 4-star. And then you have the other one that they give you for free. Alright, Yao Quiet Quitter. This one. Right? They can heal you. She has a shield. She can provide a shield. And not a heal, but a shield. Same with Cirrus 5-star. But yeah. Right. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Sukuna. You're welcome. But yeah, like, and then like skill damage support, buffer. It's really just Riptide. If you're doing like mix of shooting and skill, then you have Exuvia. That's like good for like for what? Wild Hunt, and then what is it? What was her knit thing again? Cherno Enigma. Those were the ones that like Exuvia really works for. And then of course you can technically make it work with the other Chenching 5-star, but only as a technicality, because the slip thing here counts as skill damage. But it's based off, but the actual damage it deals is based off of your initial actual shot damage. But because it triggers as a skill damage, it technically consumes the stacks of Anya Exuvia. Technically. But yeah. Maybe Dawnwing also works, probably, yeah. Because you're shooting while you're spamming the skill thingy. You're shooting a bit. It could also work with Exuvia. But yeah, it's just weird. Was there anything else we needed here? I don't think so. Like, I think we got everything else done here for now. Right. I guess we can just do the React stuff I was sent now. Because there's like not much left. There was like this thing, and there was like a couple of other stuff that was sent. Yeah, you guys sent me a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff here. Alright. Oh, we don't need to keep going that much further back. Alright, you guys sent me stuff about one, like, why someone misses old YouTube. We won't watch hers, though. That's the Kicktone, drama crew thing. I'm pretty sure Rev probably also has a thing about the... I saw something pop up from Rev on the drama thing. We can go look at that first, I guess. Why, man? Okay, here we go. The apologized and got cooked. Oh boy. Right, because we were looking at this yesterday because you guys wanted me to look at it. That whole mess.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. Welcome to part 2 of the Cinder controversy, because she is now officially quote-unquote apologized. We covered this in yesterday's video. If you want the full details leading up to today, I suggest watching that video. But if you want a quick breakdown of everything before we look at the new apology, basically you have this large indie VTuber named Cinder who found herself in a lot of controversy after a series of Google Docs were released about her, beginning with this one from the artist Nanolist, who detailed their personal experience with Cinder, as well as Cinder's manager / secret boyfriend named Redacted, where those two individuals would badmouth and slander many content creators in their space, and then they try to get Nanolist, a very popular artist, to sign an exclusivity agreement with Cinder, meaning that Nanolist could only work with Cinder. And in this proposed agreement, there were specific content creators mentioned that they could no longer work with. Now, I
mean, to be fair, it's an exclusivity deal. Exclusivity deal means, you know, you work with a thing exclusively. Right? If you look at it that way, it's like, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Some of these content creators were just random people that had no personal relationship with Cinder. It was just pure jealousy on Cinder's part and insecurity. But there were some content creators that viewed Cinder as a close friend. Basically, Cinder was trying to sabotage the careers of her own friends for what, you may ask? Simply financial gain. She wanted to stay as the top dog in the indie scene, and she wanted even her own friends to suffer for her own success. Obviously, this doesn't go over well, and it goes even worse because Cinder would quickly try to get on top of this and make a statement that gets hit with a community note with all the relevant evidence, where she tried to basically blame all this on the manager boyfriend, saying it's all his fault and he has been fired. Well, that didn't go over well, as you can see by the metrics here on Social Blade. On Twitch alone, she lost 5,000 followers on Saturday, 6,500 followers on Sunday, and over 8,100 followers so far today. And then on YouTube, she lost 5,000 on Saturday, 6,000 on Sunday, and over 10,000 so far today. And you might have noticed that the number for today is the biggest, and it's blowing up even more as the day goes on. And that's because, well, she apologized, and that's going very badly. But you also saw fans going nuts. People were literally burning their Cinder merch. Now, I get the frustration, but as pointed out here, I think the best route.
Why are they burning their shit?
Clothing-related merch. If you don't want to support her anymore, I would suggest donating.
Yeah, just donate it to someone who needs clothes. You know, someone else could use it
instead of destroying it, because I don't think some like kid in need who's cold and needs a sweater would mind if there's a disgraced hellhound VTuber on it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Extreme.
But as I mentioned, there was the official Google Doc apology from Cinder. This was, of course, uploaded within an hour or so of yesterday's video. As always, that always happens. But you can see down here, before we read the document, Shy Lily, like, looming down here with this very threatening presence. We're going to read her response that would ratio this attempted apology into the Shadow Realm. So I'm going to do something that I know you guys appreciate. I'm going to try to make this Google Doc rundown as simple and efficient as possible.
Yeah, it's just getting crazy.
Read all 7 pages of what looks like a college student trying to get their essay in on time and reaching a certain word count. But I'm going to summarize this in a very simple way. All you have to do is keyword search sorry. Yep, sorry. There's about 20 mentions of sorry in this 7-page essay here. And the first one you find, the first mention of the word sorry, is on page 5, at the end of page 5. Yeah, that's not a very good apology. Overall, this is not the worst apology in YouTube history. Like, Cinder didn't pull out a ukulele or anything like that, but when you're making an apology that is 7 pages long and it takes 5 pages to reach the first sorry, it's not a good look. And on top of that, those first 5 pages, complete gobbledygook, okay? A waste of time, as I have said. And she begins and continues on throughout the entire apology, trying to shift all the blame on her manager slash boyfriend. She tries to paint him as responsible for everything, and that Cinder had no idea what he was doing. That's very evident right here, right at the beginning. The only part from the first 5 pages we're going to actually look at here. In regards to Nanolis, they say this: I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. She's basically saying I had no idea this was happening and I should have been watching a little closer, even though there's plenty of interactions between Cinder and Nanolis about these exclusivity agreements and who she can or can't work with. It's just a bunch of BS. But let's skip to the good part, where the sorries actually start happening, and it begins right here with this saying, I don't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly to personally apologize, so I'll do it here in the chance they read it. So they begin with Nano.
Even if she apologized because people usually they will still attack her,
on the sections where we see a mention,
and then you got a bunch of people farming
so
it too.
Right off the bat, I'm sorry for letting things get to this point. I'm not sorry for any individual action. I'm sorry it got to this point. Or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's not fair to you. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do most of what I've already done without you. I felt overly attached to our relationship over the past 4 years and loved your work so much that I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art and should have never sought those feelings to be reciprocated. Everything you've ever worked on for me was always so perfect, and I lost sight of how everyone else around me would have felt. I had no intention.
Yeah, the problem is someone already said that Redacted is a mouthpiece, so she should have explained that first, I guess.
Pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my clouded judgment, I can
Okay.
see how those messages felt that way. Yes, so basically trying to, again, act like she had no idea what's going on. She begins with sorry, basically saying, sorry, I wanted to isolate you from other content creators and other business opportunities for my own personal greed, and I used you as a sort of proxy for my own
Which is probably fine, even
where I wanted
Logan
to
Paul,
use you in a
yeah.
way to sabotage.
Logan Paul did crypto scams and all sorts of other things. Right? There was also that forest, yup.
VTubers
And they
I'm jealous of,
recovered.
including some of my own close friends. Yeah, that is a pretty messed up thing to do, and this apology to Nano is...
Of course, their entire circle is milking it, man. Their entire circle. Like, I get it, you know what? Her name was mentioned. Sure, make her thing. Same with her. Right? Like, I get that. But it's like, what the fuck? Why is she in there, you know? You got Kicktone's entire crew, right? And we looked it up the other day. It's like how many of the results was just clowns from Kicktone's crew, man. There were just so many of them. It's like, why? Like, bruh. Why? Right, like if I open up the, like they were crazy on farming. This was like yesterday. Let me find the message link where I was sharing it around. Right. It's like there's 3 back to back to back. You go find there's Kazahana there. Oh boy, you got like why? Right? You see who you find there. Again, there's another Kazahana there. You know, another Itoba for the thingy. You know. Not really. Almost never, man. Imagine getting early? Nah. I almost never get this shit early, man. Almost never. But like, here's the thing, right? At least there's no 50-50 if you pull on guaranteed banner. Just only pull a guaranteed banner. Do not pull on the 50-50 banner. Right? Only pull a guarantee. Like, by early, you mean like a low pity or like. Because, like, usually I get them around like between 70 and 80 pulls for the character, and like 60 and 70 pulls for weapon when I'm pulling on the guaranteed banners. Yeah, around like 70 to 80 pull range is when I get the character, and around 60 to 70 range is when I get the weapon, usually. There is a hidden soft pity, yes. There is. And then the hard pity is like, what, 100 and then 100 for character, I think 80 for weapon on the guaranteed banners. Yeah. There is a hidden little thing there. There is. But yeah, only pull on guaranteed banner. The 50-50 banner is really dumb. Technically, yeah, the base rate on the 50-50 banner for any 5-star is slightly higher. But then you realize, wait, the pool is much bigger. And, you know, if you don't get it, you have to go through the whole thing again to get it. And when you calc that out, on average, the guaranteed banner is, it's 60% of the cost of the 50-50 banner, if you were to go all the way. It's a hard pity there, when you compare them directly. That's why you just, you know, don't do the 50-50, always go on the guaranteed banner.
is very, very weak, and it's trying to deflect blame on basically not understanding the extent of what's going on here. We now move on to Bao, who was a very close friend of Cinder and someone very affected by this, someone who was directly named in some of those exclusivity agreements, and they basically try to do the same thing, talking about how they're just such a great friend and they're disgusted with themselves for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. Interesting. They begin by saying that and saying, basically, I'm sorry these ideas were filled into my head. As she says here, but I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put in my head. She's basically saying someone else put this idea in her head to sabotage her own friends, and she was just helpless. She was basically possessed by this idea, and, you know, her hands moved on the keyboard all by themselves. She did absolutely nothing wrong. Let's move on to Sack. This one's a very weird one, saying, I loved getting to chat with you in person and absolutely loved all the hard work you put into the Boss Rush song. I was so grateful to hear that you were on board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you, knowing about how soon the deadline was when you started working on it. I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything, and the quality of how it turned out was incredible. I can't believe how Red talked about you, especially after all the effort you put in for me. Yeah, it's another sorry this all happened, and sorry that Red did this to you. She's not taking any personal accountability here. Obviously, this is a theme so far. Now she moves on to Cottontail and Shy Lily, who were dragged into this. Yeah, she begins by saying, I'm so sorry you had to get dragged into this. It's my fault I let it get this far, but I hope you can believe me when I say I had no knowledge of Red bringing you up in Nano's DMs. Amazing. It's the boyfriend's fault again. And she's sorry they got dragged into this. You know, the jealousy that she expressed regularly. Sorry that actually was connected to you. And yeah, again, a D- for this one. Another very bad grade on this apology. Then we address Silverveil here, who was a very interesting part of this whole series. She released a Google Doc on her role. She was directly mentioned as one of the VTubers that Nanolis could not work with, and she expressed many other thoughts about how she hates that people compare the two, and she just wants to break free from Silverveil, and Silverveil's like, I don't know who you are. Like, it's absolutely insane, and Silverveil was approached by Cinder on multiple occasions where she was basically trying to create a, like, fake friendship for financial gain, and it was very clear that's what it was, and Silverveil just said no.
A fake friendship for financial gain, yep.
In any of that. But again, following the sorry format here, just looking for the mentions of that. You can see her addressing the whole photo thing, and she thought that this was the result of her being pressured by the community. That's why she took that photo together with Cinder acting like they're friends when in reality they had never spoken before. She also says this. This is amazing. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. I'm sorry, Silver. So she's literally saying, again, I'm sorry other people's thoughts affected my behavior. Like, again, she had no control over her own thoughts and actions because people were making comparisons between Silverveil and Cinder. Then you have this Spite individual who really just kind of got shortchanged here. I mean, 3 lines. This was someone that, again, they were comparing themselves to and saying that Spite was trying to rip off Cinder with some of their decisions, and that was proven very false. But you can see, to Spite, I'm sorry I had assumed things about your design that weren't true, and I'm sorry you've been harassed by commenters needing to compare us, and I apologize for the way Red spoke about you to Nano. You don't deserve any of this. I'm sorry. That one's wild. Only 3 lines, and for a person who's pretty involved, and on top of that, they're, again, talking about the other commenters who were comparing us and apologizing for Red. Crazy. Then you have this one to Peaches here, where it says, I'm sorry if I made it seem like I was ignoring or ghosting you. And this is another thing you see again and again where it says, I'm sorry you feel this way based on what I did. Not saying I'm sorry for what I did. No, it's I'm sorry you felt that way. That's never a good thing in a attempt at an apology. Then you have Rain here saying, by the way, this is the guy who claims that he was involved with her with sexting and stuff while she was in a relationship with Red years ago. Well, she confirmed it earlier in the document that yes, she was in fact cheating on her secret boyfriend manager. They were both very aware that she had a boyfriend at the time. Nobody was a saint in that situation, but she confirmed it. And then this is her apology to the guy she cheated on her boyfriend with. Okay?
Oh boy.
You were the first person I met as an ASM artist. During a time where I was immature and vulnerable, I ended up being consumed by the content I was making, and it led me to making awful decisions I still think about and regret. I was not in a good spot at the time. I've hated myself for this kind of behavior, and it took a long time for me to move on from what happened. I have no excuses. I'm sorry you were dragged into my drama, and I'm sorry how I made you feel after I just wanted to close the book on things. I cannot believe the apology to the guy she cheated on her boyfriend with is more legitimate and more heartfelt than pretty much everyone else in this scenario. It's kind of wild if you think about it. But this is the last stop on the apology tour here to our community. I'm sorry to my pyro pups and my mods for expecting me to lead a
But yeah,
better
the cheating is
example,
true. That's
than
crazy.
this. I'm sorry to the VTuber community for always looking at me as someone to aspire to. I'm sorry to Kaiser, who's put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done with me, and not even talking to you about how I felt. I'm sorry to the dozens of artists that have put their hard work into me, and I'm sorry to the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example, and I don't expect forgiveness. I've made many mistakes over the 5 years on the internet. I'm only one person living the one life I get for the first time and only time, like everyone else. As I said at the start, I ended up developing an extremely unhealthy work-life balance, and the harm Red has caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable. Even in her apology to her community, she says, I'm sorry about working too hard, and then I'm sorry what Red did to you. Absolutely amazing. Crazy work, and yeah, as you might expect, this is going over very poorly. Not only are fans leaving, but all of her peers, all of her friends, all of her collaborators, they're all dunking on her. Pretty much every big indie VTuber has come out and replied to this apology, and it's brutal. And I'm going to start with the most brutal one, the hardest ratio in the West, Shy Lily, who normally doesn't engage in drama, so this is a pretty surprising response. And this is the longest one we're going to read, but let's get into it.
Alright, let's see what happened.
The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolutely insane. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to,
this is quite something.
Everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends is sickening. I have experienced your own actions without Red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed.
Now that's the big brain thing, you know? That's why people, here's the big brain reality. Here's why people like they like the fat acceptance thing. Means less competition. If some dumbass will take it and ruin themselves over it. Less competition. Big brain.
You to keep an important promise.
That's
you
why.
Actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you
That's
rescheduled,
why.
adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in your friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion.
I mean, if you look at it that way, yes, but then you also look at reality and it's like, wait, what accountability? The world is fucked. We see all these businesses out there fucking us over day in and day out. What accountability there, though? But yeah, it's like calling it is just business and asking for accountability in 2025. Unfortunately, not even businesses take accountability.
You're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. 95,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. This was a scorcher. This wasn't coming at him with a steel chair out of nowhere off the top rope. This was out of nowhere with a steel chair from the top rope. This was an absolute bomb of a response. As you can see, 95,000 likes versus 13,000 likes on the apology tweet. Absolute devastation. Let's look at a couple more VTubers here. And also, I want to mention too, Shy Lily is a big part of Gamer Subs, who, by the way, Cinder is a partial owner of. So coming out to basically slam a person who is a partial owner of a company you work pretty regularly with, that is a ballsy move, and man, she must look pretty stupid right now. Cinder, that is, for everything going on here. Here's Vebe saying, the old classic shift, the blame onto the boyfriend, fake a breakup, come back single and in therapy, and then capitalize on what's left of your community. They deserve better. Then you have Yanners commenting on this.
Oh boy, what's going on
Silver
now?
received so much harassment and unfair comparisons to
Sounds
you
like
over
a
the years, and
WWE
she just
fan.
tanked it.
I think he might be a WWE fan, though. He might be, actually. From evidence, this Cinder VTuber is still not a good person, I guess.
Minded her business and never once tried to sabotage your success or tear you down. Deflecting.
What I can say is they're definitely unprofessional with how they went about doing what they wanted. Because, like, if they did it in a more professional manner, they probably wouldn't even have this problem in the first place. At least that's just the stance I have from what I've seen and heard of this. Because it's like, there's technically nothing wrong with wanting the exclusivity stuff. It's just, they went about it the wrong way.
And outright lying several times in this response instead of fully owning up to your mistakes is insulting to everyone. I can't help but feel very frustrated on behalf of my friend and everyone who was on the receiving end of so much unnecessary stress, largely due to the choices you made. They handled the situation with much more grace than you decided to, and they deserve better. The weird backhanded remark you made the first time we ever met last year stuck with me, and now it makes a lot more sense knowing that this is apparently how you normally view and treat people. I hope you can learn from this and realize it's way easier to be kind and to be happy for your success as well as the success of others. And here's a comment from Megalodon VT saying, I looked up to you, man. Well, that was the first mistake. You shouldn't look up to anime girls on the internet. That's mistake number one, especially one who's
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was professional or not. She was gatekeeping. There's nothing wrong with that. here's the thing though. The gatekeeping stuff is literally what happens all the fucking time. It happens everywhere. They just don't call it that way, but it's essentially the same thing. It happens all over the place, where like companies or whatever, or businesses or whatever, they'll hire people to do specific things and work for them exclusively for a certain period of time. And they want the exclusivity type stuff going on so that they don't waste their time, or, you know, they don't get off track or whatever, and make sure they get the project that they were hired for done on time. Like, it happens all over the various different industries in the entertainment scene, right? Like, it happens in a lot of places. That's why, like, you have to kind of, like, separate the whole thing there. Like, I still understand wanting to have that if you're treating it as a business type thing, where, like, okay, I want to hire this artist in this specific way to go specifically do this, that, and the other thing in this specific way so that they can actually produce what they want. But, like, here's the thing, right? So, like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if you ever noticed this, right? Like, let's say, like, what's a good example of, like, a big YouTube channel that you guys would know of? Like Linus Tech Tips, for example. If you ever, like, bothered to watch the ending credits of, like, any of the stuff on, like, on a Linus Tech Tips video, they'll actually have the socials and the accounts of the personal accounts from their employees also listed there. That if you are curious, you can look them up, right? And there are, like, specific NDAs and other deals and stuff like that, non-complete clauses that they have with their employees when they hire them to work, you know, to work under Linus Tech Tips, for example, right? It's like, let's say you got hired to work in Linus Tech Tips, and you know, you had access to certain things. I don't know, let's say you wanted to do a lot of technical stuff and, like, build or create specific things, right? And let's just say Linus Tech Tips happens to have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of industrial equipment that could be used, right? You know, to go do specific projects there that you probably can't do on your own, right? Like, you could probably make a proposal if you're working there to, like, have it done as a Linus Tech Tips video, right? Because, like, let's say you're on company property, working on company time or whatever, and you're doing all the stuff in the company there, right? But, like, again, like, some of their employees can also take some of the stuff home. Have you ever seen the, where they do, like, the makeovers or whatever? Where they do the ultimate tech upgrade or whatever. They had it with Intel, and then now they do the AMD one. Where, like, you see them as a joke. They're going around people's, like, his employees' homes and, like, oh, what did you steal from the office? Because, like, I've seen a couple of those. It's like, yeah. But, like, the whole point, right, is they're not using what they got there, the resources there, and using it for something else. But, yeah. So, like, I don't see what's wrong with that in that sense. But if they wanted to do that, they probably should have, like, formalized it. And, like, treated them as if they were hiring an employee. Right? Like, just treat them as if they were, like, hiring them as, like, an actual employee. Put them on, like, a payroll or whatever. Get everything set up that way. Because then in that situation, it's, like, technically nothing wrong. Right? Because, like, that type of stuff that goes on, right? If you move it away from, like, VTubers, and you go to, like, you know, like, actual, like, let's say, video production for, like, other YouTube channels and stuff like that, that's, like, separate from that, or, like, TV production, film production, music production, and stuff like that, it happens all the time. Video game production stuff, too, where, like, they'll have stuff like that, especially if they have contract workers. They'll do things that way. Especially with smaller studios. Things like that will happen. Right? So, like, I don't really see anything wrong with wanting the exclusivity thing there. But yes, at the end of the day, exclusivity deals is literally gatekeeping. Yes. Or, like, that's what it is. Like, at the end of the day. But at the same time, right, you're paying for them to do specific work, and you want it done in specific time frame. Ideally, you don't want whoever's you're paying to do specific types of work. You ideally want them to be working and focusing on what you're paying them to do, and not putting your project to the side to then go work for someone else, and then maybe come and finish your the project that you hired them to do, much further down the line. Like, it's also for things like that, because things like that also do happen too, right? Not everyone is like that, but that type of stuff also does happen. And, like, it's kind of to try to, like, prevent that type of thing. So that's why I don't technically really see anything wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it, and, like, the messages they sent back and forth, that is the problem. If they didn't word everything and do things that way, and didn't name drop other people, the whole situation could have been avoided. Right? Like, all they needed to do was just not include names, not point things at whoever, and act as if they were hiring them, like, as an actual employee. Maybe get a lawyer or something to help them draw up a contract and send them that. If they did it that way, like, they would have technically done the same thing, but, like, it's the kind of thing that nobody has a problem with. Because that's the reality of literally everything else in the real world. Everything else goes through this, especially in the entertainment scene. It happens all over the place all the time. But yeah, it is what it is.
The big breakout a couple years ago was doing a cover of a song about basically giving top. That's pretty much all it was. But anyways, let's move on. Here's another one saying, as if boyfriend and girlfriend don't tell each other every single little thing. You are blaming him to save yourself. I am disappointed in both of you. Shame on you for the pain you have caused all your friends, just so you can be the best. And one more here from Sorry saying, mistakes, jealousy, and losing control are understandable. You can grow from them, but betrayal is different. It shows you're willing to sacrifice close friends whenever it's convenient and no business.
Well, yeah, I guess you can look at it that way too. But again, it depends on the project, right? I remember, a while ago, there was this artist I would see on certain sites that would make specific type of art or whatever, and then they would post things occasionally, and then, suddenly, it was 2 or 3 years ago, they stopped. And then I found out, they basically has been spending their entire time, because they were hired to do art for this manga, which I did read through. It was a great manga. I won't name who it is, or what it was, but they basically were hired, and they had, no time to do other things, alright, and they had to do the work exclusively for that period that they were hired. It was an adaptation of some light novel. I'll just say, I'll hint at, it was in the villainous genre of, things, is what I'll say. I won't name drop which one it was. It's just one of those. But basically, the artist who would draw, all sorts of different art, basically stopped doing stuff. Their Pixiv account and stuff like that basically completely died. And it's been dead for a couple of years now. And then, eventually you found out, oh, because they basically been doing, a bunch of artwork for this company that's, producing and publishing various different, light novels and manga. And they're, doing the actual art there. But yeah. Right? It's businesses do this, where, they'll hire artists like this. And because of that, they want them to meet specific deadlines and stuff like that, and they don't want them distracted. Sometimes things like this will happen. Right? Sometimes they'll get them into exclusivity stuff. It is what it is. But for the most part, when it's treated formally in that sense, nobody has a problem. Right? Like, people don't usually have a problem with that. It's just, the reason why there's a problem is, basically they were just saying mean and rude things behind their backs. And they were specifically just name dropping them. That's where the problem is. And that's just how I see it. But like, I'm again like detached from that stuff. Right? If they basically just went about it in a more professional manner, like how a lot of like actual companies would actually go about doing it, the whole drama stuff would have never happened. If they treated it that way. If they were like, okay, I like your art stuff, I want you to make your stuff for me exclusively. I'll get a here's a contract a lawyer I hired drew up for an exclusivity deal. These are the things that you need to do, right? Like, and create like an employment contract, and then be like there, and then you know, don't have no compete clauses and stuff if they want that in there, and then it's like, here's what I want, and then move on with that. If they went about it that way, basically they could have gotten exactly what they wanted without any of this stuff happening. And like, the funny part is, it happens everywhere all the time. Right? But again, like, people are like attaching too much emotion and all this other stuff into it. And then you have other people doing drama baiting and drama farming on top. So then like, that part of it, of like what's actually happening, basically lost its meaning. And then people are basically just fighting each other. Yeah, the gatekeeping happens everywhere all the time. Like, the thing is, yes, end of the day, there's gatekeeping. But that happens literally everywhere. Every industry has gatekeeping with employees. Everywhere, always. Right? It's just that people are turning what happens on a regular basis into drama. Yeah, like, gatekeeping happens all the time. Like, here's the thing, right? Here's the reality of, let's say I joined a VTuber agency instead of doing things on my own. I basically wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now ever again until I leave the agency. Because of the stuff that be set up. I would basically sign an exclusivity deal, and I cannot create stuff or do specific things or participate in specific things while being a part of the agency. Right? And like, this happens all the time. And you can apply for a different, you can apply to different jobs and different positions, different roles in pretty much anything else. They are gatekeeping them. The gatekeeping stuff happens all the time. The problem is just the way they went about it. There's nothing wrong with the actual gatekeeping thing in this sense. What? Since there's drama, the docs, yeah, it's like the whole thing's a mess, man, and then everyone's drawing it all over the place. Yeah, here's the thing, right? The reason why you have the friendship involved is because they got too emotional over everything. And basically that some of those things got spread around, okay? Right? That's what the problem that people is. It's not the other thing. But then people are confusing it. Is basically how I'm seeing it here. But yeah. So what? So what if she isn't an agency? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People hire things as individuals to do specific work all the time. It doesn't even matter. Agency or not. Because here's the thing. From a legal standpoint, if let's say you start a company and you have it set up as a corporation, guess what? Legally, the corporation is treated the same thing as a separate entity or individual. Right? Like, they are treated as an individual from a legal standpoint as well. I mean, the whole thing is, though, at the end of the day, they were trying to do business stuff. Right? You just need to be professional about going about it. I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it, right? You bought work from someone, and you basically wanted to buy them into an exclusivity deal or contract. Yeah, that happens. Right? But, like, at the same time, right? If, someone goes out and hires some employees to do things, right? Would you say that they also, sabotaged other people's, opportunities for working with the people they hired? Right? That's why I'm like, that's my stance on the whole thing. Right? Because, like, you can apply that to anything else. To, like, any other industry, any type of other work. If you hired someone to work exclusively under a contract. Because it happens all the time. Right? Like, think about it this way. Let's say you're a doctor, okay? And let's say you get hired by Hospital A. Right? You're hired by Hospital A, maybe they put you in a contract or whatever to work in that hospital for whatever amount of time. Are you gonna get mad about Hospital B not having the opportunity to hire the worker you're thinking of, who's working at Hospital A? Right? Because, like, you can change what the work is and who's involved with literally any other industry, and, like, you're gonna stop caring now, right? The whole friend thing, though, that's a separate situation altogether, right? But the exclusivity stuff is not the problem. Like, that is not the problem. Like, that is all. But yeah, one of her friends cried over Belle when she did her own, from her own friend, she sabotaged the model she was gonna get from her friend on her birthday. I mean, if they just gave a notice a much earlier ahead of time, like, it wouldn't have been a problem. But yeah, it's separate. Like, that is a separate thing. What do you mean corporate mechanics don't apply to this? Let's say you hire a contractor. Let's say you're renovating your own home. Or something. You hire someone to, like, do a specific thing. You know, maybe you're, like, working with specific stuff that you don't want other people knowing about right away. For reasons. But yeah. And the thing is, at the end of the day, the artist does have that choice to work with them or not. Here's the thing, it's not like they were being forced into it. They had the choice of taking the deal or not. That's all.
Business should ever justify that. Brutal, but very true. Now, a lot of people have been making memes, okay? A little more lighthearted notion here. There's some very good memes coming out of this situation. Let's start with this one.
Okay, I confess. SpongeBob killed him.
His profile picture, this is the real profile picture of the manager boyfriend. It's just perfect for everything going on. And you have Rima here doing an AI crossover with the ukulele apology.
Damn.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she's playing the ukulele here, but anyways, we have this one with Rick and Morty.
Hey, I found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this?
Beautiful. Here's another one, Google Docky. Everyone's saying Google Docky because of the chicken Docky thing. You get it? You get it? Here's another one where someone said, at Grok, explain this doc like a shy anime girl using common Japanese words mixed in.
Nice.
How far the future has come, ladies and gentlemen.
The future is now, guys. The future is now. The future is now.
I mean, this is absolute gold. Also, people are making some statements that I think are pretty odd, too. Like, the reaction's very very pessimistic, I would say. This person said, if y'all think
Okay.
Cinder is the only VTuber that does this, y'all are insane. I can guarantee that 90% of VTubers do this. You have no friends in this industry.
Damn.
That's just facts. Also, not exclusive to VTubers. It's just more women run in these circles. Oops. Yeah, I
Damn.
get that, like, this happens among content creators. There's always drama and backstabbing. But to think
Yeah.
90% of VTubers are going to backstab you and they're not your friend, it's all fake, like, that seems like projection. Like, you're surrounding yourself with the wrong people. I definitely recommend being very careful with who you share anything with or try to form a bond with, because yeah, it is a business for a lot of people. But I wouldn't be so pessimistic about everything. There's plenty of people who are good in the VTubing scene and in content creation generally. But where do we go from here? I don't know. Can Cinder salvage any of this? I'm sure she can come back at a very limited capacity. There's going to be people who just don't care about this sort of stuff. But yeah, she's actually pretty cooked. I'm surprised it's had as much backlash as it has. Not just the fans going, but also all of her former friends and former collaborators. I mean, everyone's come out of the woodwork to publicly denounce her, and I think it's pretty deserved, and that's it for now. So as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments.
Alright, that's the Rev video on that. Alright, let's see. I guess we can look at that one, and we'll look at this one. I'm not gonna go feed the drama farmer, though.
There's two things I genuinely wish to address, not because, you know, a lot of people were making it a big deal, but some
Yeah, we should
people
just change
have brought it
category.
up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what?
Here, we'll
Let
go
me
in the
just
chat
explain.
category.
When everything went down, God, the Bow's cries
We'll just go
are
there.
forever ringing in my head.
Yeah,
That was
she'll be fine.
so tough. I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her, because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. It was 10 a.m. I
Okay.
had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to. It's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And worst of
Yeah,
all,
she can still stream. She lost all the
throughout this
support and all her
hearsay,
friends, pretty much.
it's full of bullshit.
I see.
If yesterday was the first time you saw me crash out, which
I like, again, like with me, like I don't pay attention to a lot of this stuff. Right? So like I only found out about all this stuff happening because you guys sent me all this stuff. Because otherwise, I have like no clue. Right? Because like I'm just doing my own thing. As always. Alright, and like I don't really pay attention to all this stuff. And now we're gonna slowly watch my YouTube recommendations transform into something else. Because you guys sent me this stuff. It is what it is. But yeah. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that is for every single
Like again, like I don't know. I don't pay
ever
attention to their
in this
shit.
community. I'm sorry.
You guys sent
reading
this stuff to me though.
Make me more vulnerable to demonic possession. I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needlessly to say, more
Okay.
stuff has happened, but most of these things don't have receipts, or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. The next couple days will just be people expressing the disappointment. It is
Accountability.
typical
What?
narcissistic
Ever.
manipulation fashion. Like, This whole document... Like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. It's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on. It's just business fashion when a company has an employee fuck up. Guess what? The company has to take action.
Exactly, because, like, I only... Again, right? Like, I don't pay attention to a lot of the stuff in this space. I am, like, very much isolated for whatever, like, for all that it is. Right? I'm always just completely isolated. Well, yes, I have done things with other people in the past. I'm still basically very much isolated. And it's just always been this way. But like, that aside though, right? I also just don't pay attention to a lot of the stuff in there. And like, the funny part too is like, the reality is I don't even watch that much VTuber content really out there as well. Like, I'll like, at least over the past few years. Like in the beginning when the stuff was like really popping off at the very beginning, I was like watching clips and stuff here and there. It's just that like, at some point it's like, you only have so much time to do so much, so many things. At some point, it's like you gotta pick and choose what you're gonna be spending the time on, and what you're gonna be using it with. And like, again, like, especially like the past week, I've been like busy working on all their stuff off stream. Like crazy. Right? And I'm still working on that stuff in there. Heck, I'm like still several months behind on videos I've been wanting to push out. And I'm like picking on choosing on whether I go back and work on the thing that I've been wanting to put out months ago. Or do I just put more of my effort and time on the thing I want to get out sooner before something else releases or whatever, and get that stuff done. And it's like just this constant balance of that stuff as well, because I'm basically just doing everything on my own. Yeah, I probably am. I'm not exactly big in by any means, definitely on the small side. Right, like, yeah, sure, I probably average, if I combine both YouTube and Twitch, like per stream, we probably get to like 40 to 50, maybe 60 concurrents, like on average. But like, that's if we're combining two sides, right? It's still definitely very small, right? But like, it is what it is. But I also spend a lot of my time just doing other things too. We're, you know, like our own little niche here.
The company has to pay damages and make amends.
Okay.
For the employee. It's just business. You burn your Cinder merch. You do what you wanna do.
Yeah,
if,
for my size,
how you
it's
cope
like
with
decent
it,
ratios.
That's also okay. You don't have to
For what
atone
it
for
is.
someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not doesn't matter. You had a good time. Again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you wanna cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirts, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. I'm strongly anti-drama. I don't care for it. I'm usually not well informed. I'm not very chronically online either. I often wake up, go stream, go game, go bed. The thing with the no drama rule is, every time you have rules like this, there's a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game. Man, I do wish, I'm living at the goddamn ass crack of the world compared to all my friends. I really wish I could just...
Yeah, you try getting me more attention by showing my stuff. But you're thinking about sending me one of my videos? I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, I'm not gonna, like, even if he does do that stuff, it's not like I'm gonna respond to him. Right? Because, in a sense, he would just farm it, right? Like, he would just try to farm or whatever. And I'm like, okay. But, like, don't give him anything. Like, I wouldn't give him anything. So he would just be stuck there. But yeah. Right? Like, everyone can have their own opinions on things. Yeah, I don't really like what he does with a lot of stuff. And how he goes about doing things. I mean, you can just look through it, like, just see just how he's basically just drama farming like crazy, all sorts of things. And the crazy amount of bait he puts on everything. It is what it is. And, like, the thing is, at the end of the day, alright, a lot of the clickbaity stuff, it does get really annoying. I don't know how much, like, how much more annoying it is for you guys over, let's say, me personally. Because a lot of the time when I go look up stuff or search things around, I'm probably looking up, let's say, a data sheet because I'm working on something. Or I'm, like, looking up how to fix certain, something, or, like, I'm working on, like, trying to create, like, to build something or do something else. Or I'm tinkering with something, or I'm, like, fixing something else. Because something broke, or I'm, like, repairing something or whatever. Because, like, that's what some of the stuff I do with my own time, off stream, or whatever, like that. Right? Like, the other day, I literally talked about how I was, like, really happy about, like, finally getting an IP KVM. Because I've wanted an IPMI type system on one of my computers for a long ass time. Right, and I got like one, I ended up ordering one off AliExpress. Like, that's its own other thing there. Or like, right, the other day I was talking about how I was like working on like a damage calculator for something. Right, but like the thing is like I'm looking for how to like do a specific thing. And then like, okay, I just want detailed instructions of stuff. And then it ends up just being a long-ass annoying mess of looking through a bunch of junk. And 99% of the time, I end up basically having my time wasted because it doesn't even get to the point or even cover what I'm actually trying to do, if at all. And like, it gets to the point where like, I would rather look up some documentation, like actual documentation, and just read everything. And just read the entire thing, because that would be a lot faster. So I could get whatever I'm doing done. And that, like, that's just me personally with my life off, but like outside of streaming. Like, completely outside of that. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. We have done things together before. They make a video about me, but then it's like, what else are they gonna do? It is what it is. I won't give them any fuel for anything. They can go look me up if they want, and that's all that they can do. I don't really want to do that though. Like, that's the thing, right? I don't really want to do that. Heck, honestly, like, you look at the stuff I put out, like, they're not really clickbaity past, like, what I'm, like, actually gonna end up doing in them. Right? Like, they're all, like, kinda to the point. Even, like, my own stream VOD stuff. Like, I do go over what basically I am doing in there. I do need to, like, I do want to, like, finish Chapter 4 at Daybreak at some point. But yeah. And, like, it is what it is. Like, I'll just talk about a brief summary of or a synopsis kind of thing in the title, mini one, within the 100 character limit that we're given, but, you know. I mean, the thing is with WoWa, man. At the same time, the way I look at it is, where's the fucking game? And it feels a lot like a fake game, pretending to be a game. That's this whole other thing entirely, and that's how I view it. Because when I look at it as a whole, there's a lot missing in there that really should be in there, but it's not. And it never will be in there. Like, especially when you like basically they haven't changed anything in the past year. Like WUA back in 1.0 versus WUA today is, outside of a couple bug fixes here and there, it's literally the same thing. You just got more of the same thing. That's all. Right? And the things that are missing, that I think that are missing, that are important, it's still missing. And like after this point, after 1 year, and basically all they're doing is farming fake devs listen by creating problems and then giving people band-aids and manipulating their entire player base and community into thinking that there's ever going to be more than that, and that they're get them in that mindset. You know, that's literally all they've done. Like they haven't done anything else outside of that. Yeah, sure, occasionally they'll throw in a new map here and there, but like, let's be real with what goes on in their maps. You know, nice, pretty scenery, good graphics, but that's all they have. That is all they have. And if they were to strip away all the live service bloat or garbage or whatever, and try to pass it off, and like treat it as like a regular game, like a regular old, you know, game that you would buy, it'd be pretty shit. Because when you look at it at that point, the actual thing that they would strip out would basically be almost everything in there. Because there's nothing, there's like really nothing left. The actual game itself is missing. They do a really good job in trying to hide the fact that it's missing and stalling you out to an excessive degree, but it is what it is. And WUA is going to stay that way, you know, years down the line. It's going to be the same thing, much like how Genshin is. Actually, Genshin was a different situation, where they actually showed an okay foundation with the initial launch, but then they basically backpedaled and never followed up on whatever all the stuff they set up introduced back when they released Genshin, and it just became the slop that it is today. And the reality is, it's always just gonna be more of the same slop that they really already made before, just with a different character here, different names on specific things here or there, new models and different animations here, maybe a different scenery and aesthetic, but everything else at the core is the same. It doesn't change. Yeah, it's like all visual, all substance. That's how it is. Oh yeah, Techdome got his ban lifted. And he wanted to let me know the reason he got banned. He called a streamer Frogan. Oh. That thing got 2-week ban for that. After telling she hopes all soldiers get that stuff. Okay then. Cause his dad and family serve in the military. I mean, it doesn't matter what he was saying the thing for, right? All this stuff going on. It's just kind of its own other mess there. Because at the end of the day, right? There is like terms of service stuff. What's going on. I don't know what the hell is really going on there. Either side of it. Why the ban happened. Who did the ban or whatever. And honestly, I don't really care. But yeah. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, again, with NTE at least, right? Like, the thing is, when I played the beta, you guys know this. The thing I wanted to do in the stuff in there, right? Was basically everything else that wasn't the dealing with combat stuff. And at least it looked like they're working on stuff. So you can actually do shit in there. Alright? Oh, it's just... It's all... I don't know how to say this. Let me think. But like, yeah. I mean, I'll probably have content on NT, on that stuff whenever applicable. If they have another beta or whatever, I don't know. I'll probably get in and I'll probably make content on that stuff too. We'll see what happens, right? But yeah. Twitch shows bias here and there. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm not gonna say things here or there. I don't really pay attention to all that stuff. I don't. Because a lot of the time it's like, once I'm off stream or whatever, if I'm not like chilling and hanging out on someone else's thing for a little bit, I basically completely tune out and I'm doing something else. It is what it is. Right. But yeah. Stuff he says on a daily basis should get him permabanned. He called for... Oh, yeah, that's its own mess, man. That's his own crazy mess. With those, like, all these threats and stuff here and there. It is what it is. I don't know what the hell goes on there on that side.
Have a short little flight over and be like, man, I'm sorry, Boober. Everyone is so sad. I don't want to make it sound like only Bao is sad, but Bao got stabbed real bad. Let me just address two things, because I know most people are caught up. Then I'll get you a TLDR. I know it hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? I'm not a fucking bitch. Everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out. I'm not gonna fucking cancel my fucking friends just because they called me a bitch, or in the heat of the moment and in great panic they threw me under the bus once. Sometimes when you're backed in the corner, scraping the bottom of the barrel, you cope by lashing out. You deflect. I'm not saying it's good, but it happens. I'm not gonna throw a fucking Google Docie out there just because I've been mildly done wrong once. You know? The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked.
Why are they always jiggling? Because they made it so they're always jiggling, that's why. I mean, I could make it jiggle too. I can make myself jiggle too. But, you know, it gets people's attention, you know? The fact that you pointed out means they got your attention. They got your attention. They got the mind of their own. It's a great way to get attention. For better, for worse.
One singular thing, like 5 or so days ago, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around.
It's more than that, because like, what else is going on is they're physically moving around so that they can have all this stuff happen too. Right? You know what? They're probably getting more exercise than you guys do. As weird as it sounds, just to keep them jiggling around like that. You know?
Nano, making me seem problematic. They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had
the person that likes drama, so speaking on this,
collabs I was thrown into in a big-ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do, because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, I dodged. Yeah, I did, because at that one, I already knew. The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy. It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. It's called projection. Because she fucking knew. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she rates. Oh, sorry. You know when Buff rated me earlier? I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff Pop from Twitch.tv over here. Now I get to say it. When she raided, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Gotta get the full government name out there because apparently else people don't feel don't feel graced. Like, damn, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since.
Okay.
I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. Just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all. And I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. Somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem.
Okay.
Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. And she knows that too, because it happened last year as well. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me. So if she wants to plan something, she knows where to go. And she has used it in the past, recently. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related. AFK drop, V-Card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important.
Okay.
Long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling, because I explained how that's weird, that's cringe and manipulative. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents. She has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do. And obviously, me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, but because, you know, that one nasty one.
Oh, so she's the one that declined,
sabotages
okay.
Bao. And Nano, the fucking Giga chat she is, agreed a few days later because Bao had surgery. So it took a while. We went in a group chat. Can you imagine? That Giga chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything. Not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years. And respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night. Give it one night.
Okay.
Let's sleep over it. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen. This isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things. Complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen? Again, speculation, but we were like, we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group. And we all knew she was gonna throw her manager under the bus. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live, and you know what she's done? The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Blocked. We knew this was happening. Whatever.
Okay.
We've said our piece. There's no reason to continue to dogpile onto it. But then, the next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you got caught in this. I'm sorry I was manipulated into hurting you. Fuck of an apology, bro. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself.
Okay.
For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I don't even
The
get a
other
section
owner?
for
Okay,
myself
what?
with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like, I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's when I got mad, because no knowledge my ass. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Because the girls spent time together. Vacation, travel, blah blah blah. A lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. But there is also more receipts! Verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc, because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. For her to claim she has no knowledge when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay, it reminded me of that one fact, the one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot
Getting
isn't
thrown
public.
under the bus?
She'll know what we're talking about, and the fact that she only took
Taco
accountability
Tuesday?
for stuff that's been
Okay.
published and not the
Taco
stuff that
sound
was
good.
kept hidden.
Thanks for the follow, though.
Says enough for me.
Yeah, so Cinder's first line of her apology literally says, I am making a statement to explain how this experience affected her. When you apologize, it's not about you, it's about the people you hurt. No one cares how you feel. That's her biggest fuck up. I mean, I think the bigger fuck up is the fact that they let it happen in the first place. It's like, as bad as that sounds, right? Like, as bad as that sounds, they let it get to that point, right? And they went about things in that manner. Because, like, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, we know that she basically wanted to treat things as a business. Right? But the problem is, she didn't fully commit to doing it that way. And going through the proper steps to do everything the correct way. Because if she did it like a regular business and did everything the correct way, they could have gotten the exclusivity stuff going down, right? Without any drama being made, without any of this type of stuff happening. And it's not like she didn't have the means to afford hiring at least a lawyer or like getting a legal team set up to go and do it the proper way. And that's just how I see it there. Because again, like from her perspective and like what they're saying here too, is they basically only care about it for business reasons. Right? And the thing is, if you know that person is going to be treating things that way, right? And they don't want to take things further and they're only in it for that type of reason, right? You already should have certain expectations and stuff set into place. You at least should have something like that set into place. Where like they're only in it for this, for the money or for this thing, or for like the engagement or whatever. And they're not, especially if they're not there for anything else, right? So like, if they went about it like the proper, correct way, like none of this would have blown up. That apology type of stuff would have never had to happen, and everything would have been fine. It's just, again, like part of it is the way they went about it. Because like, yeah, like they made it clear at the end of the day, she basically saw the whole thing as like a business relationship and nothing more. And the thing is, there's not really anything wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with that if that's how you're gonna treat your content creation type of stuff. It's just that if that's the case, you should really commit to that and not get like emotions or personal feelings and all that other type of stuff involved and have it going on behind the scenes. Right, like just separate the things there. But yeah, you read the entire thing, you read everything related to the situation, and the whole thing made you go, bro, what the fuck? Yeah. you feel stupid even expecting actual good apology. Like, here's the thing, right? I don't think the thing is, for the apology to like actually matter, the problem is they went after the wrong things too. I don't know how they came up with the apology in that sense. Maybe they went on ChatGPT and did all that stuff. But like, in a sense, from what I hear, it basically sounds like a non-apology, right? Because they basically didn't go after like the real problem there. And like the whole exclusivity type of stuff and the business side of things, that isn't the issue. That is not the issue, right? It's the other stuff around it, and not that thing in question there. Because like, the reality, there's nothing wrong with wanting the exclusivity type of stuff. Again, like, it happens literally everywhere, in every other industry in your life. Even if you're not paying attention to it, it happens everywhere all the time. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it all. And yeah, they weren't exactly the nicest. They said things behind their backs. You know, they might have said a mean thing here or there. You know, some people will get too emotional. They'll go lash out. They'll go attack things. It is what it is, right? And that part there is the problem, and not the other side, not the business side. But yeah. But like, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice to you once, and you always presented yourself as such. I mean, people do that all the time, right? But yeah. It's not okay to choose only business over her real, genuine friendships. I mean, here's the thing, right? So, in the industry all the time, you will have things that you'll deal with that are just purely business relationship. And then you'll have, like, the whole friendship stuff here and there, right? You'll have this type of stuff, you'll have both, right? And you'll be dealing with this type of stuff behind the scenes. There are things that I contact and deal with purely from a business perspective and a business relationship, right? And the transactions that happen with that type of stuff is only business related. And then there's a separate side to that where I don't treat it formally and with a business type of relationship there, right? And like, it's just what happens all the time. Heck, some of the times when I've worked together with others and done like the stream stuff together, the reality is this other entity that the people involved that I was with set it up, but of course that entity that set it up is something that we contact with and deal with as a pure business relationship. And sometimes that type of stuff happens, right? But I guess in this case, right, they saw there was no middleman in there, and she basically, or through her manager or whatever, I don't know, they treat interacting with the other people in the space as a business relationship. And like, again, like, this type of stuff happens all the time in the entertainment industry or other industries. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but if they want to treat it that way, they should at least keep it everything a lot more formal and keep it a lot more strict as that, instead of like mixing in other things that are unrelated or unnecessary, like putting in emotions and all the other stuff and dragging that into it too. And that's where it gets all muddled up and it becomes a problem. But yeah, they were her friends. They knew each other in real life. It's morally bad. I mean, I guess, I don't know, because like, again, like, I don't know the relationship between all of them there, right? Like, I don't really follow or pay attention to a lot of this stuff. It's just, the first side, it's like, it just sounded like it was purely a business type thing, is how that person was dealing with it. It is what it is. But yeah, the business mindset is fine. Yeah, you get your bag, get your, but doing it your own genuine friendship. At the same time though, like, I think Shirley Lee also said that she kind of understood that this person basically only treated it as it was purely a business type of relationship. She said it at the start. And, like, she already knew this, like, she already knew that part of it, right? So, like, this is probably why, again, like, she's not gonna go as crazy or whatever over the whole thing. She's addressing the situation, and I'm assuming this is all she's gonna do over the thing. I'm just making an assumption there. Because she understands what's going on, right? And she probably realized, yeah, they probably didn't want to treat it as an actual friendship. Maybe she would have wanted to actually try to get it to change from a business relationship to a genuine friendship. Same with the other people involved. It is what it is. But then again, like, I myself am still, like, basically mostly entirely isolated from everything else where I am. Yeah, she said she's moving on. Exactly. Yeah, she did it to get it done because I'm gonna guess people in her chat would probably bring it up and ask her to talk about it here and there. It is what it is, right? Some people will put more emotional attachment to things than others, and they can't let things go or whatever. They can't move on or whatever. It is what it is. But, like, it seemed like she understood the whole time, at least with her, that, again, like, that Cinder basically only wanted it to be a pure business relationship. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Right? But I think as well, at the same time, unfortunately, like, as bad as it sounds, everyone, like, involved in the space needs to get better at understanding and, like, following the patterns to see if the person only cares about treating it as a business a business opportunity, or, like, for business reasons, or as, like, anything more than that. But yeah. Yeah, I get it. Like, yeah, if your entire thing is you only care about business, and then you say don't act like you genuinely want real friendship. Yeah, the thing is like, I don't know, right? But, like, yeah. To some extent, though, unfortunately, because of how things work in the West, I think part of the problem, too, is at some point, especially in the influencer space, because of how terrible of a platform YouTube is, TikTok is, Instagram, Facebook, like, I'm gonna guess Blue Sky or whatever, anything really with an algorithm. The problem is basically what you want to do is farm as much engagement as possible, to get pushed further. To some extent Twitch, but Twitch doesn't really have much of that. At least not that I'm really aware of, right? So, to some extent, let's say you have, if you can clickbait anything and include it in, you are technically encouraged to do so if you want to get impressions, if you want to get engagements on these platforms, unfortunately. Right? So you eventually get into a situation where it's like you end up mixing the two, but not in a good way. And you end up with stuff like this, unfortunately. From how much the apology was focusing on models, I think Cinder thinks her success comes mostly from the models, and afraid to lose her status. Yeah, I can kind of see that too. If that's what she thinks it is what it is, right? If she thinks it's the models doing all of that, well, that's her own problem there. But yeah. You hate it when people don't tell you their intentions and you find out they were just using you. It is what it is. Unfortunately, it happens everywhere all the time. And it sucks. Like, it sucks. Right? But yeah. It is unfortunately just what happens everywhere. But yeah, it was dragged into this scene. And yeah. And that's also why they don't tell you. Exactly. Because the reality is, if they want to keep manipulating you, why the hell would they tell you that? Right? They wouldn't they wouldn't have any reason to tell you. Right? It is what it is. Again, like, you can make everything even more pessimistic than it sounds, but that's the world we live in. Because if they told you, you would just say fuck off. Yeah, fair enough. Right? We say it all the time. You know, I literally live in a country where the entire population has been gaslit to Kingdom Come on a regular basis. It's very fucked up. So fucked up, actually. Where is it? There's this video that was released the other day talking about the situations of stuff in my own country. And guess what? Guess what the first thing that pops up here is? This is from fucking YouTube here. Right? They're fucking recommending a suicide crisis helpline. And this is like a video talking about shit in my country. And they fucking attach this. A fucking suicide crisis helpline. Which is its own crazy situation there. They're fucking suggesting a suicide crisis helpline. But that is the world we live in. Yeah. It's a good video though, but like, it's a good video that like really describes just how fucked up everything is here. Because yeah, it's bad. But that's its own other problem. That's its own other thing.
To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work and effort and received a million empty promises, just because a couple days before that she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Imagine. For a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date. People saying, why didn't you handle it private? We did once. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Because if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that mattered to her. She wasn't sorry because she fucked over her friend's opportunity on a day that she's...
Yeah, like, again, like, that's not what's going on there. Again, she's treating it as pure business there. She's sorry about something else entirely.
That she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. Like, you ever do a collab again? What, with her? Fuck no, of course not. With others, of course. With my friends, of course. Obviously. Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. Throwing me and game ourselves under the bus to save her ass? Fuck no. Oh, the pressure I feel. What pressure? The pressure you begged for? The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? Fuck no. You want a good apology for when you fuck up? You ever need an apology for when you actually fuck up? For when you are the bad bitch? Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. Instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw him as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, vile and toxic I've treated them behind the scenes, pretending to be a friend while separating business and sabotaging them. I can never repair the damage I've caused, and I see now clearly what it truly means.
Yeah, the other thing that is so blindsiding is Cinder never presented herself as a ruthless businesswoman. She always presented herself as a kind individual. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Unfortunately, a lot of places, you know, people will put on various different masks. They'll behave one way towards one group of people and a completely different way towards another. It is what it is, right? Everyone does this. They may not even realize it, they may not know, but everyone does it to some extent. Everyone has their own prejudices as well. They'll look at specific things in different ways. They'll behave in front of certain people based off of whatever they feel like they want to judge things on in different ways. It is what it is, right? And because of that, it's like, it's not super crazy to understand that to some extent there are going to be some people when they're working with things or collaborating in the entertainment scene, in any type of the stuff in the entertainment industry or scene or here, that they'll put up a front, they'll put up a mask, they might play a character here or there, right? Especially in like stuff like the VTuber scene, for like streamers and content creation, there are a lot of people out there that will put up like some sort of like structure of a character and try to roleplay to some extent and deal with things in that way. It is what it is. Here's the thing, right? If you're, the better you are at like putting up this front and faking it and role-playing as that role, right? The better you are at doing what you're trying to do then, or like, the better you are at like, as like, let's say acting, right? Because like you're acting as if you're something else. And unfortunately, yeah, you'll have people backstabbing stuff here and there. It sucks, right? It sucks. And in some cases, it sucks even more depending when you're on the receiving end, especially when you're on the receiving end. The stuff that you're dealing with can be a lot more extreme and a lot harsher than anything else going on. I remember back when I was in high school, I mentioned the story before of how I almost got expelled because I was essentially framed for someone else getting their stuff hacked into and sending a lot of emails to certain people, certain companies and individuals that this person was trying to was sending resumes and stuff in, trying to apply for jobs and stuff. Right, I was in like 12th grade high school, and I almost got expelled because they thought I was the one who would do it, when the actual reality of what was going on was a lot crazier. And it was a crazy few days until that stuff got resolved, especially because like when that stuff was happening, it was literally like a month before graduation. It was like a month before I graduated high school, all that shit went down. I was like, what the actual fuck? Like, I was like, what the fuck? Why is all this shit happening? And I basically, you know, we basically live in a world where a lot of people treat things as a guilty until proven innocent. Right? And I basically had to figure out a way to, like, dumb everything down to try and convince the fucking principal at my high school to just look at fucking camera footage and pinpoint everything. And it was just this crazy mess. Just to clear my name and stuff. Because, and like, the worst part is, the reason why they even accused me, nah, I don't bother, man. I don't even know who freaking framed me. I never cared. Right? My focus at the time was to just get out of the situation. And like, here's the thing too, right? it's like, even if I wanted to go get revenge, the reality is now, whoever caused the problem, I'd basically get them stuck in my head, and I would be wasting a lot of time, thinking and focusing on them, instead of doing literally anything else, and doing something I would rather do instead. Right? I just, eventually that person, whoever did it, I have no idea who it was, they got caught, that stuff got dealt with, right? And I just moved on. Unfortunately, not everyone would treat things that way, right? It is what it is. And I guess I was like the perfect target too, because for some reason, people thought I was like some crazy hacker or something. Just because occasionally at times, I would come up with creative ways to go and bypass things. I had in the computer classes when I was in high school, I literally had the highest grade in every single year, and even like, cause like, when they would have like honor roll type stuff every year and stuff like that, they would give me an award and stuff like that for the stuff in there too. I participated in some Skills Canada competitions as well, back when I was in high school over this type of stuff. That was its own thing. So it's like, oh cool, because I was really good at doing this type of stuff here, for this other specific thing, right? Because I was like, one of them was like, one of the competitions as well was like, there was like a web development one, there was one when I was doing something on like, on some like IT stuff. Basically, I had that reputation in high school, right? I had like a reputation of having that stuff. So like, hey, you know, people could make up a story and pin the blame on me. For some reason. I don't know. Even though I'm like, I just don't give a fuck about doing shit for people's problems or whatever. Yeah, I found a way to put like the Tor network on like everyone's computer in high school. Because I snuck that in. But that was more so for other reasons, just for the lulz of it. But also because it was a great way to bypass a lot of stuff on the network. They're like the restrictions and filters they would put in place. It was a great way to get around it. And there was like also times as well where like in some of the computer labs, some of the computers were so shit. And like they were basically forcing them to run on like dated hardware that was meant for like Windows XP. They were forcing it to run Windows 7. And the reality is those machines, they can't run, they weren't meant for running stuff like Windows Vista as well. Like we're talking like Intel Core 2 Duo stuff in there on those like old machines. They were struggling to do literally anything. And one of the things I would do instead for the computer lab was I would bring a flash drive that would have a bootable USB install of Puppy Linux and a couple of other applications on there that I would need as a live USB. And sometimes when I was using some of those machines, I would just plug in that USB drive that was on my keychain that had Puppy Linux and put the computer into that. And like when I would do that, you know, they would like briefly while it was like loading the stuff up, you would see stuff like a terminal window, what looked like a headless terminal window, would pop up, and it would look like stuff is being put in the command line, when really it's just copying the contents of the drive into system memory, because that's how like Puppy Linux works. That's how it's like very lightweight. But like obviously average person doesn't know what that is. Some people thought I was doing something else, and I'm just like, I'm just trying to make the computer work faster so I can get the thing I need to get done faster, because it's annoying when I have to like sit and wait while the system hangs. But yeah, I mean, I have like I deal with other shit here and there, right? It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, to some extent, it's like, it depends on how far things take it, okay? Because, like, let's say for, like, people protesting, for, like, joining in for, like, wars and shit happening halfway across the planet, like, I have my views on some things, but like on that type of stuff, my thing is like, just leave us the fuck alone. Don't drag us into your own problems. And like I remember, like I said it before, for like with like let's say Palestine or whatever. Here's my stance on it: don't support either side. Just nuke them both. Because, or just get rid of the entire landmass. Because if they can't fucking deal with it after this many years, honestly, it'd be better off if it never existed in the first place. Right? And that's how I treat like that type of stuff there. But otherwise, for the most part, I'm like, don't drag me into shit. Don't make things worse. It's not my problem. But yeah. I mean, if it becomes a problem for them and they cause even more issues down the road, at some point, like, it's not my problem. And the thing is, in that situation, right, that happened to me, I wasn't the only victim there, right? There was another victim in the thing that had it a lot worse. And, I basically left it to, you know, the principal and the other victim involved in there who got their stuff, hacked. Even though it wasn't actually hacked, it was more of like a phishing type of scam. At the same time though, the victim themselves, they did have a lesson to learn. Don't log into personal important stuff on any public internet connection or on any public device. Like, just don't do that, because the amount of security risks that can pop up, right? Especially if they forget to log off of a machine and they get distracted. It is what it is. But yeah, it did suck that I was basically almost expelled before graduation. Before my high school graduation. Because they thought I would for some reason hack into someone's accounts and send random ass mean emails to various different employers and stuff. Like, I don't understand why people would do that, personally. Like, I don't get why. But unfortunately, there are people that would do that type of stuff. It is what it is. But also, in that situation, it was just crazy, like, the amount of work and effort I had to go through to just get them to look at camera footage. Because, like, at least the thing is, they found out it happened in one of the computer labs. And the computer labs at the high school I went to has an insane amount of surveillance. Just all over the place. Especially pointed at, like, all the computers in there. So, like, it wasn't too hard for them to actually find it once they figured out when all this stuff happened. And the thing is, at least with emails, when you send them out, they're timestamped. So it's like, all they needed to do was check the timestamp of the email and cross-reference what was happening in the computer lab at that time. And then they could easily pinpoint who did what. But even then, unfortunately, you'll have these things, they'll just jump to accusations or conclusions instead of fully going through things. It is what it is. Unfortunately. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing though. They will probably not stop doing it. Exactly. They probably won't. Right? But at some point, it's like, you can't just keep dragging yourself down into it. You know? At some point, you can't. Because it's only just gonna get worse and worse there. And you could be using your time doing literally anything else. It is what it is.
You lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken. But I can try and come forward and be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done. To my most closest and most supportive, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money. And greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator. But it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year. Subscribe for business!
I guess that's the end of that one. And then you also sent the other side of it, the other one, the bow side. Oh, this one's an hour long. Do we actually sit through this? This is a long one. This is a long one. We'll see. Right, this one's a really long one.
Testing. Anyone can hear me?
Yeah, virtual women problem. I guess you can look at it that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, this is like, because they were another victim involved or whatever you want to call it. Right. That was like one of the other things I was sent. Right. And there's like all this other shit. Like, we could probably speed it up. We'll probably put like maybe 1.5 speed. We'll see.
Hello. I am not sure what the...
You know, 1.5 speed might be fine. Right? Lots of names mentioned, yeah.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I think 1.5 is okay.
Hello, hello.
Maybe 2, yeah. Turn it into a half hour by doing 2 minute. Or into 2 minute 2x speed.
Okay. Realize my background is kind of a lot right now.
Okay, maybe not 2, 1.5.
That looks too sad and dreary. We can just go to TV, just chatting. I think that's better. Perhaps. Let me just move my body over here. Okay. I usually don't go live at this time. I'm not gonna look. I turned off chat, because I'm scared. I don't know. Oh god.
And I'm gonna assume my chat overlay is still broken.
I don't really know where. Or
yeah, that still looks
I'll just start in the beginning, as like a cathartic recap, and you know, I think the point of this stream is so I can return to some semblance of normalcy after everything. I already took a week off because I had okay, I'm just gonna start from the beginning. Last week on oh god, everything is my brain is not working. Sorry. Last week, I think it was. Now I'm scared. I want to get the dates right.
Okay.
If I check my schedule, I'll know immediately. Either it was Thursday. Last week on Thursday, Lily sent me a message. She said that it was about something rather important. She wanted to call me, and I told her that I was scheduled to have my IUD removed. If you go to my Twitter, I kind of just want to talk right now, I guess, so I'm not gonna take the time to pull everything up. It's there on Twitter.
Happened. Okay.
But I shared a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I don't know, timed, that I have PMDD, and it's basically pretty debilitating. I have hormones that make my period a living hell, and my last IUD was supposed to help it. I've tried many medications over the years, and it has not helped. And this last one was supposed to, and it didn't. I got it in November, and I've been also trigger word. There's lots of. This is not like. It's not gonna be a very like. I'm gonna be talking about a lot of personal stuff, so just tread carefully. If you're in a bad place, this might not be the best time to tune in. Sorry.
Okay.
So last November, I had to switch to an IED because my last one expired. My last one didn't really help at all with my PMDD symptoms. I basically just have very bad PMS times a million. I spend half the month very depressed with a lot of feelings of worthlessness. Sometimes it is so bad that I question whether or not I want to keep living. And I've dealt with that my whole life, and so have a lot of other girls. And I'm glad that when I made my tweet, so many girls spoke to their own experiences. It's very lonely having chronic illnesses, and especially with EMJ. I did recently finish physical therapy, which is great. Yay. I was hoping that, you know, with this procedure, I would finally be like put on the right medication that wouldn't make me severely depressed and unable to continue doing work at the pace that I'm used to. And it's been a really hard last couple of months. I think my community has seen it a lot. I've been really just not myself, and I believe that's in part due to all the medical stuff going on. And last Friday, Lily messaged me, and because I told her that I was about to go get that procedure done, she held off talking to me for a couple of days. And so she said, it's okay, like, don't worry about your health, and we can talk about this later. And I get, you know, the procedure gets moved to Monday. Lo and behold, the OR is backed up by several hours, and they said, you know, instead of just waiting around all day, you should just reschedule. So I rescheduled it to Monday, and I told Lily, I'm so sorry, like, I just don't want to, I just am not in the...
At least the reschedule is only a few days. It could be worse. I'll just say that. Especially because, like, I live in a country where we have a program in the country I live in where, as terrible as it sounds, if you're in that situation, the reschedule would generally end up taking a lot longer than a few days. And in some cases, getting approved for certain other things, the things that's like easy to get approved for, it is like really fucked up. Because I live in a country where basically, if you have some of these things, you have some sort of other problem, first thing that'll happen with some of the doctors and stuff, what they'll say is like, they'll recommend you take some narcotics and stuff. They'll even give you like prescriptions very, very easily. And for some people even, they'll recommend something a little bit more game ending, so to speak, before you even get to do this. Like reschedule shit. Which is like fucked up. But at least I'm glad she got her whole thing dealt with there. Right? But it is really crazy that they're dealing with their health issues and then all this stuff happens to them at the same time. That just makes it even, like, it just makes it hit even worse.
The right headspace to talk about anything right now. Can you please wait until after I get my procedure done at the hospital? So
oh wait, no, she's still waiting to get her procedure done. Never mind.
Then a couple days go by, and I'm healed up for the most part. It's not like the worst procedure ever, but it did induce a really bad period, and that is historically when my mood and mental is not the best. So I've been, you know, in a lot of pain.
Fair enough.
And yeah, so then a few days ago, 2 days ago, I get a message from Lily, and she says that she really needs to talk to me, and the longer I put it off, doesn't get any better. She didn't say it like that, but that was the gist of it. And she really, you know, she really needed to talk to me, and I didn't really know what to expect. and I felt like my world exploded in the most purest emotional and physical form I could imagine. And I feel like, well, I don't know, I can't even remember what the conversation was like because
Yep.
we
were speeding up, but yeah, that's what she has.
Such a state of, it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I cannot. Sorry, I'm. You know, I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots and
okay, yeah, reading the screenshots.
We had some conversation, and there was some back and forth on sorry, my I feel like I had so much to say before I started streaming and it all left my head.
Fair enough.
I don't know. This has happened a lot in my career, in my life, but you know, it's just sometimes, you know, when you make friends in a space that is so competitive and business oriented, there's bound to be issues. There's bound to be people that get their toes stepped on, but not like this. You know, I think that a lot of times when you look at a content creator and their perceived friend groups online, and you know, some of them consider each other coworkers, or you know, it's also a business to them. It does become transactional in some sense, but I feel like that wasn't the case here with my friend group. I felt that we've hung out with each other. Our friendship didn't start and end online. It extended far beyond that. We've seen each other at our lowest. We've confided in each other. We've showed each other our bare souls. And, you know, I think that in doing so, there is a lot of there's a lot of I'm so sorry. I don't know. I feel like the past few days has just been, I don't even remember, like,
I mean, they've been going through a lot those past few days. And they had to go through a medical procedure and everything as well. So that's understandable.
I just remember seeing the screenshots and that just when Lily told me, I immediately drove to Tara's house, and that's when we had the phone call because I didn't want to be alone. I just remember crying my eyes out on the floor. Just I didn't know what to make of it. I felt like every single emotion was happening at the same time. I was so fucking mad and so fucking sad, and I feel like I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said about how you perceive friendships online.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is transactional and sometimes there's mutual benefit, and I can understand that. I can understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. I understand that this is still a business and this is still people's livelihoods, and
okay.
I can understand being competitive. I can understand wanting to be successful. can understand seeing your friend getting an opportunity you wish you had gotten and feeling jealous, but still finding the courage to be happy for them despite it. And knowing that hopefully one day that opportunity comes to you, but like,
yeah.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I just... I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online. And there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything.
Yeah, like, that's just the reality, right?
It's your
like, unfortunately, when a lot of your interactions end up being, like, transactional and stuff, in this case, you unfortunately have to open yourself up and protect yourself from backstabbers and stuff. And, like, it is an unfortunate thing that just happens. Ideally, you wouldn't want to have to deal with it at all, and just everything would be fine. But unfortunately, not everything goes that way. It is what it is, for better or for worse. And yeah, you know, that's the other thing with how we all are, is some people will feel one way of things over someone else, right? You know, like, someone gets one opportunity, you'll have someone else act in a different way with another. Unfortunately, it is what it is, right? It's just that, yeah, you gotta, like, be really careful and prepared to deal with that too, unfortunately.
Imagination. But then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't. And it's even more worse than you could have ever imagined. And you wonder why. All those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong. And I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in our friend group, why was it me? And like, what did I do differently?
Yep.
And for so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends, and I wondered why. It just felt so different towards me. And reading everything was and confirming my worst fears was awful. Sorry. And I keep thinking about how my friends waited for me to come home from the hospital before they told me. And they had to wait on...
Okay, they waited,
on all
yeah.
of that. They sat on that information and had to hold it in for almost a week because they waited for me to be well enough to tell me. And even then...
Yep.
I don't think there was a good time anyway.
And it could have been worse.
As soon as they told me.
At least I didn't tell her before the procedure. Right, at least I didn't tell her before. Because it probably would have been a lot worse. It probably would have been a lot worse.
As soon as they told me, we started. We thought of every possible solution on what to do next. And we were really fucking scared. Like, we...
just stopped knowing what, it felt like I stopped knowing what was real and what wasn't. And I kept wondering if I just had a fucked memory or something, like if I just, like maybe I just experienced everything differently, or because the alternative was so much worse to imagine. Like, you have to understand our friendship and our experiences didn't start and end online. It went far beyond that. And like, I just keep thinking about, like, you, like, this is, everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is.
Yep.
That is
Okay.
kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all of
debut,
the
yeah.
preparation and foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission. All of the
Okay.
assets, all of the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot.
Okay.
Making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you are having to advertise it.
Ah, yeah, talking about the business
you know,
side of that.
You look at a content creator online, and even though
Right.
you are seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team that they have to
Yeah, like at some point, it's just like just a lot bigger of a team, right? It's like you got the person doing the art, whatever, someone doing the rigging of their models because they're probably not doing it themselves as well, and like the editors and stuff, and maybe they have like someone they're working with to help manage everything, right? And in some cases, maybe they'll even get like help from like an accountant or whatever to help keep things organized and everything as well. All that type of stuff. Also, they can perform. Right, and then like they're talking about merch stuff, so that's even more stuff there, cause like you have to get like the merch stuff designed. You have to like work with like get stuff set up to work with business partners as well to like produce the merch. Depending on how they handle it, even like holding inventory and everything too. Yeah. Like there's like if they're gonna like do that type of stuff alongside their whole like reveals or model debuts or whatever, the actual project scope becomes a lot bigger. Drastically a lot bigger than just being like, oh, showcasing new thing here. And I guess it can, like, yeah, trying to organize everything and make sure everything goes well can be quite stressful.
coordinate with, and that takes a lot of time. And if you are a VTuber and you have models and live 2D artists to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance. And
yeah, I get, yeah, like in some cases, yeah, because like getting a lot of this work stuff too, right? It can take a lot of time, especially when like let's say some of the people doing this type of work. Unfortunately, we live in a world where like, you know, everything is way too fucking expensive. So people are working on so many different side hustles or doing whatever here and there just to make ends meet. That even like getting their projects done, going through all the revisions, getting everything checked and confirmed on either side, the whole process can take a lot longer than either side would like. And then I'm guessing she's talking about how like just the sudden cancellation part because of the exclusivity deal, especially because it happened so late in the process. Yeah.
to have a sudden cancellation like that happen.
Like, if they handle it, like, properly as well, like, the Cinder side as well, and just be like, finish whatever your current projects are, right? and then like had their own exclusivity stuff set up, and like did everything the proper, more formal way, everything would be fine. Especially because like the thing is too, right? It's like you get the stuff designed, and if you're gonna tie it in with like merch and all the other stuff as well around it, right? You gotta like get everything coordinated all around. And if let's say the model part is like the foundation of the whole stuff being built around it, if that part has issues, everything else on top will collapse will collapse. So like the whole problem can get a lot worse in that sense. Yeah.
So suddenly, right in the middle of everything happening, it's so I can't even begin to tell you like how hard it is to pivot and to
because then you have
restructure like, how the rest of
restructure everything
the next month or couple of months is gonna go in order to fill up that space. Some VTubers planned this shit out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So
yeah, I'm not surprised.
To say I was fucking devastated when my model was canceled is kind of an understatement. And I sat on that design for so long, and I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. Like I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so, I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while, and you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model, and so I had that one. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same, and I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design, so I just shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. So
okay.
No. I feel like I had so much to say, and I don't even remember any of it. I even like wrote some of it down, but I don't even know what my notes even mean. Like I don't even recognize my own writing. I don't know. I think that there's so many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process, and I don't know, like I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it, and like I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other.
Yeah.
And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. And it's so fucking cheesy to say it out loud. It sounds like at the end of Mean Girls when they take the tiara and they break it up into little pieces and spread it around. I genuinely, I've always felt that way with my friends. And we know how ruthless this sphere of streaming is. We know how vile it can get, and how tough it is, and how so many times when we're hurt and we see something awful and we just want to quit, we have to keep going, and we have to just ignore it. But there's only so much a person can take.
Yep, only so much.
And I know it's a super stupid and niche problem to have. Like, I feel like if I explain my situation to a therapist, they just fucking explode.
Right.
Like, it's just it's like a privilege to be where we are with who we are, and like, I just don't know. Like, and that's the most fucked up part about it, is like, the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do? And like, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful, and
yeah,
I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of, and like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need. How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? It would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being. And
yeah, fair enough. Like, yeah, like they don't mind the exclusivity deal type stuff, right? It's just, again, like, the problem is how everything went down. That's the problem. Because, like, everyone understands that, like, at some point, things like this stuff will happen. Exclusivity stuff will happen. It's just how everything went down and the way they went about it. That's the issue. Because there could have been a way that they could have done all of this without creating any problems. There could have been a way. But they didn't. They didn't. And that's the problem here.
The success and growth of...
Which is part of how it's like... bring in, like, someone to, like, properly set up, like, a contract and everything. And do it, like, the correct way. If they wanted to do this. Like, find the correct way to do it. And do it that way. Instead of have all this shit going on. If that's what they wanted. Because, like, yeah, like even then, like, she understands exclusivity stuff. It's just how the whole thing went down. That's why it's just fucked up.
Your channel, and they could not even spare the same thought for me. For something. This whole time, you know, this whole time, like, even in my Google Doc, I didn't put any personal anecdotes in there. I just stuck to what was said in the notes, in the screenshots. I know how evil and fucked up this shit can get. And the whole time, like, like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in, because I knew that what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare that same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you, and so I wonder why you would do that to me. I don't think I've ever been quiet about my health problems either to my friends.
Okay. Yeah.
How much I struggle with mental health and my TMJ and my PMDD, and like last year when my model was canceled, like I was literally recovering from surgery, and how could I have been scheming to take your career down at that time when I was quite literally bedridden?
Oh shit.
And so when I looked at it, when I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of, I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you had ever thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. And I feel like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe. And how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold and the pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday on dates that cannot be changed. Say it's a Halloween outfit and then...
Okay, they want to, making Halloween stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like, that type of stuff is very time sensitive. Because it's like, you plan it ahead of time, and the expectation is you would have it in time for the...
How many times? Like...
Event, yeah.
How many times? Like... we forgave you when you didn't come to her concert, that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was.
Damn.
And how, in the middle of the year when I was so depressed, and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Why? I just don't. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't, because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared.
I mean, like, so, the thing is, right? The other side, she saw it as, like, the person treating everything as fully business perspective. Her side is, she wasn't really aware, and it took her a long time to realize that. Right? And, she's dealing with, like, she's struggling with mental health and then physical, like, actual health problems, right, while everything was going down. And because of that, all the stuff weighing on her in that sense, right, she can't keep her mind and stuff like that as clear and as focused on everything else around it, because she's stuck dealing with so many other things on top. And it's a lot more painful for her side, having everything come crashing down, while also dealing with everything else, causing her constant problems and pain. That's, as like a constant thing she's stuck dealing with here, right? She was talking about, like, she was bedridden, here, or she was, like, she had to get surgery or some sort of other medical procedure there, on top of some other thing, and it's like a back and forth here. While also dealing with, like, getting everything like set up, planned out and everything for various different projects, months, in some cases for some people, like, years ahead of time. And having, like, that one thing that they needed to get everything started just come crashing down. Yeah. Like, again, like, I do think, though, there's a way that they could have kept it as a business relationship and not cause this problem here. But the reality is, the Cinder person and their manager, I don't know how much of the exact weight of everything is for responsibility, but the reality is they both basically screwed up, and they both have no idea what the fuck they're doing and how to actually do the things properly. And they probably should have gotten actual help outside of it and consulted things before they tried to do what they were doing. Right? That's what I said before as well, just in a different way. I was basically saying there is a way they could have done it and not caused all of these problems. I still think there is a way they could have resolved all of this, but obviously it's too late, right? And this stuff would have had to happen, you know, like a year plus in the past, when everything was like actually being set up and going down, or at least the start of it. They could have made it all work, right? They could have made it all work without it causing all of these problems on top of it. And I still think there could have been a way to like get things set up where they do get the exclusivity thing if they wanted that, but also having the nano person finish all the other projects they were working on ahead of time first, before they commit to that. Because, like, something like that could also happen too. And that way, it's like, every site would be happy, because then it's like, if they get their commission, the thing that they bought the commission for, if they get their exclusivity thing, right? The person doing the fulfilling the exclusivity deal, secures work, right? There could have been a way to make it work where everyone's happy. But like, in this case, the Cinder, whatever, her being distracted and blinded by everything and wanting to force it in immediately without actually trying to think over things properly and figure out the correct way to go about it without causing problems. Right? There could have probably been an alternate reality somewhere where they got what they wanted and everyone else gets what they want. I think it could happen. The problem is, the manager and the Cinder person, they don't exactly have the most level head, right? They don't. And they're not looking at things the way they should be, if that's what the stuff that they want. There definitely is a way they could have gotten what they wanted without causing problems. But that's all in the past now, right? Because, like, they can't exactly undo everything that has happened. But if they really, like, stepped back and really thought things through and tried to look for ways to compromise or a solution to the problems that were going to prop up when doing what they were doing, they could have made everyone happy. They could have. But they didn't. And this is just what happens, right? We're like, this is just the whole snowball, like, going down a mountain and getting bigger and bigger and bigger from one small little thing. And then now it's like we have like a giant avalanche as just the aftermath for that small little thing spiraling out of control here.
It's at some point, like, what are you even trying to one up? If you share. I don't know. But there's I don't know. I'm just I saw a tweet today that I have always thought it's one of my favorite quotes from when I was just a cover artist in high school.
Okay.
And to this day, it's still one of my favorite quotes. And it's...
Alright, what's the quote?
A high tide raises all sails. When I made the friends that I made today, not all of us were hitting 2K, 3K viewers. You know, like, we all were, like, I don't know, a couple hundred. Like, we all grew alongside each other.
Yep. Okay.
And there would be days where we would be so happy that so many people showed up to our friends' debuts, and even then, if you're bound to be jealous, get jealous as a content creator. But what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day,
yep,
you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. And it's like trying to fit a puzzle piece into a set where the piece does not fit anywhere into it because it belongs to a completely different other set.
Yep. The square hole thing, yep. Not everything is a square hole, unfortunately. Not everything is.
I don't know. I felt like from my point of view, they were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine. And I kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other. I don't know. This shit fucking sucks. And it's at some point it felt like what were these delusional stakes at hand? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're in high school and we're competing for prom queen or anything.
Oh boy.
You know? Like, it's people's livelihoods, it's people's businesses, it's people's brands. That affects them.
Yep.
Like, and I thought we established that by meeting each other in person, that behind this avatar is a human being with feelings and thoughts and dreams, and it sounds really fucking corny when I say it, but it's true. I don't know. I just wanted to have a cathartic talk, and shit was. You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it. I don't know.
Okay. At least we're almost done with this. There's only, you know, 7 more minutes real time. Because we put it at 1.5 speed.
There's nothing worse than putting out. And there's nothing worse than putting out and sharing one of the worst moments of your life for the internet to pick apart. And I don't wish that on anyone. But I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And
oh boy.
I hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice. And I feel like... And I wish people knew how much this shit fucking sucks so fucking bad. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had it to surpass. And when I read it, it felt like you did it.
Almost done. 5 more minutes. But yeah, damn, this was a long one. This was a really long one. But like, very understandable.
I don't know. I don't even remember like my last week. So I just want to go back. I just want to go back to streaming. And the faster I get back to some semblance of normalcy, the better. I'm just going to rot in bed and be miserable and...
Oof. That doesn't sound good if they're just gonna rot in there.
Okay. I'm gonna wrap it up. Wrap it up.
But yeah,
Wrap it up.
I guess that's it for that one. Yeah, we were just looking at the more of the Cinder stuff because people were sending this stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, again, it's just crazy how all this shit ended up happening. There was like other shit that was sent to react to at some point as well. Even more shit here. I think though, like we're at this point, we're basically done looking at the Cinder stuff. I'm pretty sure we're done with it at this point. Alright, we saw the Shy Lily part. We saw the Bow part as well. Right, we're not gonna watch the Kectone crew stuff though. Alright, we saw the other thing from Rev as well. Alright, we're gonna avoid those ones. But like, yeah. The Zany drama? Where's that one? Let's see this. Wait, let me see if I can find it. If we're talking about the Gotchenjor video, we can't look at that on stream. Where is it? Where's the Zany drama? I don't really pay much attention to the things here. Where is it? Just send it on Discord then. I don't know where I'm looking. For the thing, yeah, we went too far back. We're on like the 24th of April now. Right, we saw these things already. Right, yeah, like, we obviously didn't look at the Kectone crew of that thing with Maggie. Because, like, I'm not gonna give them, the interaction. Or the engagement or whatever. Is it here? I don't think it was sent here. Oh, what am I supposed to look for then? Oh, there's like this short video I saw in my recommendation one day about RNG gear problem in gachas. We might as well give this one a look. At least then I can clean this tab from my browser as well. I don't think there's anything in there for Zanny though.
Gear systems in gacha games is not the system itself. It's actually.
Let's go back to the start.
The problem with RNG gear systems in gacha games is not the system itself. It's actually you, the player.
What?
No, before you start thinking.
The guy is trying to gaslight the players for an actual issue that the game developers put there on purpose? The fuck?
What is this dumbass talking about? How can I be the problem when the system is clearly trash?
I mean, it's designed to be trash on purpose. To overly extend engagement and playtime. They have like psychologists hired to like actually plan and figure this shit out.
Let me just say that yes, I agree with you completely. I'm not saying that the RNG system is good. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think it's pretty damn bad.
It is.
I mean, we all know how frustrating it is having to farm for weeks or even months just to get absolute crap gear. You go to the instance and usually there's two sets, so you first need the correct gear set, the correct piece, the main stat, and then the substats. And when you finally thought that you had a good piece, you need to get lucky again to get good rolls on the correct substats. Even the greatest piece ever can end up being absolute trash. Now this might be slightly different depending on the game, but at the end of the day, it's just too many layers of RNG. But I'm not here to explain to you how or why this system is so bad. I'm here to explain why the real problem is you. The root of the issue starts with tryhard players. And by that, I'm not referring to people that like making guides and theory crafting, no. Because they're actually very helpful to the community. You know, since resources in gachas are time gated, it's just nice to know what units or weapons are good enough to invest on. I'm not saying you need to religiously follow everything they say and only play tier 0 characters, but as a baseline it's very useful to know. The ones that I am referring to are people who are extremely obsessed with min-maxing stats. They love to optimize the shit out of the game as much as possible, which in itself is not really a bad thing, right? I mean, everyone has different tastes. Who am I to dictate how they should be playing the game? If they enjoy it, then good for them. And I even understand this mentality because I used to be an MMORPG player, which is the min-maxing genre. So, how does this affect other players who may not care that much about the game? Well, the min-maxers mentality gets leaked on casual players a lot through social media. People start posting their high near perfect stats, you know, flexing their hard-earned optimal stats after having killed the same set of trash mobs in the same dungeon for months, which is such a hard achievement to accomplish, worthy of showcasing to everyone, right? They're just so skilled and good at the game. So people see them and start thinking,
getting good RNG,
oh wow, these stats are crazy. My build could actually be much better. Maybe I should farm more.
I already maxed
even
the
though
volume.
They can already clear everything just fine and don't actually need it.
Relying
so then
on
they
tier
start
lists.
farming and then just keep
I mean, like,
farming
the thing again, like, tier lists are generally pretty trash in these because they lack context. Like, that's the problem with tier lists. They lack context.
For months just to get
right,
a
you just like look at it, you'll see like things are positioned here or there. Most people will look at that and move on. And like trying to put context to anything doesn't really work out that well. Of course normies don't know this. Of course not. Nah, honestly, you know what? We should stop using normal tier lists. We should stop tiering things like the way we normally do with like S, A, B, C, D. Nah, fuck that. Nah, we should like tier things like how the people who play the Pokemon competitive single player fan metagames. We should do things that way. You know, that way we can have I don't know, but like you gotta be careful though, because for some reason Pokemon players, they really love their yaoi, right? Because they like to talk about BL all the time in their tier lists. They love their yaoi. They love their yaoi so much. They talk about BL all the time. What? You don't get the joke there? You ever like look on Smogon for the walls and look at the tiering for Pokemon and you see a BL? They love BL all the time. They really love BL, right? But yeah, have a tier list for mobbing and one for bosses. No, that doesn't always work either. The problem with that too is it also doesn't completely cover the roles themselves and how they work at fulfilling their roles. Like, that's the other thing too. Because with some of these, especially with some of these gotchas with how toxic some designs may be. What do you mean you don't recall BL? Let's go look up a Pokemon on BL here. I don't know. Let's say we're scrolling Violet. Control F. BL. We got ZUBL. We got Alcremie is in ZUBL here. Right there at the top. If we can keep scrolling down, actually. Let it generate the whole list here. Yeah, they're in BL. They love BL. Oh, wait. Where's this one showing up? I guess the dex is so big. I'm trying to find a BL in here properly. Right, you got NUBL. They love their BL, right? They really love their BL. Of course not. But like the joke is like, you know, you look at all this shit, you don't understand what it means, right? Surely they love their yaoi because they have their BL. They have their BL. I don't know. What's a BL Pokemon? You got fucking UUBL here. You know, you got your fucking Garchomp and shit in here. You know, they got their BL. Right? The BL for banlist, sure. But like, you know, they love their BL. But like, yeah, like the thing is then, like, even then, right? It's like, you want to know why this Pokemon is where it is, and then like you go try to look up context, and like it's like, oh, right? When you try to give things context and stuff. Anyway, you don't know what BL is. BL is something. Yeah.
They always want more. Like, their builds could always be better and they're just never satisfied. So now they're stuck in an endless loop of optimization because there's no clear end to it. There's another subset of people that also contribute to this problem. The ones that look at guides and think that the recommended stats are the bare minimum that you must have for your character to be good enough for endgame. So they tell that to others who may know less about the game or just don't care enough to find out more. And they think that's the absolute truth, so those people go ahead and parrot the same thing to others that know even less. And it just gets spread around in a spiral effect.
Yep, lots of things get spread around like crazy.
Just like the telephone game. The first guy told someone, hey, you should aim for around X stats to have a decent character for endgame. But what the last guy down the line hears is, dude, you must have this stat.
Yeah, eventually you get to this point. It's like, what?
Otherwise your character is dog shit. I'm not saying that gear stats are irrelevant, cause the end game of most gachas end up being a DPS check, but the reality is that most of the time you only need a minimal investment with average stats, and you can already clear the end game just fine. Yes, there are some exceptions where you do need more than average stats, but instead of new and different mechanics, the only challenge is just HP inflation, which comes hand in hand with major power creep. Those games are not worth it anyway. You shouldn't be playing them if you respect yourself. Now,
Sure.
I understand that once you're in the endgame, finished all the content and also finished building all the characters you wanted, you really only have two options to spend stamina. Either pre-farm for new characters, which most of the time you can't even do because either there's no information about materials yet, or you're just not interested in any upcoming character. Or just keep farming gear for better substats, which is fine, just don't obsess over it. Part of the problem is also the developers themselves, of course. They intentionally made the system this way for player retention, just like the majority of systems in a gacha. They want to keep you on the gear treadmill, endlessly chasing for the next, even the smallest tiny bit of upgrade. You know, the more time you spend in the...
Yeah, except that's what literally all these games do. They all do it. All these gachas do it, man. They all do it. They all do it. And none of them are safe. Actually, wait, no, not all of them do it. The games that don't have that type of stuff, those types of elements built in, don't do it. Which, not many, right? But, they do exist. But, like, they also don't sell you power, so... that's its own other situation there.
Game, the higher the chance for you to spend money in various different ways. And not to defend them, but that's just their business strategy, right? It shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone at this point that they are predatory as fuck. But if you let all this get on your head, then I would say the fault lies more with you. At the end of the day, gachas are just casual side games.
They also
They're
have
not
other
meant to be played
mechanics.
all day every day.
Okay.
So for a game that, outside of major updates, you mostly...
Yeah, the average daily experience in these games are terrible. Except, here's the thing, right? When they added an open world to it, they just made it a lot worse. Because you're just, like, the freaking thing that they're showing here.
They just play 10 minutes a day. You shouldn't really be worrying that much about it to the point of obsessively...
I mean, like, the thing is, it's also like, that's 10 minutes you could be using to do something else. I mean, he already showed fucking Genshin on there. You know? He already showed stuff of Genshin and Star Rail and shit on there. And was, like, hinting at them. And then he said, not worth your time or whatever. Oh, look at this. Freaking... You see, like, here's the thing with Wua, man. This is this guy's video, too. Guess what? Even YouTube thinks it's a Genshin clone. On his video, too. It auto-detected and filled it in as Genshin.
maxing for that last 1%, which won't really even make any difference in your gameplay anyway. For me, the ideal gear system is the ones you find in Arknights or Reverse 1999. There's a clear stopping point at which you completely finish building the character, and you will not be depending on luck to improve it bit by bit forever. Now that system also has its own problems, like having RNG for material drops, so it may still take some time to farm, but it's definitely better than the RNG stat system. You work towards a clear goal, and once you hit it, then that's it, you're done. So yeah, RNG gear systems are trash. But if you're grinding the same instance for months just to get a 1% increase in damage, which will be mostly irrelevant because without that you're still curling endgame comfortably, and then complain about how frustrating the game is and getting burnt out, then maybe you are the problem.
So now the guy is basically saying, nah, the shit being bad, nah, that's fine, you're the problem. So like he says it's bad, and then he goes back and then defends it and says, nah, you're the problem again. The fuck? Oh boy, yeah. Kanto 7 introduced the concept of unbreakable coins on the IDs, and the enemies themselves are basically, what that meant was unbreakable coin is where to, no matter what, the only way you can beat it is by clashing with higher number. but no matter you are like you're still forced to take damage. Okay. It just get good type shit, yeah. And like the thing is, again, when everything is all RNG, everyone's situation is inconsistent, man. Your experience is never going to be consistent. Everyone's experience with everything is going to be completely varied and inconsistent. That's just the nature of the beast when everything is like all locked behind crazy RNG systems. It is what it is. Right. Okay. Maybe we can do one more before I end off, because, like, we've been live for, like, 8.5 hours. What the hell is this tipping freak out? We'll go do this one, I guess. The moist critical one? Okay.
I saw a very interesting video today that ties into a topic that I've discussed on streams passionately for years now. Tipping. I know, all at once, a bunch of people just went from the relaxed position to the locked-in stance in their chairs because tipping is a hot-button topic. So what happened is some guys went to a restaurant, got some food, paid for it, and left, but the restaurant owner noticed they didn't leave a tip.
Yeah.
So he starts following them around on the street like the adoring fan from Oblivion. He is literally just on their tail like it's a fucking trailing mission out of a video game. And he's like insulting them, even like threatening them, all about not leaving that tip.
Hey bro, what do you want, bro? What do you want? I paid for my food. I paid for my food. What are you talking? Why you following me down the fucking street? Nigga, you need to get the fuck back. You need to get back. Why are you following me? Why are you following me? What do you think? Why are you following me? What are you gonna do? Call 911. Call 911. If you need to settle something, you know who to call.
The guy filming is right. He didn't break any laws. He paid for his meal, and it's not a legal obligation to tip. So the owner on his ass here like a hemorrhoid, like it's, you know, the horror movie It Follows about him not tipping, is wrong here. Because, again, he didn't do anything wrong. So the guy filming is like, well, call the police then if you think there's been some, you know, foul play, you know, some dirty barnacles, from us. You can call the police about it. Obviously, the owner's not going to do that because there's not actually a case there.
Bro, I'm not trying to fuck with you. You piece of shit. Bro,
I'm not goddamn fucking yell at me.
I'm not trying to fuck with you, bro.
You shut your goddamn fucking mouth, man.
Why are you following me down the street?
You piece of shit, little piece
bro,
of shit, man.
I paid for my food.
I'll smack the shit out of you, punk ass, man.
I pay for my food, bro.
Piece of shit.
I pay for my food.
How the fuck do you think you make money?
I pay for my food.
How am I fucking staff supposed to make fucking money, huh?
So raise your price.
Huh?
Now I'm cutting around this a little bit
raise the
because,
price,
as I
exactly.
said, this goes on for a long time. It feels like he follows them for miles. It felt like in Game of Thrones when they were marching for like a whole season. It felt like we got all of that throughout the course of this video.
Damn.
And it also was getting very heated. It started sounding like a Xbox Live lobby after a Call of Duty round ended. It was getting,
he's a psycho
it was getting
here.
Pretty big and a lot of yelling. But when the owner said that, how is my staff supposed to make money? Brother, it felt like I got teabagged. I was stunned. I was seeing stars. You are the owner. What do you mean, how is your staff supposed to make money? Pay them a livable wage. Like, it's not the most difficult to grasp concept. You don't need to be astronaut Katy Perry to understand this rocket science here. Tipping is a way for businesses to save money on their employee salaries by paying them sub-minimum wage. It's a way for business owners to financially treat the faces of their employees like a fucking fleshlight by paying them less than what they are supposed to.
Now what you do is you give them a nice leg sweep. You trip them over and ask them if they had a nice, right? You trip them over. You know? You tip them over. No, what you gotta do is physically tip them over and ask them if they had a nice trip. That's what you're supposed to do. Give the guy a nice leg sweep, or something, tip him over, and ask him if he had a nice trip. Right, and he can get a nice vacation to the hospital. I don't know.
Because tipping is supposed to make up for the difference, at least in the majority of states. There are some states that I'm aware of where restaurant workers can get tips, but they are still paid the normal minimum wage.
Yep.
But in most of the states in America, you get sub-minimum wage when you are working in a service industry position that has tipping as part of it. Tipping is just so ingrained in the culture of America right now, and it has just become pervasive in every industry. I'm sure a lot of you watching this have seen, like, self-checkout kiosks that now have tips that pop up occasionally. There is tipping in every single thing, and it's been a big talking point for a few years because now you are getting asked to tip on purely automated services. Like, who the fuck are you even tipping? Skynet? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we're tipping
It is
Skynet.
just outrageous. But when it comes to restaurants, the workers rely on tips because they're not getting paid a livable wage in the majority of states, and thus the onus is on the customer now to try and make up that difference so that restaurant worker can fucking survive. And it sucks. That shit is awful. Now in my case, I do maximum tip on everything in the service industry because I'm in a position to do so. And I know that they need that money, so I like to try and help out best I can. And Lord help us, I'm ashamed to admit it, I've even tipped at a self-serve Froyo place once.
What?
Where literally didn't interact with a single employee or anything, just made my own Froyo, and I still tipped at the goddamn checkout.
Yes, it does. We do.
But point
It's
is,
awful.
not everyone can do that. And not everyone should be required or expected to do that. It should always be the responsibility of the business to ensure the employees are making a livable wage, and tips should be something that is entirely optional as a way of rewarding exceptional service.
In
I
an
know
ideal
people talk
world,
about
but
that a
they
lot,
aren't,
where they want to give
unfortunately.
extra to someone that really went above and beyond from them and they had a great experience with, so they want to tip that person to show their appreciation. That's great, but they should also just be making a livable wage, and that tip should go on top. I think that's how it should.
And like, you know what's funny is how we got to this point when the original purpose of a tip was when some guy wanted to bribe someone else to move out of the way or to get something done faster. That's all. Like, the origin of tipping comes from noblemen wanting to get peasants out of the way so that they can move their carriage along the dirt road. That's where it started. It was to like get them to move out of the way. That was like the whole thing. Or like getting service at like a restaurant or some other thing, rest stop or whatever. You know, wanting priority service. That was where tipping culture started. Except in that case, they actually got something, right, for what they were doing there. Right. They wanted to get, you know, the speed. They wanted to get everything expedited. And they paid more to do so. It wasn't like an expectation or whatever else.
Work in an ideal situation there.
Why you follow me down the street?
Chill the fuck out, bro. Why'd you
Bro,
fall
chill
in
out.
this, bro?
Fucking make
Chill
money,
out,
huh?
chill out.
Why'd you fall in this man?
Chill out, bro. You need to calm down, bro.
You
Why
fucking
you
raise
following
your
me
goddamn voice at me, huh?
Bro, you need to get back. You trying to back me into a corner. You trying to back me into a corner, bro.
What is wrong with you, bro?
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro?
And now you mad because I won't tip you and you follow me down
How
the
am I
street?
supposed to fucking make money?
Okay, so raise your prices,
They
dude.
don't
That's
get
not
money
my
like
problem.
that, you fucking
I know
shit.
you
That
not.
don't
I
work
know.
like
So
that.
don't serve me.
It's crazy to be doing this while wearing his restaurant on his chest.
Yep.
So what happened after this video blew up is a lot of people went to the restaurant and left a lot of really bad reviews
Yeah, now he's getting review bombed.
on it, which I think
Exactly.
they've been deleted now. I don't know if it's by him or if there's like a system in place for it. Couldn't tell you. But it was a really bad look for his restaurant here. He also just recently did an interview with CBS. I'll show you that in a moment. But I want to dive into the spaghetti and meatballs of something that the guy filming mentioned briefly. Raise your prices then.
Yep.
He's right. If the business owner can't afford to pay his employees a livable wage, he would naturally need to raise prices so he'd have more money to be able to pay his employees. But on the flip side of that coin, by raising his prices, he would have less customers because they would choose a place that is cheaper. Now, there's actually a little experiment conducted by someone named Michael Lynn, and it's been referenced by a lot of people when they talk about tipping culture, where he put two hypothetical restaurants against each other. Restaurant 1 had prices of like $15 for a cheeseburger, but a 15 to 20% gratuity to be expected at the end, versus Restaurant 2, where there is no tipping at all, but the cheeseburger is $17.25.
Yep.
Now, if you've got your thinking caps on, if you've passed, you know, second grade arithmetic, you'll know these are the same price.
Yep.
But, overwhelmingly, the people in the study thought that Restaurant 1 was cheaper. Thus, people are going to gravitate...
They think it's cheaper because of because the price is lower because tip, when the reality they're the same. Yeah.
Towards that. Even though they're the same price after tip, people are going to choose the one that looks lower and cheaper to them. You have to remember, a lot of people are just fucking stupid. Does anyone recall when the third of a pound burger was introduced a long time ago? I've talked about this too.
That was the only good burger McDonald's ever had. And they got rid of it because people are fucking stupid.
Back in the day, the quarter pounder crushing it. And A&W wanted to start trying to, you know, encroach on that territory, so they introduced a third of a pound burger. But it flopped. It completely failed.
McDonald's had one too. I did not know about the A&W one.
This shit fumbled like Concorde. It was a culinary Concorde level disaster for them because people thought they were paying the same price for less burger. They didn't realize that a third of a pound is more than a quarter pound. So in the case of a restaurant that wants to pay their workers a livable wage and take tipping out of the equation and instead put that price into the menu itself, which is what a lot of people say they should do, well, their restaurant might not survive very long because people don't actually think very hard about things. So even in this hypothetical example, you're paying the same price, but the perception is it's cheaper to go with the place that just has tipping as an option. Now that brings us to the unicorn that people are looking so desperately to have, where all of the tipping is gone, eradicated, but all of the prices have stayed exactly the same. That's just not a realistic possibility for like 99% of these restaurants. Like, when they take away the tipping, they are then going to need to pay a lot more for those employees, thus they're going to need to somehow get more money. It's going to be by folding that difference into the menu items. Thus, it's going to look like you're paying more, even in cases where you might not be. So, it's very tough for a lot of these restaurants to just immediately jump on board with that, which is why we're in this fucking stalemate, where tipping culture is just completely out of control. And why so many service industry workers are getting fucked because of just how rampant this issue is, and more people are choosing not to tip because they want to fight back against this. And in a lot of cases, they don't realize that they're not actually fighting back against tipping culture itself. They're just hurting the employees that are relying on it. And I think a lot of it doesn't... Like, I don't think it comes down to malice. I don't think they're doing that to just be like, fuck you to the service industry workers. I really think that they believe by not tipping, the restaurant is going to change its policy. But it's probably not, unfortunately. Most of these fucking restaurants will sooner pay their workers in knuckle sandwiches than they will in raising their salary. And there's a lot more nuance to it. Like, I'm just giving you, like, bare bones, surface level shit here. Like, I haven't even begun to talk about the establishments that pay out a portion of their tips across all of the employees. Like, it gets so messy.
Wait, actually, you know what? You know what? Depending on what you say, paying out a knuckle sandwiches, can I choose where they're routed? And have them routed to a different individual? You know, paying out knuckle sandwiches and be like, oh, I don't like this guy. Okay, send my payment there. And you get the payout in knuckle sandwiches to that person instead. You know what? That could be funny. But then in that case, you've basically come up with like a bootleg hitman service. In a way. But not quite. Yeah.
Underhanded tactics to exploit these workers. It's a fucking issue. Anyway, though, back to the video that started this whole rant. I want to show you from the owner's perspective on the CBS interview.
Telling us he followed a regular into the street, intending to tell him never to come back after leaving without tipping again.
Have you watched the video?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
And when you watched it, what did you see there?
Ashamed. I was just ashamed, you know, bring shame to my wife as a husband, you know, as an owner, you know, at the same time, you know, to my mom and dad.
So according to the owner here, this was a customer that's a regular at the establishment, and he had finally had enough, so after he didn't tip again, he followed him outside, intending to just say, don't come back, kind of like shake his fist at him, and stay out, and that kind of thing. But it obviously spiraled more out of control than that and blew up in a much bigger way, which ignited a huge debate online about tipping. Because tipping is a very controversial topic. People feel very strongly, especially people that have been in the industry before. And while there definitely are cases where people don't tip just to be an asshole, I really do think there is a lot of confusion around how tipping even like works, that people think by not doing it, they're going to help be like a catalyst for change at that business, where they'll realize that the tips aren't coming in, so it's losing the business money, thus they're going to change their policy to actually pay their workers a livable wage, and then they won't be, you know, forced to rely on strangers to cover their expenses. But that's, again, just not going to happen in the majority of cases, because it doesn't hurt
Shaming
the
a
actual
regular,
business owner. What's supposed to happen is if they don't reach minimum wage, like if they don't get enough tips to reach that, the business is supposed to cover it. That rarely happens. There are so many workarounds that these businesses pull, so many like backdoor hand job reacharoos that they are able to squeak out of not actually covering that. So it doesn't ever hurt the business itself. It only hurts the worker. And I really think there's a large number of people that don't understand that, but even understanding that, there are people that just can't afford to pay an extra 20% on top of what they've already just paid. And I see a lot of people regurgitating this take that's becoming very common. If you can't afford to tip, you can't afford to eat out. Okay, fair enough in something like Uber Eats or like fine dining or something. Okay, you can make that argument, I suppose. But it doesn't work for everything, because there is no cheap ways of eating anymore, really. Even something like fast food is not that cheap.
It's
a
not.
McDonald's meal, it's not $1 anymore, sports fans. It's a handful of clams. And grocery shopping is pretty fucking pricey
it's
too.
Fucked up,
It's expensive. Like, it is hard to pay an extra 15 to 20% consistently on top of things that you're already paying for when you're eating. Like, I just don't fully agree with that take.
Bro, you about to blow up on social media, bro.
When asked why he didn't tip, the customer told people online, "Oh,
yeah,
I just
$23.
didn't want to."
Yeah, that's a lot.
Cho tells us the customer's brother has since come in, describing their conversation as productive.
I apologize
and
to
just
him
one
and to his
person.
family, and I was asking
It's
if
fucked
he
up.
could pass this message along to his little brother.
Adding he sent the brother home with the customer's favorite order, a handwritten apology, and an offer.
My door's open for you, man. You know, come on by anytime.
Now, while I do think that response of, oh, I just didn't want to, is pretty douchey, again, he doesn't have to. And I really do think it shouldn't be expected that every single person does tip. Because that's just the reality of it. It is 100% an issue that needs to be addressed on like the actual business front. And it's why there's so many people that study tipping itself and are trying to brainstorm how to improve it and get rid of it to certain extents, because it is a terrible fucking system that nobody else in the world really uses, and in a lot of other cultures is actually viewed as insulting. So like, it is something that does need changing 100%. Now in the case of this business owner here, he really seems remorseful. Like, he really does seem like he's trying to make amends. It does seem like maybe he was just having like a really fucking bad day, and not getting that tip meant that one of his workers wasn't going to receive like the full pay they should have, so he snapped and did this, and he seems embarrassed by it. So I'm of the belief that he does regret it, and that this is going to be an experience that he won't be repeating or anything like that. But that statement he made during the argument, how is my staff supposed to make a living without tips? Paraphrasing a bit, but that was the essence. It speaks volumes to just how poisonous tipping has become, where the business owner himself cannot even grapple with the idea of paying his employees a livable wage, because it's such an accepted and expected business practice of paying them sub-minimum wage, literal tiddlywinks of dollars, because it's the customer's responsibility to take care of the rest. That's just crazy to me. It blows my mind. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So yeah.
Yep, but that's the world we live in, man. It's, tipping is gone too far that they basically don't think of anything outside of that. It is what it is. Right? But like, yeah. Exactly. End tipping culture, mandate livable wages. It's like how my staff is supposed to make money. Actually pay them. Right? Like the reality is actually pay them then. If that's really what the problem is. Right, like, yeah. But like, yeah, I think after like almost 9 hours, I think we'll just end off here. We'll get caught up with the other reacts later. This thing too. The video about the country I live in. YouTube immediately recommends a suicide helpline. That's how fucked up Canada is. A video of describing shit in the country I live in. They recommend a fucking suicide helpline. The self-harm hotline attached to this video is peak bleak comedy. And people are like actually poking fun at it in the comments. Like actually. Earning a suicide hotline bar on a video about Canada is how you know the vid is about to be peak. Like, yeah. I mean, it's literally, here's the thing, okay? So, let's say you get into an accident and stuff, right? Depending on where you go for help, let's say you have like a serious injury or something, or let's say you're a veteran or something, and you have a disability, maybe you want to get a ramp installed in your home or whatever. You know what's easier than going through the government and through like the channels you're supposed to go through for help? They're more likely to give you a prescription to take all sorts of narcotics, or they'll recommend you go kill yourself. They will even help you kill yourself. That is far more likely than getting the other shit done. That is the reality of Canada, because it's really that bad. No, like, it's completely legal. Like, they've completely legalized, like, the assisted suicide type shit. And, all sorts of things can get you that way. No, they even extended to children. It's extended here, even children can get it. It's extended all the way to children, here. Here's the thing though, the difference is, in terms of the actual assisted suicide rate, despite Canada having about 40 million people in the population, compared to the US, the amount of cases that they have, you know, it's not like 10 times more, it's not like 100 times more, we're talking like 1,000 times more cases, plus, every year. Like, the actual scale of it all, here. Like, for the few places in the US that do have it, like California has a thing for it, like they have stuff passed in it, they have a similar population to my entire country. But the actual amount of cases that actually end up happening, it's nothing compared to what happens in Canada in a regular year. It is like really fucked up. Who knows what else, man? But like, yeah. Actually, yeah, what actually did happen? I wasn't not paying attention. What happened? I don't know. Did they count the thing? Oh, we're fucked. Even more now. If that's really the case. Is that really what's going on here? Or wait, did they lose? What? I don't know. How fucked is everything here? How much more fucked? I don't know. Did like, is it over yet? I don't know. They're saying this thing? Okay, we're fucked then. Yep, so everything is gonna get more fucked up. Got it. Great. Even more reasons to push this thing over. Even more reasons right there. Yeah, this is why you get a suicide hotline recommended on a video about Canada. Because it really is that bad. Why does it matter, man? Even his fucking name is stupid. Carney, what is this? A fucking circus? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. It is. It is. With a name like that, he belongs in the circus. Oh, wait. Right? Oh. Wait. Oh, boy, yeah. But you know what? If I got paid in knuckle sandwiches, man, I'd be like, okay, pay out and do it in front of these guys. But like, I remember like the other day, man, I was like in the shower, whatever. They had a fucking liberal, person campaigning, right? They were like at the door, right? I was like taking a shower because I got home from work or whatever. And like, whatever, right? My brother answered the door. And like, he was like telling me about it after. I would have been like, I would have told him, you should have slammed the door in the guy's face and told him when they're asking, can I count on your vote? I'm like, after you get rid of everyone in your party, then I consider voting. It's like, yeah, fucked. You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? That is actually more likely to happen now. Because of what just happened. In its own fucked up sense, that is more likely to happen. In a way you don't understand. Like, the irony of it all. But like, yeah. I mean, it makes sense though. Why, you get suicide helpline. Why that type of stuff, would be recommended here. Because it definitely does fit the country here. It's really bad. Really, really bad. Like, we're talking, you know, your shit rundown shithole of a house is more expensive than buying a fucking European castle. Like, buying a fucking castle in Europe is cheaper than buying a fucking house in Canada. Buying a fucking castle. I'm not joking. Like, I am not fucking joking on that. It is, like, actually really bad. It's not quite as bad, though. If you're, like, it's not quite as bad. No. You don't get it. It's like, wait, you know what? Here, let's go look at it then before we go. You'll see what I mean. Because he literally fucked on the entire country over the past 10 years. That's why. And things are only going to get worse.
Oh, Canada. What the hell is going on here? You were once the shining example of what other countries always dreamed to
we'll
be.
just watch
a
it now.
Safe, free, prosperous society that allowed every generation to do better than the last. A nation that welcomed immigrants with open arms, while still upholding the values that made Canada, Canada. But terrible things are happening in the land of maple syrup, with more and more Canadians now realizing that their beloved country is becoming less recognizable by the day.
Yep.
From a devastating housing crisis to a miserable economy to increasing rates of crime, to a catastrophic brain drain to a broken immigration system to a deadly healthcare program, Canada is clearly heading in the wrong direction and closer than ever to becoming a failed state.
Yeah, and by deadly healthcare problem again. I mean, this should be a nice description of our healthcare program. The fact that this has to exist.
Unlike most videos that only scratch the surface of one or two problems, this will be a comprehensive exploration into all of Canada's systemic issues that many around the world will relate to. Ordinary people who are hurting.
He was the replacement for the fucking turd water guy. But here's the thing, you keep forgetting humans are fucking retarded. We live in a world where humans thought a third pounder is less than a quarter pounder. Just because you removed the previous clown that was in charge and he got replaced by the goon under him before, and everyone else is the same, they expect things to be different. You know, the world itself has gone insane because the reality is they keep putting in the same shit again and again and expecting a different result. And that is the world we live in. Again, humans are fucking retarded. Right? We talked, like the last video we just looked at, right? They were talking about how fucking people thought a third pounder had less than a quarter pounder. Right? That is the average intelligence of people, man. That is the average intelligence. They think a third pounder is less than a quarter pounder. Okay? I think you can figure out the rest from there.
Deserve real change to a status quo that has failed them for so long. However, serious change requires serious attention. So to understand what's going on in Canada that is making life a nightmare for millions of Canadians, stick around because this is how to kill a nation. The year is 2008. Kids are going to their local Blockbuster to see the latest movies like The Dark Knight, Kung Fu Panda, Iron Man, and WALL-E. Meanwhile, their parents are doing great. A couple years ago, the bank offered them a fantastic loan to buy a first-time home that was well beyond their expectations. Or for other families, a loan for a newer...
It's not even that, man. It's not even that. Only winning move is to not play. At some point, just drop a fucking nuke. And just end it all.
Bigger house than the one they previously had. These families continued to make their mortgage payments until one day, they couldn't. Over the course of 2 years leading up to the crash, millions of Americans defaulted on predatory loans and were forced by the banks to liquidate their homes. But because America was and still is the biggest economy in the world, this subprime mortgage crisis, as it's now called, triggered a wider financial recession that led to the largest global economic crash since the Great Depression. But something really weird happened in Canada. In the words of the greatest Canadian band to ever exist, let's look at this graph. Here we see Canada and America's housing prices starting from 1990 and how it's been moving since, adjusted for inflation of course. In an ideal world, people are probably fine with essentials like food and shelter rising in price every year, just as long as it moves roughly in line with inflation. Meaning, if the price of homes, groceries, and gas increased 2% this year, that's okay because your wage rose by 2% as well. In this hypothetical situation, that would mean the graph would show both countries' lines staying flat at the 100 level, where the price of housing is growing, but only at the rate of inflation, which keeps the real cost of housing the same. Of course, this obviously didn't happen, and both Canada and the United States saw the cost of shelter increase year by year well beyond inflation. But unlike the US, where real estate fell back to more affordable levels after the recession, the price of Canadian housing never really dropped, and in fact, only continued to go up and up and up. Now don't get me wrong, America's home prices are also way too high right now and should ideally come back down. But imagine living in Canada, where it's this. Among all the countries in the G7, Canada is by far the worst when it comes to housing affordability.
It is the worst in the G7. You think it's bad in your country. What about being the worst? And not by a little bit, by a lot. By a lot.
Affordability. To illustrate this issue,
I mean, where's the US? The US is over here. It's still a massive improvement when you're this awful. When you're like this awful, compared to over here, that is a huge improvement. That is a massive improvement. Over here to down here. Right? United States is this line, that down here. That is a massive improvement.
Let's play a fun game I'll call Guess the Canadian Home. We'll start with contestant number 1. A stunning 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with a 2-car garage, a cool kitchen island, a completely open second floor for you to design to your liking, and a nice large balcony to relax and grill some barbecue for just $982,000. Next up, we have the most gorgeous 5-bed, 6-bath villa built just a few years ago, featuring your very own private pool, a conference room where you can maximize shareholder value, a cool-looking kitchen with flowers, a close-up of the flowers because why not, a backshot of the flowers because why not, and a children's bedroom, all for $1.3 million. And lastly, we have our third house of the day, a magnificent 5-bed, 3-bath duplex, which means you can—
Duplex! Keep in mind, the other properties you saw earlier, they were like a full, you had the whole building. Here, you only get half of it.
Get the privilege of having someone on the other side of your wall hear everything you do. On the inside, we see some gently used floors that just need a bit of scrubbing. Beautiful furniture that can be flexibly rearranged, a room perfectly suitable for living, incredible lighting, state-of-the-art heating and plumbing, a well-seasoned bathroom with a sample of the house's interior cut open to remind you of its strong structural integrity, a softly dusted basement to keep the kids and rats sheltered, another room with a big beautiful window to let all the sun in, a second bathroom with 4 unique wall designs, 5 if you include the natural fade from years of moisture eroding the back of the sink, a storage room to fit the ATM you stole last week to—
Oh no, this is— I know where this is.
afford the monthly mortgage payment for this house, a third bathroom, wow what a treat, with a portable toilet, and a scenic backyard that may or may not contain—
No. What does this say right here? What does this say right here? I mean, this is pretty obvious where this is. Which one this one is.
a dozen used needles throughout the site. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to call everything here your home will cost you just $1.8 million. So, which one is the Canadian home?
I mean,
if you
it's
guess
obviously—
contestant number 3, you'd be correct. Toronto is where you'll be paying 50 years worth of wages to have this marvelous half of a house. Oh, but come on, Bofang, that's ridiculous. How is anyone supposed to live in this thing without spending $1 million more and years of red tape to completely rebuild it? Yeah, okay, you're right. Let's try again. Here's a beautiful 4-bedroom place with the cozy ambience of a grandmother's home where she overfeeds you and lets you stay up way longer than you normally should. Final price? $1.2 million. Next house, 5-bed, 3-bath. This would quite literally be the perfect dream home with all the space you would need to raise a large multi-generational family for $1.8 million. Finally, we have a modest 2-bed, 2-bath house with a basic interior that gets the job done. This would have been considered a nice little starter home affordable to really any young boomer who is working a regular job right out of high school supporting their family. But today, it's $2 million USD. And yep, you guessed it, this is the Canadian home in Ottawa, where it's filled with snobby bureaucrats and freezing for 8 months of the year.
Yeah, you can't forget that, where it gets cold for like 8 months of the year,
And keep in mind, I'm not comparing Canada to developing countries that have dirt cheap housing and way lower standards of living. I'm showing you famous cities considered to be some of the world's best places to live, where the rich and successful want to be. Tokyo, Venice.
Yeah, that's Venice. Okay.
New York.
That's in New York, damn. That's in Paris.
Is literally just a few miles from the Eiffel
near the Eiffel Tower, damn.
Tower. Meanwhile, this is a house in Vancouver, which looks decent enough until you learn that it's—
Oh yeah, and because this is Vancouver, it's literally in the middle of nowhere. Where like, in terms of like actually going and getting anywhere, you have to drive everywhere. Because Vancouver is a place where they basically built across and not up. And because of that, you literally can't do shit there without driving.
It's 12 million US.
A couple miles. Here's the thing, right? People who live in Canada, they're used to having to like basically drive everywhere. Same with people that live in certain parts of the States as well. They're basically used to it, and things being far away like that. So, by the standards of North America, it is actually impressive. It actually is. For better or for worse.
Dollars. Yes, this old, mediocre home that no one in any normal country would consider special is more expensive than houses in Hong Kong, Dubai, Hawaii, Singapore, and Beverly Hills. Places with way more prestige and way less depressing weather. There should be absolutely zero reason why it's so much more expensive to live in Canada compared to all these other cool places. It's even cheaper to just buy your own private island in the Caribbean or Florida. Oh, and the bonus house included is still in better shape than the one you get in Canada. But Bofang, we're talking about the world's second largest country here. How in the hell is housing so expensive when they clearly have no
Yes. I mean, have you seen...
shortage of living space? Well, you'd be correct if you were asking 200 years ago. In fact...
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the reality of people who live in Canada.
Land was so bountiful and cheap back then that for nearly a century, Canada gave any immigrant willing to settle west of Ontario 160 acres for free. But most people aren't farmers anymore, and urbanization means that what you think of as Canada is really just 3 tiny zones disguised as a country. Because of this, the nation's urban areas are actually some of the densest places in the entire continent, which kinda makes sense when you realize that cold American cities like Chicago and Seattle are still warmer than the warmest parts of Canada like Toronto and Vancouver. However, it's not actually density that causes Canadian housing to be so insanely overpriced. Otherwise, Barcelona, Taipei, Athens, and Bangkok would all be way more expensive. The real reasons are a lot more complicated, although the result is fairly straightforward. More than 1 in 10 Canadians will experience some form of homelessness in their lifetime. And if you want to find anything for less than $500,000 in Canada, you'll either need to cram yourself in a shoebox or accept the fact that you'll be spending at least 3 hours a day commuting for work. Or just live in Winnipeg. And people wonder why no one in the country is having children. Whatever housing problems other countries have, which are themselves awful and requires urgent action, still
it gets
pales
worse
in comparison to the
Oh, don't worry, it's only gonna get worse.
Catastrophe in the true north. So it's no surprise the vast majority of Canadians think
Yeah, but like imagine again, like think about it this way. Imagine having to deal with this weather for like 8 months of the year.
owning your own home is a luxury. Imagine, something that was assumed as normal to have just a generation ago is today so out of reach for ordinary people that society now considers it a luxury. Canadians may call this country home, but for far too many, Canada is now a home without homes.
No.
And it's not just the cost of housing that's killing the nation. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the systemic—
Now, if you live in Yellowknife, that's your entire year. No, you don't get it. If you live up in Yellowknife, that's all 12 months of your year.
problems this country faces. It would be one thing
You go to Yellowknife for all 12 months.
struggle with affording a place to live, but Canadians are also struggling to afford a life to live. Because combine this housing crisis...
Yeah, except the summer is not quite what you think. Yeah, technically there is a summer. It's just the summer is, yeah.
With a broken economy that results in food, gas, and well, everything being so much more expensive compared to other countries, and you have a nation that has one of the highest household debts in the world, with nearly half its citizens struggling to meet day-to-day expenses. But it gets even worse. If you live in a place like California, sure, prices are high and life for many there is painfully unaffordable, but at least Californians get paid Californian wages. Now imagine instead of struggling with California prices on a California wage, we somehow found a country where people are paying for things as if they lived in America's most expensive state, but making less money than America's poorest state. Well, that sick and twisted world is unfortunately reality for millions living in Canada. The home of Hollywood, LA, is known to have some of the most expensive gas in the land of the free. Canada has their own Hollywood in the north, called Vancouver, which is exactly like Hollywood if Hollywood was cold, dark, and rainy most of the year, and so generic of a location that every type of movie possible has used the place as its setting. I'm sorry, but it's just true. Vancouver is the stunt double for every other city in the world. The price of gas up there, after converting loonies to dollars and liters to gallons, is
like, here's the other irony part too. So like, here's the funny part, right? You want to know where the third largest oil reserve in the world is? It's in Canada. The third largest oil reserves on the planet. Here's the problem, right? Basically the oil is useless. Because we can't do anything with the oil. So guess what we have to do? Guess what we have to do with the oil? We basically have to send it to the US, where it gets tariffed, so we sell it for below the actual market rate, so that we can then buy it back. That is like, yeah. So you know the Carney guy and the entirety of the Liberal Party? They're a good reason why. They are the reason why. They are why. They basically stopped any type of development or any type of industry to actually do anything with it. Right? Because of that. It's not just him, it's their entire party. Like, here's the thing. You get rid of the guy there, you guys don't understand. So the way Canadian politics works is, unlike in the US where you vote for the MP, and then you can vote for the president, that doesn't work here. What you actually do is you vote for the MP, and whichever one has the most MPs in office, that is how they pick the prime minister. Whoever is in charge of the party with the most MPs automatically takes the job. You actually cannot vote for the Carney person. Unless you're living in the exact region where he's campaigning, like, not campaigning, but like, he's running for office in, you literally cannot vote for the guy. You have to vote for someone else that works for the guy. Right, that's basically how Canadian politics works with elections. You don't vote for the guy running at the top, you vote for the guy under him. But yeah. Oh yeah, also the climate policies are fucking stupid. Yeah, they're really fucking stupid. But that's its own other thing. Yeah, they're just creating more problems instead of fixing anything. They create more problems, and them adding those things in made everything else cost exponentially more. Because it's like, well, if it costs more to do this or that, and you still need this or that to happen, well, that thing is gonna cost more too. And whoever is paying the thing on the last leg of all the transactions, they gotta deal with everything beforehand. So like one tiny cost increase in one end is gonna snowball and make everything else cost drastically more by the time it gets to the consumer or the customer. No, I agree with him, man. It's really fucked up here. It's really fucked up. Again, we live in a fucking country here where they recommend a suicide helpline when you talk about them. But yeah. Here's the funniest part. If Canada became the 51st state, it would be the poorest state. It's really bad.
Is 10 to 20% higher than LA, one of the most expensive cities in the state
While
with
being
the
the
most
most
expensive
expensive.
gas. The BBC conducted an investigation that took a basket of everyday groceries and found that Canada's bill came out to be 33% more expensive than the US and 48% more than the UK. Other reports show that basic staples such as bread, meat, milk, and
Oh yeah, don't talk about the food. Is he gonna talk about the food cartels? Yeah, you don't know about the cartel problem in Canada.
eggs are all typically more expensive in Canada than down south. The result of this disparity is that about 1 in 5 Canadians today are food insecure. And scurvy, you know, the thing pirates used to get hundreds of years ago? Yeah, that's making a comeback in Canada. Enough where the Canadian Medical Association felt they needed to issue a warning for doctors.
Yeah, this is how fucked up it is now. They're talking about scurvy again.
To be on the lookout for signs of scurvy in their patients. Turns out, the last Saskatchewan pirates are still with us. Perhaps the biggest reason behind these higher prices is the unfortunate fact that Canada has a cartel problem. Not the Breaking Bad type, but the every industry being dominated by a few giant corporations so they don't have incentive to compete type. Imagine you live in Canada. You stop by the Loblaws around the corner to buy some flowers for your anniversary. Because if you forgot, it means you don't love her anymore. Next week, you do your big shopping haul at Superstore, where you find some amazing deals like
also Loblaws, the President's Choice brand,
$19 for 4 chicken breasts, $6 for tomato sauce, $20 for cheese, and $8 for chips. Few days later, you go to the nearby Shoppers Drug Mart to receive your prescription that helps you deal with
the prescription for some weird narcotic drug that you're sent.
Pain of all these prices. Then the week after, you pick up some more stuff at No Frills to restock on those perishables that just ran out. Throughout this entire time, all the places you went to shop at were just one large corporation called
that's all Loblaws.
Loblaw companies.
Oh wait, they have more. They have more. This guy could have gone further. They forgot stuff like Fortino's. They forgot about City Market. There's a bunch more. They also have their clothing stores as well that they own as well on the other thing. They have like a lot they could go over for just Loblaws.
Ltd, controlled by a powerful billionaire dynasty known as the Weston family. You see, Canadians are given the illusion
Dominion, Value Mart, Fortino's, theirs, Maxi.
That they have plenty of options to choose from. But in reality, 5
you got like no actual options.
Control the vast majority.
This is the actual reality. Not this. It looks like this, but the reality is this.
Majority of.
Except here's the thing. They actually have policies in place where you're not gonna find them anywhere near each other. Right? Like, here's the thing. You know how far away the nearest Walmart is to where I live? There's a Loblaws nearby. Like, I could walk for like 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes, and get to a Loblaws. The nearest Walmart is like a 2-hour drive from where I live. 2 hours. The same with Metro. Costco is like 2 hours in a different direction. Sobeys, I've never even seen a Sobeys. Yeah, like I have never even seen these guys. That's just how far away they are. These ones I've seen, but they're all incredibly far.
Canada's entire retail market, which creates a perfect environment.
Because like they actually specifically also choose locations where they never have to compete with each other. They like plan out, like I'll be here So you don't go here. You don't build your store here. You go build over there. And they'll coordinate and separate each other. So everything is spread out. So like in one area, everything within the radius, whatever they pick as a center, will be any one of their other sub-stores. Like in Loblaws case, they'll have like, okay, we have a Loblaws here. That means we'll put a No Frills there. We'll put a Fortino's there. We'll put a Canadian Superstore there. We'll put a thing there. Like, they'll do that.
For them to start colluding together to raise their prices. Now that might sound like a crazy conspiracy theory.
Except this is like actually...
Until you learn they were caught doing
They actually get caught doing this too.
exactly that with bread, which is estimated to have cost
And they're still dragging it through court to this day.
the average household roughly $400 from 2001 to 2015. But don't worry, justice was served, with most of them still dragging their feet in court to this day. And meanwhile, Loblaws offered people a $25 gift card to apologize for their fraud.
Except you can only use it in Loblaws, and those gift cards had an expiration date too.
Hey, Roblaws here. We'll be nice and give a fraction of that money we stole from you over the years. And to add insult to injury, we're not letting you use it on anything other than buying more of our stuff. And keep in mind, they had the audacity to defraud people with something as common and blatantly out in the open as bread, and it still took them over a decade to get caught. So if you somehow think they're only colluding over baked goods and not messing with other products that are much harder to investigate, boy do I have a house in Vancouver to sell you. And I wish it was just the food, but
this is grocery,
cartels also control Canada's banks, telecommunications.
Oh, here's a fun one. In my area where I live, the only fiber line I can get is from Rogers. Telus does not even exist at all. Like, they don't exist at all. With a Bell, I can only get cell service from them because their internet connection is actually completely terrible. Because they don't have fiber lines in my area, but Rogers does. So they basically do not compete at all. Right? Like that's this thing here.
Communications, airlines.
Yep. The airlines in Canada, terrible.
And so many other industries.
Yep.
Which result in Canadians paying higher prices for everything from mortgages to the internet to traveling. Strangely enough, Canada has a problem with both overregulation and underregulation. Overregulation in the sense that the government makes it nearly impossible for companies abroad to compete in Canada, which would actually create an incentive for Canadian firms to make better quality products at a more affordable price. And
like that's the thing, there's no competition at all. So they just keep making things worse.
Underregulation in the sense that authorities don't seem to care if industries are consisting of fewer and fewer players as a result of mergers and acquisitions. In fact, just recently, Canada's biggest financial institution acquired the 7th largest in the country. And when it comes to your phone and internet, Canada's number 3 just merged with number
number 3 merged with
4 as well.
Number 4,
In summary, the government seems to be totally fine with large corporations gobbling up all the smaller players to then jack up their prices and refuse to improve their product, just as long as it's a company from Canada. Okay, so we've established that for much of life's necessities, Canadians are often paying more than their neighbors down south. But surely they must be making at least as much as Americans to compensate for these ridiculous prices, right? The truth is, Canada's real GDP per capita has stagnated for nearly a decade, with the country's standard of living on track for its worst decline in 40 years. Median earnings in all 10 Canadian provinces are now lower than all 50 US states, which means they would be the 51st to 60th poorest states in the Union if Trump's wish actually came.
Yeah, it would literally be the poorest state if we actually joined the US. It would be the poorest state, and by a lot.
True. The Economist reached a similar conclusion. Average wages in America's poorest state, Mississippi, are higher than the average in Canada. Even the Fed's own data admits to this tragedy. According to the latest numbers from both governments, the median annual income in the United States is $48,000. In Canada, it's $43,000. You
Canadian dollars.
might be thinking, $5,000, that's not as bad as you're making this sound, Bofang, until you realize that Canadian number is in Canadian currency, which means it's actually $30,000. Even after factoring in nerdy econ stuff like purchasing power parity, the disparity in standard of living between the two countries is at its worst point in decades. This is, unfortunately, the dark reality of living in Canada. Millions of Canadians paying California prices on a Mississippi wage. As a result of this harsh economic reality, Canada is facing record amounts of its best and brightest leaving her for—
but don't worry, in some places in Canada, if you really like to play games like Grand Theft Auto, you can actually roleplay it IRL. Except, it's a lot more lenient than the game.
A better life abroad. Now you might be thinking it's mostly just actors and musicians, right? Obviously they'll have to come to America to make it big.
Like
and
actually.
True, for decades, Canada has always had its fair share of talent go south, particularly in the arts and entertainment field. But now, it's more than just movie stars. It's engineers, athletes, entrepreneurs, influencers, scientists, the media. It's even America's politicians. At every level of society, this international cabal of poutine-eating, milk-bag-drinking Canadians who hide their stench of maple syrup have infiltrated and taken over prominent roles in the American public. Hell, for all you know, even I could be one of them. But there's an easy explanation for this great Canadian conspiracy. The brain drain starts as early as high school, when talented, aspirational kids across the country apply for coveted spots in America's most prestigious institutions. For those of you proud of your Canadian colleges, sorry, but you don't even come close to these academic giants who are busy taking thousands of Canada's brightest students every year, many of whom end up choosing to stay in the US instead of going back. Part of this problem is an expected result of larger neighbors attracting talent, which is as natural as the laws of gravity. But a lot of this brain drain is self-inflicted, coming from years of policies that make the environment for young, aspirational, talented Canadians unnecessarily difficult. There's perhaps no better way to explain this issue than to look at the depressing state of Canada's national pastime, ice hockey. The only sport where part of the game is to let its players beat the absolute shit out of each other. For those outside North America, the big four major sports leagues consist of the NFL, the NBA, MLB, and lastly, the National Hockey League, often overshadowed and forgotten by its three bigger brothers. What's so depressing for hockey fans in Canada is the fact that the Stanley Cup, the NHL's version of the Super Bowl, hasn't been won by a single Canadian team in over 30 straight years. Here's just how long ago 1993 was. Most baby boomers were still in their 20s and 30s.
And all the pros just join a US and American team after
Bush
the
was
fact.
still president at the start of the year.
All the good players
No,
just leave.
the original George Bush. The Dallas Cowboys were actually a good team. If we were to start at a baseline assumption that Canada and the US are both about as good at playing hockey, the odds of a Canadian team failing to win a single Stanley Cup since 1993 is roughly 1 in 2,500. So it's obviously not all because of bad luck. If it was, you had a better chance of being born with an extra limb than seeing this 30-plus year drought. But it isn't because people in Canada suck at hockey either. In fact, there isn't a single American team without at least a few Canadians in their roster. However, that is
Yeah, the red bar in there is the Canadians on taking up the hockey teams and the American hockey teams.
greatest of all time, move down south for a better greatest of us and deliver victories for America. Obviously not all because of bad luck. If it was, you had a better chance of being born with an extra limb than seeing this 30-plus year drought. But it isn't because people in Canada suck at hockey either. In fact, there isn't a single American team.
Look at these teams, man. The red one is like the Canadian, the percentage of Canadians in their teams. Various different teams here in the NHL, and like you just see, like you see the amount of players. Like this one, this team, 60%, 61% of the team is just Canadian players. That one, 62%. Right? They leave wherever they are here, and they end up working for an American team.
team without at least a few Canadians in their roster. However,
A few
that
is
is
putting it
actually
very
part of the
mildly.
answer here. Because every season, numerous Canadians of the highest caliber jump the border to skate in the US and deliver victories for American teams. Top players considered to be the greatest of all time move down south for better opportunities, more favorable tax rates, and the fact that the good old US of A is just a better place for those who have the talent and work ethic to succeed. Furthermore, NHL teams in Canada don't actually need to be good to survive, unlike their American counterparts. Let me explain. In the US, if your local hockey team sucks and consistently loses over and over again, most people are gonna think twice about going to their games, buying their merch, and maybe even watching all together, and instead choose to support their city's basketball, football, or
Like, what, in Canada, there's only, like, the other teams for the other sports? They basically don't exist in Canada. Right, like, I guess technically there's, like, a baseball team in, like, Toronto. They got that. They also got, like, an okay basketball team, I heard. Like, I don't pay attention to the sports stuff. But, like, the rest of Canada, everything, like, nobody knows who the fuck is who.
baseball team. But in Canada, if the Calgary Flames can't even make it to a single final in over 20 years, what are their fans gonna do? Stop watching and start cheering for Calgary's NFL team? How about their NBA team? MLB? Besides Toronto, every other city in the country is stuck with support.
Exactly, like, outside of Toronto, every other city in the country, they don't have other sports teams. They actually don't.
Their hockey team, which means stadiums will always be filled, merch will always be sold, and eyeballs will always be on the screen, no matter how dog shit they are. Hockey holds a near monopoly in the world of Canadian sport, and every team up there is essentially an oligarch for each region, pocketing the guaranteed income without ever having incentive to push themselves to the limit. Something any team in any sport needs in order to actually win a major league championship. Look, I'm sure every player wants to win regardless of nationality, but if an organization knows that the money is coming in regardless of how poorly they perform, complacency and stagnation become inevitable. Canada's horrendous record in the NHL is just a small but insightful example that serves as a perfect microcosm of the country's catastrophic brain drain. The financial hurdles that incentivize the very best to take their skills and intelligence abroad. The oligopolistic tendencies of so many industries resulting in a lack of pressure for organizations to do better. This issue is grossly underreported since it's not a disaster we can observe within a day, a month, or even a year. Rather, it is a slow-moving yet fatal problem that can destroy nations if left unanswered. So if you're a top programmer, why use ChatGPT in Toronto when you can do the same in Silicon Valley and triple your income? If you're a gifted kid looking for the best education, why go to the Ivy program when you can study at an actual Ivy program? If you're a brilliant actor, why be limited to Hollywood North when you can make a name for yourself in the real Hollywood? If you're a hardcore finance bro, why overwork to death on Bay Street?
Oh yes, Bay Street.
When you can do the same on Wall Street.
Nah, Bay Street is something else too. You walk around enough on Bay Street, you're gonna find like random drunk homeless guys. You'll find a bunch of random needles and other crazy shit all over the place. If you've ever walked on Bay Street, it's quite something. Wall Street probably a lot cleaner and a lot nicer than what Bay Street is.
For twice the comp. Ask yourself this: what are the long-term effects of a society that constantly pushes out its top-performing, most aspirational people to other countries? Well, we already see its result in the National Hockey League, and other industries aren't looking too great either. So maybe if smart, hardworking, talented Canadians have more incentive to stay, and NHL owners, coaches, and even players start having the mentality of, hey, if we don't perform this year, our team could end up going bankrupt. Maybe, just maybe, will there be a day when the Stanley Cup finally comes home to Canada. As you've probably figured out by now, Yes, I am Canadian, so everything I've talked about here has not only been researched, but also informed by my personal experience.
Yeah, now we're
gonna
have to look at the criminal part.
Groceries, and everything else going on in Canada.
Crime
when YouTube
part now.
isn't demonetizing my content, I'm humbled and grateful if I'm making minimum wage creating these videos. Though truthfully, it's becoming impossible to survive relying on ad revenue alone. There's a reason why most creators just pump out easy slop for the masses. It takes so much less time and effort, and the reward from this platform is often the same, if not better. So if you're enjoying my content and are able to help me make more videos like this, please consider supporting me on Patreon or YouTube. I seriously cannot do this without your backing. Also, if you think these issues I'm bringing up deserve more attention, please like the video and subscribe so the algorithm will show this to more people. Thank you. Although the choice to leave Canada is just like owning a home, a luxury usually only the privileged can enjoy.
Yep.
But how are ordinary folks faring in the Great White North? We know their economic security is getting worse. However, what about their personal security? Is Canada at least becoming a safer place for regular people just trying to make ends meet?
My 5-year-old daughter opens her door and she comes out of her room in her nightgown, just like rubbing her eyes. And this guy takes the gun off of me, puts the gun right up to her head. He started slicing my arms.
Guns treated like toys and lives treated as afterthoughts.
This brazen carjacking at a Newmarket gas station while the victim was still pumping it with gas. He had been released from custody after a bail hearing less than an hour before the incident occurred.
That's after police sent forth those arrested for the recent robbery at Rockville Mall. What happened to these orders? Just 2 days.
They arrest them 2 days ago, then they release them again. And then they go do even worse shit. Yeah.
Another smash and grab. The individuals committing these crimes are violent and are not deterred by the thought of being arrested.
Of course not, because they just catch them and then they release them.
The alleged thief drives right at the police officer. This terrifying scene playing out as his wife and kids lock themselves in the bathroom.
From over 3,000 a year between 2014 and 2017, exploding to more than 12,000 cases last year. And residential thefts have risen right on pace with others like carjackings during that same period.
The officers were confronted by as many as 10 suspects. This wild dash cam video shows them attempting to evade police.
88% increase in home invasions over the past year.
For them to be walking through the street just days after such a violent crime, they might not really scared them. So something you want to get stabbed.
Police say one of the suspects was on probation, and another had been released after a separate offense.
Some people shrug away concerns about rising crime, understandably assuming it's just the media sensationalizing events to make things appear worse, believing that crime is actually decreasing. But at least in Canada, this couldn't be further from the truth. According to the government's own data, in the past 10 years, overall crime across the country increased by over 20%, and violent crime is up 40%, at its highest level today since 2006. The fundamental issue is that throughout Canada, a small number of mostly troubled young men are committing crimes, getting arrested, and then being released in little to no time, thus being responsible for a disproportionate amount of crime that terrorizes everyone else in society, often harming or even killing innocent people who were already struggling to begin with. The province of British Columbia published data proving exactly this reality. In Vancouver, just 40 people were responsible for over 6,000 police contacts, with each prolific offender averaging 54 convictions. That's a few dozen people being responsible for over 2,000.
A device that can pull cars from the top underneath and then they can steal your vehicle. Yep.
Convicted crimes. And remember, we're talking about convictions, which represent only a fraction of criminal charges pressed, which represent only a fraction of crimes reported, which represent only a fraction of crimes actually committed. So in reality, the amount of misery and violence these 40 people are responsible for is exponentially more than just the number of convictions on their record. And this report, along with others, show the exact same thing happening across every other city they analyzed, revealing just how crazy Canada has become. Here's a real-life example of what I mean. On Sunday, a man tried to steal someone's car while they were still in it, got arrested and charged with attempted vehicle theft, and was immediately released. He must have thought, that was stupidly easy. So on Monday, the very next day, he assaulted a woman, stole her Tesla, crashed that Tesla into 2 more occupied cars, and then tried to steal another vehicle as he was running away. The police did their job as usual, arresting him for the 2nd time in a row and charging him with...
If they do it in the Toronto area, they can say they're playing GTA and GTA.
multiple offenses.
In the GTA, because they like to call the surrounding area of Toronto the GTA for Greater Toronto Area. They could be like, I'm role playing a game of GTA in the GTA, and this shit happens.
Then he was released that very
You know,
day again.
they got
At this
GTA
point, he's
RP
thinking, boy,
before
is it a
GTA
wonderful
6.
time to be a criminal in Canada. They're absolutely allergic to stopping me. So, 24 hours later on Tuesday, he broke into someone's home while they were still there and robbed them. Now, if you think the legal system finally did something reasonable after 3 straight days of committing crimes, you clearly don't understand this country, because
Yep.
he was released on bail yet again. It's now just as easy to get away with Grand Theft Auto in Canada as it is in Grand Theft Auto. And this isn't just one fringe case. There are so many more examples that it would take forever to even
Reminds you of the US during COVID? Key point being during COVID and not today.
go through half of them, ranging from people constantly getting caught and let go so they can continue robbing random citizens, to criminals with dozens of violent convictions being freed so they can go on a murder spree in their local communities. A man stepped out of his home as he was calling his fiancée and was beaten and brutally stabbed multiple times.
Damn.
Inches from certain death. Police investigators later informed the victim that it would take years for the perpetrator to be brought to trial. And even if it went to trial, he almost certainly won't get any jail time, just like many other lovely people. Which means someone who knows where you live because he saw you step out of your home, knows your face because he was busy stabbing you to death, and knows your name because his horrific crime actually made the news this time, is allowed to walk free, stressing you out for the rest of your life since he could come back any
really
day
bad.
to finish the job. That's fair. At the same time doctors in the hospital were working hard to save an innocent man's life, the attacker was let go. That's Canada for you, a country where the criminal gets released before the victim. To be clear, the solution isn't to just become a totalitarian police state, nor is it to make the same errors other countries make, where far too many are locked up for things that didn't harm anyone, while not nearly enough funding is provided for mental health services and treatment for addiction. But surely we can find something between jailing people for having weed and getting 0 prison time for stabbing an elderly man to death, or dismembering your grandchild's mother and burning her body to hide the evidence, or driving through a residential school march and hitting 4 people with your pickup truck. Oh sorry, there actually was a punishment for that last guy who was yelling racial slurs and screaming that he didn't care if he ran over children. He can't drive for a year.
Yeah, that's his punishment. No driving for a year.
Also, surely there's a solution where we don't have to allow dangerous men who have violent criminal histories be released on bail just so they can kill more innocent people. The definition of insanity is someone doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. The definition of Canadian insanity is allowing someone to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I'm sorry, but if the police already arrested someone 10, 20, 54 times, but cruel, elitist, morally corrupt judges continue to allow the same few people make life miserable and unsafe for everyone else, Canada has gone criminally insane. Much of the insanity—
You know what? You know what? Fine. You know what would be nice? If the judges would release the people doing all the killing and shit, if they become the next victim. Because it's like, hey, if they're gonna keep doing this shit, I'd rather those guys target the judges too. Because it'd be great. Let them experience what they're releasing. Let them. They should. They should.
Thus far is unfortunately exacerbated by one particular policy that's been rather controversial: Canada's broken immigration system. From the very moment European settlers arrived on indigenous soil, the continent of North America has always been a land of immigrants. We'll skip over the first half of history when explicit policies were made to exclude certain races from being able to immigrate, with perhaps the most notable example being when they forced Chinese people to pay a head tax for decades, and then just outright banned them from immigrating at all. It wasn't until 1976 when Canada introduced a points-based system that focused on the merit of each potential immigrant, assessing factors like their education, age, skills, language proficiency, you know, things that kind of matter. Unsurprisingly, this new framework resulted in decades of a consistent yet controlled stream of young, smart, talented people from all corners of the world contributing to Canada and assimilating in society. Up until recently, Canadians have been more or less satisfied, and often even proud of the fact that they were able to be a country which welcomed newcomers while also ensuring those already there were prospering too. But here's where Canada's problem started, because at the same time the country was doing so wonderfully for its permanent immigrants, they also introduced a worker program that brought in high-skilled people to temporarily fill certain holes in the labor market. This initially made sense, and there wasn't even a need for the government to have a limit on the program since these professionals were only required on a case-by-case basis. But to keep a long and overly complicated story short, this original, well-meaning goal of carefully allowing a limited number of specialized workers to fill in genuine gaps across the economy slowly morphed into a mess of different programs riddled with loopholes corporations are exploiting to create a permanent pool of cheap, unskilled labor.
Instead, it just gets us a bunch of more cheap, unskilled labor. You want to go to India? Don't worry, just go to your local Tim Hortons.
That's
you'll get a good enough you'll get a good enough experience there.
Disrupting virtually every major industry and fundamentally changing the entire economy. Now for the temporary workers, this is great. An opportunity to be in a country where even working at Tim Hortons can pay more than some of the most prestigious jobs back home. And for employers, it's even better. You no longer have to deal with hiring Canadians who are used to silly things like a living wage, or safety protocols, or workers' rights. You can push these foreigners around all you want because what are they gonna do? Complain and risk getting sent back? And most importantly, for the government that allows all this to happen, the campaign checks will keep rolling in because corporate backers love having a near unlimited supply of cheap labor they can exploit. Oh, and bonus points for being able to call anyone opposed to this racist. To be clear, you shouldn't be blaming the immigrants. They're not the ones who created Canada's policies, and the nation's housing, cost of living, and overall economy aren't failing because of them either. But immigration, permanent or temporary, when done wrong, adds another layer of stress to these areas that make existing issues worse. Yet bad policies can still survive as long as there's benefactors to the status quo. It benefits the immigrants because they can make more money than they did back home. It benefits the corporations because they have a never-ending stream of labor to take advantage of. And it benefits the government because they can continue being funded by lobbyists while also claiming their virtuousness. The only problem is, it doesn't seem to particularly benefit those in the country who are least economically secure, who have the least representation in society, and who have nowhere to go to voice their unheard cry for help. Many of these Canadians, who formed the backbone of the nation, who used to be proud of sharing this land with immigrants, are now saying, yes, this land was made for you and me, but to a degree. Despite Canada being known as a land for all to live, not all who live there wish to do so. Literally. Euthanasia is the medical practice of intentionally ending life to eliminate suffering. In recent years,
it's right here. Here you go. This is the website. That's the website right here. That's the website right there.
Several countries have begun to legalize the procedure, and the subject is being debated by many others. Now, it's quite easy to see a reason for some form of euthanasia to exist. Imagine Grandpa Joe being 93 years old with stage 4 lung cancer that spread to the rest of his body. The doctor estimates that even with all the treatments available, he still only has about 6 more months to live. At this point, every single day for Joe is a painful, living nightmare, and he doesn't want to spend his last moments dying in horrific agony. Most people here would agree that, assuming Grandpa Joe has capacity, he should be able to tell his doctor, hey, I've experienced this life for long enough and know what's ahead of me, and for that reason, I'm out. However, Canada takes things a step further. You see, their euthanasia program, known as Medical Assistance in Dying or MAID for short, was first introduced in 2016, and much like Canada's immigration system, has concerningly expanded over the years. At first, MAID was only provided to those with enduring and intolerable suffering,
but
whose death was
that
reasonably
anyone can get it now.
In plain English, that's people who were physically suffering and dying soon. But in 2021, Canada passed Bill C-7, expanding MAID to allow people who did not have a reasonably foreseeable death. Additionally, this controversial bill came with a provision to allow people with mental illness access to the program by 2023, but was postponed twice now as a result of opposition by organizations, doctors, and politicians. Even the United Nations Human Rights Council voiced their concern, criticizing the bill for giving people access to MAID who could have instead received adequate services and proper living conditions which would enable them to have a better quality of life. Testimonials from people's experiences with MAID show a deeply concerning picture about the government's inability to properly administer the program, while also shedding light to the dystopian conditions of a healthcare system and housing environment that millions of Canadians experience every day. For instance, a 51-year-old woman with multiple chemical sensitivity, a condition that affects nearly 1 million Canadians, desperately tried to find a place to live within her budget that didn't have cigarette smoke and other strong chemicals, begging local,
nothing wrong with that,
provincial, and even federal officials to help her. No assistance was provided, so after 2 years of being unable to find affordable housing for her condition, she decided to apply for MAID and was promptly approved by the very
gets approved immediately.
Government that ignored her. Christine Gauthier, an army veteran and former Paralympian, was trying to install a wheelchair ramp in her house for 5 years when Canada's VA suggested MAID as an alternative solution.
Oh, you want a wheelchair ramp in your home? Have you tried dying instead? Have you considered dying?
A few more years later,
That's
she
the
spoke out
reality.
yet again because it still hasn't been installed, pointing out how it's taking longer than 7 years to put a ramp in her home, but if she took their suggestion to be euthanized, she can get approval in just a few weeks. Multiple other veterans have also been offered MAID unprompted when discussing treatment for PTSD. A doctor suggested MAID for a woman's child with cerebral palsy, and when the mother refused, was told she was being selfish, all while the daughter was listening. Someone in
all while they were
Ontario
listening.
who was about to be homeless
that's literally the country, man.
was approved for MAID despite explicitly saying, I don't want to die, but I don't want to be homeless more than I don't want to die. Fortunately, a GoFundMe raised enough money for him to avoid homelessness, and he decided to withdraw his MAID application, which again was approved like he was literally gonna die. Entrapment is the act of inducing someone to do something they would not have otherwise done. Unfortunately, not only are there no laws against MAID being proposed to patients unprompted, but Canada explicitly allows doctors to suggest euthanasia to people who would have otherwise never even considered leaving this world. It is incredibly disturbing that when people are often at their darkest and most vulnerable point in life, someone is able to go to them without any indication of that person being interested in dying and say, hey, here's an answer to all your problems. And if all this wasn't enough for you, the government's committee responsible for working on MAID is now recommending that kids should be able to get euthanized, with their parents consulted where appropriate.
Even children
Not
can get
always
euthanized.
consulted, but only when they decide it's appropriate. Also, think about the type of person who feels the need to use the term mature minors when referring to children. Those are the people literally
It is very fucked up.
running this country. Now, to be fair, the majority of cases are almost certainly done properly for people with terminal illnesses who probably should have the right to access MAID. But it's clear that even in its current form, without the mental illness expansion, far too many people who are already struggling in life are inappropriately being offered MAID, despite the fact that they had no intention of dying. It's also clear that far too many lives are ending because of society's inability to provide the adequate services and care needed to live a life worth living. My best friend recently chose to leave this world, which is perhaps why I am acutely aware of just how much pain a community feels every time someone is taken too soon. Canada and California began their euthanasia programs in the exact same year, in the exact same month. Both places are English-speaking, multicultural democracies. They have an incredibly similar religious composition. Both are known to hold relatively progressive values. Their populations are basically the same. Based on all this, you'd assume that roughly the same number of people are being euthanized. But no, Canada euthanizes not 10% more, not 20%, but 1,600% more people every year compared to California. Tell me, Canada, is this something to be proud of? The fact that
insert why do we live just to suffer meme.
Aid is growing faster than people's incomes. Double-digit increases every single year since the program started.
We're getting like 60+% increase over the previous year on year.
1 in 20 Canadian deaths are now due to MAID. That people in Canada are being euthanized more than anywhere else in the world? No. I believe it reflects a deep failure in a country that cannot improve the conditions of its people to ensure something like MAID remains exceptionally rare. A system that is far sicker than the individuals who seek to escape it. But the government is choosing to take the easier and cheaper path. Rather than build an environment where people can thrive, create an ultimate solution where they're made to die. You may come away with the impression that I believe Canada is a fundamentally bad country, but this couldn't be further from the truth. Even before its official founding in 1867, it was Canada that was the promised land and heaven for hundreds of thousands of slaves yearning for freedom, risking their lives to travel north through the Underground Railroad. In the Second World War, it was Canada, despite being an ocean away, who immediately joined to defend against the Axis powers that aggressed upon humanity. And in the decades that followed, it was Canada that became a shining example of a nation able to ensure both the freedom and well-being of its people. So no, for most of its history, Canada has actually been a rather good country. However, like every country, Canada has both its highs and lows. We just so happen to be at a low point, but it wasn't too long ago when things were a lot brighter. In fact, I would argue that most of us can still remember when Canada was a great place to be, when Canadians could be proud in knowing that their country and their lives were getting.
The government just needs to be better. Gotta replace the entire thing, man. Here's the thing. At this point, you gotta replace every single one of them. Replace them all. I'd rather have a fucking AI in charge than any of the clowns there. I would rather have a broken DeepSeek model in charge. I would rather.
Better, not worse. A time when homes were still affordable, not an impossible luxury. A time when immigration was adding to Canada, not disrupting the lives of those already there. A time when, it's crazy I have to say this, people who served to protect the nation weren't being asked to end their lives by organizations who should know better. And believe it or not, that time when
that's why I'm like, I'd rather replace them with a fucking AI.
Canada was all this and so much more wasn't too long ago.
Because it's just really fucked up.
It's 2010. Canada was selected to host the Winter Olympics. By this point, interest in hosting the games was falling throughout the world because of increasingly frequent scandals and exorbitant costs plaguing recent countries. Even in Canada, known for its polite and optimistic attitude, a small but loud minority were protesting the decision for the games to be held in the country, voicing reasonable, familiar anti-Olympic arguments that it'll go out of budget, cause chaos and trouble for the local population, and result in facilities to go abandoned. And when the 2-week-long event began, it seemed the pessimists were going to be proven right. The very first day started with a tragically fatal accident during training, casting doubt on the competence of Canadian officials managing the games. Later that evening, in the opening ceremony, the famous tradition to light the Olympic cauldron went painfully wrong, further embarrassing Canada in front of more than 1 billion people watching. By the end of the first week, Canada had only won 3 gold medals, a disappointing amount for a host country that is kind of known for its strength in winter sport. But then something magical happened. One by one, Canadian athletes across every competition started winning gold. Figure skating, skiing, bobsleighing, speed skating, snowboarding, curling, so much gold in fact, that on the final day of the Olympics, with ice hockey being the last sport to finish, the world realized that if Team Canada are able to win this final game against Team USA, the country would earn 14 gold medals, achieving an all-time world record for most gold medals won at a Winter Olympics. So on the biggest stage, for the most important game in the most Canadian sport, the nation stood tall, determined
They've been talking about the
to prove
2010
the world
Olympics
they could
still,
emerge victorious against all adversity. Instead of playing for American teams in the NHL, Canada's very best came together to show what could be possible if the country did things right and were able to retain their own homegrown talent. The game started off fantastically for the Canadians, with Jonathan Toews and Corey Perry putting Canada ahead 2-0 against Team USA. The Americans fought back hard, however, with Ryan Kessler scoring an amazing goal, and then with 30 seconds remaining, Zach Parise clinching a miracle shot that now forced this final into sudden death overtime. Every second here can make history, with both teams performing under the greatest of pressure. The world is now on the edge of their seats, watching two remaining countries fight tooth and nail to determine who would be the very best. Then finally, after 7 minutes and 40 seconds of the most intense, high-stakes overtime in the entire sport's history, Sidney Crosby, the Canadian Golden Boy, scored what will forever be known as Canada's Golden Goal.
Yep. Okay.
And this, my friends, is when I believe Canada shined its brightest. Complete strangers high-fiving, dancing, and hugging their fellow citizens. People joining each other with glowing hearts, singing the national anthem with pride. The streets noisy and crowded, but in true Canadian fashion, still respectful and safe. Oh, and the pessimists were proven wrong. Canada was on budget, an overwhelming majority of Canadians were glad to have hosted the Olympics, and the facilities built for these games continue to be used by the local community to this day.
Yep, that part was
From
good,
far
at
and
least.
wide, 80% of the entire Canadian population had their eyes glued to the game, making it to this day the most watched event in the country's history. This was a time when all of Canada came together, united, showing the world their very best. When 96% of people surveyed felt proud to be Canadian, numbers you will now only see in North Korea, when the loonie was often more valuable than the US.
Yeah, that was a good time when the actual dollar here was higher than the US dollar. Too bad that was like 15 years ago.
So you felt like a millionaire buying stuff from abroad, when people and businesses alike still had confidence in the country, when the median rent was $760 bucks. So I wouldn't have needed to ask for your support to create more content for you to enjoy. I'm serious, these videos are impossible to continue making without your help. When crime was at its lowest point ever and only continuing to fall, when the Canadian standard of living was rising faster than its peers. This was the true North, strong and free. This is the country I knew and loved. This is the Canada Canadians deserve. Life was far from perfect, and so the solution isn't to go back to the past, but it is to take inspiration of what the country got right and strive toward building a new golden era.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
One even better than before. With a people so resilient, generous, and hardworking, and blessed with immense natural resources on a land glorious and free, Canada's potential is limitless. Throughout my entire video, I deliberately chose not to mention a single politician's name, because these issues, regardless of who created them, transcend the petty politics of today. Individuals come and go, but problems don't just leave with them. So if there's one thing I want Canadians to know, it is that this country is in your hands. And
yeah, that's why they recommend a suicide hotline, but yeah. Well, that's like the end of that one. But yeah, like, again, like, the fact that they recommend the suicide helpline thing. That said though, we've been live for, 10 hours. I need to get some sleep. Right, it's already 10 AM, goddamn. But yeah. Well edited, exactly. You live in the US, you don't normally pay attention, but now you know, it's fucked here. You think it's bad there, don't worry, it's worse here. Just when you think it's bad there, it's even worse here. Don't worry. But yeah. He really tried hard to put it on a high note, but like, nah. You're just coping on the past. Yep. Well, you know, it is what it is. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully, I can see you guys again next time. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, you guys have a good day or night or whatever. Alright then. See you guys. See ya. Oh yeah, the thing is still broken.